I personally can think of a lot of things to be grateful for this year, but I will tell you that in my observation of the world that we live in, I'm seeing a mixed bag of gratitude. A mixed bag meaning that there's an awful lot of people out there that really don't seem grateful. And I think that if we were to look at it, just on the surface, so to speak, you might say, well, it's been a rough year for a lot of people. And it's true. It has been a rough year for a lot of people. This year brought challenges to our entire globe that we've never quite seen before. And yet, the fact remains that it still becomes what you make of it. While it's been a rough year for a lot of people, I would have to say that if you're finding yourself in a situation where you're really struggling to find what to be thankful for, then maybe it's time that you got out there and did something to be thankful for. This could be a rough episode for a lot of people because I'm going to challenge you. And the reason I'm going to challenge you is because if you're experiencing hardship, and rightfully so, a lot of people are experiencing hardship this year. But if you're experiencing hardship and you're finding it's difficult to get to what to be grateful for, you need to be challenged. You need to be challenged. My podcast is not about airy-fairy, light and fluffy, juicy turkey. It's about dry turkey. It's dry, rough turkey. And if you want the juice, we got to squeeze a little harder to get the juice out of it. Whenever we are experiencing something in life that is hard, we have to understand a couple of foundational things. Number one, it's not to punish people. And even though many people are experiencing the difficulty, maybe the sadness, maybe the grief, maybe you're mourning family members that were lost to COVID, or people that are currently sick and we don't know which way it's going. Maybe it could be any of the traditional hardships of life that have been exacerbated by COVID. Maybe your life has been sucked into this racism hell fight that we're all currently experiencing. Like, my God, it's 2020 and we still have racism in the world. It's like, what the hell? How is that even possible, right? But no matter what it is, no matter what the hardship is, all hardships, all challenges are here for us to glean insight from, to give a life direction, for us to grow as human beings to a higher level of consciousness, a higher level of good, a higher level of contribution. And I find that whenever a person says that they are not going to be part of a victim mentality and they're going to get out there and find a way to contribute, you will create gratitude in your life. You will create something to be grateful for. Can it be a pre-mindset ahead of time? Yes, it can be. It absolutely can be. And I've preached that since the podcast started. I've done several things that outside of the podcast this year to lend a hand in the expertise that I have to the world, to people out there that need it. And one of those things was how to be grateful, how to be certain in an uncertain time, how to use gratitude to open the door of contribution, how to use gratitude to open the door for joy and happiness, and to help us guide our way out of something that is very challenging for a lot of people. But for this one, for this Thanksgiving, I want to challenge you to go do something beyond our selfish self. And yeah, doubling down when it's already hard is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. We are better than what we're experiencing as a people. We are so much better than what we're going through right now. Let's think about this for a second. And I'm talking about the United States. So for all of our listeners that are in other countries, I'm just, put your country's challenges in here with it, right? So, feel free. This is an open policy, so to speak. We've got COVID, right? That smacks us right upside the head, right at the end of the first quarter of 2020. And we're in a tumultuous time with our country as far as being divided between the Republicans and the Democrats. We just wrapped up an election here. So we're going to see what happens with that. And then on top of it, our continued racial issue in this country raises its ugly head once again and causes all kinds of problems. On top of that, we have people that are out of work. Even though we're somewhat rebounding on that scale, the fact is that there's still people out of work. There's still people in need of money, in need of somebody to contribute to their life, in some kind of assistance, some kind of help, or in a real need. There are so many things. There are so many challenges that we're being faced with. To have all of these challenges hit us at one time indicates one thing very clearly to me, that we are in the midst of a transformation, and that is something to be grateful for. We need a transformation. We need a transformation big time, not only in the United States of America, but we need a transformation on this globe. Human beings deep in their heart are wonderful, wonderful people, I believe. That's what I choose to believe. Even though there's evidence to the contrary, I choose to believe that we are really great in our heart. And in order to continue to be great and to continue to move into that greatness, we have to dig down deep and look at how can we contribute? How can we be part of something better? How can we stop doing things that show a complete lack of gratitude for what we have? I find it personally appalling when we see the bitterness and the hatred that is spilled out into our public life right before the entire world this year, because we're so much better than this. And it's on both sides. It is the cause and it is the effect. It is the action and it is the reaction. It is the idea that there are things that are wrong, and the worst thing that we can do is handle these things from a position of being wrong, or handling them in a way that is completely non-productive for everybody concerned. To try to drag down an entire group of people because there's wrongness being done, there's no benefit to that whatsoever. We're so much better than that as people. But if we're going to be better, we have to do better. And if we're going to do better, we have to rise better, and we have to think better. We have to really think before we act. We have to get out of this victim mentality and be grateful for the things that we do have. We live in a world unlike anything we've ever seen before, as far as what our contribution on a global perspective, I will say, has added to the direction that we could go as a people. We have technology that is absolutely amazing. We're at the height of what we've done technologically in the world. We have the ability to figure anything out. We're becoming conscious of our consciousness in many ways, meaning that, not only do we know that it's a possibility to create whatever we desire, but we're starting to get to the place where we know that we know that. And that is a huge jump. If you look back in history, it wasn't that long ago where only a few people around the world had a significant number of individuals in their own society that really believed in the idea that nothing was limitless to us except for what our thinking makes it to be. And today we're seeing that it is getting bigger. But there's also something interesting about that. While our consciousness heightens in many directions, there is a darkness on the other side, and it is dark, folks. It is really dark, that is raising its ugly head, trying to hold on with everything that it can. And I think looking through the lens of gratitude is probably one of the only things that lets us break through that darkness. But damn it, we've got to look through that lens. Otherwise, we're looking through a lens of darkness, and it's no good. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, hell, David, this is not an inspiring message for Thanksgiving. I'm not so sure that we need a real inspiring message for Thanksgiving right now. I think that we need an actionable message. We need a message that is going to get people to work, to really start thinking about ourselves in a way where we're each responsible for the contributions that we make to society. And if we want a better Thanksgiving next year, if we want more to be grateful for next year, we're going to have to start with what are we grateful for this year? And how can I contribute so that I'm grateful? I have gratitude for my gratitude. I got BT here who's orchestrating he's our premium director of podcasts here at Team Nagel, and he's sitting across from me and he's taking notes as we're going through this so that we can do an amazing inside the episode when we're done with this. And him and I have known each other for quite a long time now. And the one thing that is really fascinating is that when we have conversations, off camera, in our private lives, we both have acknowledged how much gratitude we have for the decisions that we've made in our life. But I think that it's time that we have to raise that level of gratitude to the place where we understand that gratitude is a choice. Gratitude is not something that we're entitled to. Gratitude is an actionable mindset that we can take out into the world and we can use in a way where it's not just something where it's like, I'm grateful for my turkey this year, I'm grateful for my stuffing, I'm grateful for my friends and family. You know what? Let's go higher. Let's raise our standard. Let's be grateful for what we're doing. Let's be grateful for really stretching our mindset to a place where we're pushing the envelope beyond what's just easy, but we're walking into what's hard. We're literally saying, come on, I'm taking this on. We're going to go further. We're going to do better because we can do better. We're going to prove that we're grateful by the way we treat each other and go beyond the dark thoughts that are trying to consume us at this time in history. If we don't double down on actionable gratitude, there's no choice but the dark. And I think that if you look through history, there's always been this battle between the light and the dark, the light and the dark, the light and the dark. I think that the dark is easy, and for the light, we have to work at the light. Somebody's got to keep the light on. If you think about a lighthouse, it's a really interesting symbol to use because there's a keeper of the lighthouse, and whether the ship makes it to port and navigates around the rocks or the island or whatever is determined by the person who's the keeper of the light. For individuals, for all of us, in our families, in our businesses, in society, we each have to accept the responsibility of being the keeper of the light. We have. I remember when I worked with my mentor, he used to say we're the torch bearers, and we run with the torch until we can run no longer, and then we pass the torch on to the next torch bearer, the next generation. If we don't become very aware of that and stay conscious of it, we're going to continue to keep fighting like cats and dogs. And the fight is not over the light right now. There's so much fight that is darkness fighting darkness. That's not a good thing. Darkness fighting darkness is when you have two groups of individuals who both are wrong and they believe in the wrongness of their wrong. But they're saying that they're fighting for the light. That's why there's no breakthrough, because they're not actually fighting for the light. They're fighting to be right. And when people would rather be right than to admit that they're wrong, there's a real bad thing that has the possibility of taking shape. So my suggestion is this. If we look at everything that we have to be grateful for, regardless of the rough year that we had, and sit down and write down the things that you really feel that you're grateful for this year, then take a look at what can I do right now in my life in an action of gratitude so that I can expand that in my life. We do something really interesting, I think. Gratitude is also, when we're using it as something that's actionable, gratitude is something that opens the door for possibility. It opens the door for vision in the direction that we're going. We need a vision. We need an individual vision. We need vision for our families. We need vision for our businesses. We need vision for our government. We need vision for our world. We need a world vision where we're heading in a direction that brings everyone into the light. Like enough with the darkness. We need a vision of light for the entire world. We need a common ground of good that we're all working for and for a direction. Some of the things that happen when we're using actionable gratitude is that we see where we can be of benefit to our fellow human being. When we're fighting for this every man for himself type thing, that's a dangerous thing. It really becomes this thought process that there's nobody that is there to stand to help. Everybody's on their own. I only think that is real when we're thinking about what is my personal responsibility. I am my own personal responsibility. I have to fight for that. I also have to keep my brother and my sister in a place where they're fighting for that for themselves also, the responsibility part of it. But when we go into actionable gratitude, something magical takes place because it's a doing. It's a doing not just for myself, but it's a doing out of gratitude as a hope, as a vision for other people. It's a doing for my brother and my sister. It is a respect and a responsibility to help continue to move everything forward as a collective. And that becomes a very beautiful thing. I think it energizes groups of individuals. I think that it brings hope and happiness and peace and love to people. But it also has a way of really standing up to the negativity and the dark that's out there right now and pushing it in a way where it can't hope to win. We have to stand up to it. Let's really come together as a people and understand that we are all human beings. In the end, don't we all want really the same thing? Don't we want good things for ourselves and our families? Don't we want good things for the societies that we live in? One of the things that we're seeing that would indicate that there are some people that don't is the idea that the majority of individuals or some majority of individuals is keeping people from getting what they're wanting. And that is a lie from the pit of hell. It really, really is. Not only does it not allow gratitude to come in, but it keeps people in a vindictive mentality. To keep people in a vindictive mentality their entire life, if you really believe that. There's a personal responsibility that has to take place there. And the responsibility of all of us is to bring the idea that there are no victims in the world to people that believe that they're victims and show them how to stand up. That is a grateful action. That is saying, listen, I know how grateful I am for my life. Let me show you how you can be grateful for your life. And it's not by taking back what you think somebody took from you, because nobody's taking anything from you. It's that you're not stepping into what you absolutely can do for yourself. It really comes down to there's people that will and there's people that won't. And you have to stand. The more we stand for the people that will and stand in and be people that will, the less and less the people that won't have any base whatsoever. We're moving into a holiday season. And a holiday season is a time for family. It's a time for love. It's a time for the recognition of treating each other with love and generosity and humility and celebration. And when things in the world are looking dark, when we're actually experiencing it to some degree, that has the ability to start to take that hope away from us. I think that if we all come to the realization that in a transition period, we have to stand up even more with a light of gratitude, with actionable, gratuity in the world, really going out and making a difference, not just being a mouthpiece, but actually doing things that make a difference in the lives of others. People wake up, people see that. It has an effect on somebody's life. And if we each take the responsibility of trying and attempting to do it with not just one another in our own families and the people that we interact with every day, but even the people that maybe we disagree with, find a way to build that bridge with somebody else. Bring actionable gratitude to the table. Make that work in a way where people can't deny it, that the human heart is actually expansive and it's not something that's dark. If we fall into the idea that we're going to complain about life, we create a bias in our mind that then has us look at our entire world and do nothing but find things to complain about. It looks for everything that's wrong. So we condition ourselves to do nothing but see what's wrong, to see and not just to see what's wrong, but see what's wrong with other people. It becomes something that we get in danger of passing down from one generation to another. And when you start teaching children that this is the way that it is, they can't see anything different at all. We become locked in a box of being vindictive, self-hatred, self-pity, loathing. It tears down self-esteem. It doesn't build anything up. For the people that are in the responsibility of the media out there, where it's your job to build up the ratings of your company, you might want to really consider something for a moment. Do you really want to push the ratings ahead of the human ideal? I mean, really? Do you want to continue to spew hate and darkness around the world because that's what gets ratings and that's what drives in the dollar to your company? The only way it stops is if people start refusing to put out the garbage. Like, you have to stop spewing the garbage. You have to stop complaining, and you have to go out and do something to be grateful for. My challenge to everybody that's listening for the next year is to be a pillar of good. Go out there and do something to be grateful for every single day instead of continuing to bring any kind of darkness to the world. Be the light. You have to go out there and be the light every single day. I wish everybody a fantastic Thanksgiving. I know that this is very different than the message from the past, but I think that the times that we're in require a bit of a different message and require something for us to really think about what's at stake for our human species, our beautiful, wonderful human species. What's at stake? What's at stake is us. What's at stake is our families and our children. So hug them, kiss them, hold them tight, and go out and do something to be grateful for this year.
Yeah, first and foremost, thanks for this episode.
Yeah.
I think when I approach
different.
It is. What made this one so different for you from a gratitude standpoint?
I didn't want it to be fluffy. I don't think it's a time for fluff out there in the world. I think we need to really be thinking. I always think gratitude is important. I think it's very important. But I was trying to find a way to get us to look at it a little bit different, because we really seriously, as a world, as a nation, as a country, as a people, we need to start doing some things seriously different. And this is not a time for just like, oh, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for my mashed potatoes. I'm grateful for my cranberry sauce. Like, I think that there's a time and a place for that. And right now is not the time and the place for that kind of gratitude. We need to put gratitude to work.
Yeah, put a little effort behind it.
100%.
And if you're one of those people that, struggles with finding gratitude, there is plenty to be grateful for, even through 2020. As difficult as it may have been, this really shined a light on the possibility that we can get through anything as long as we continue to persevere and put our best foot forward. I think a lot of people, instead of going into that, I'm going to be grateful, they go into that victimhood, that blame mentality that we've spoken about on here before. And you just really have to make the most out of every situation. Right. And I love that you did this, because this is really this is the third time in our show's history where you've done a Thanksgiving episode.
Yeah.
Leading into the holiday, we're all going to be celebrating here in the States here very shortly. So it was an interesting way, because when I approached you about how do we do a lesson on gratitude that's different? And this was definitely different. And you said it repeatedly. It's actionable gratitude. And I love that. I don't think I've ever heard that before. And I was wondering if you could kind of just share a little bit about your process, about what that means to put gratitude to work, make it actionable.
Yeah. So it started with when COVID hit, for me anyway. My first response, when the COVID thing hit, my first thought process was, how can I take what I know and be a benefit to society during this hard time? So it started off with us putting together a series of calls at a company. There was no charge to those calls. It was about teaching people how to think during a real crazy time, and helping people how to think, how to find their way. And gratitude was a big part of that teaching in that call. And the reason that it was a big part was because the moment that a person slips out of gratitude, they usually start thinking with a victim mindset, which turns into a vindictiveness mindset, and it takes you down a really dark road. And there were so many things that changed in society this year that if there's no gratitude there at the surface, it becomes very difficult to put any action behind what it is that you're doing. And part of the reason for that is because not only did we run into challenges, but the way we typically do things, goods and services, money, like everything started to change in such a way that the average person who does not really understand how things are distributed in the world, it makes it very challenging for them to set up other forms of distribution or to understand other forms of distribution. Then, on top of the COVID thing, we had the George Floyd issue, we had the racism issue, we had the riots issue, we had the defunding the police issue. Then we had the election issue, which is kind of where we are now. And it's been one huge negative thing after another negative thing. And we've got to here in the United States anyway, people turning on each other, looking at the other side as being evil, looking at the other side as being racist, looking at the other side as being destructive. And it's not just looking at it, it's people taking action on those things. It's turning human against human, brother against brother, sister against sister. And it's not just enough to say, okay, in all this chaos, let me find something that I'm grateful for, even though that is a good thing. It's about, let me do something that I'm grateful for. Let me go out and be a benefit to my fellow human being in some way, shape, or form. Because if we don't start doing that, we're never going to turn the darkness that's out there around. And that's something that happened like the people in our generation have never seen before. There's a darkness that has risen that's really dark. And you know that it's really dark when the pain, the hurt, the fear, the blame is directed at other groups of individuals. And it's directed in a way where there's this talk underneath that group of individuals needs to be punished severely for their belief system. And that's the road that it's starting to head down. That's actually been verbalized by people in the House of Representatives, people that we have in government. And when I saw that start to happen, I was like, this is a slippery slope. It needs to change fast.
Yeah, I mean, when you speak in generalizations, as has been going on post-election and moving forward, it's very dangerous because you thought a certain way or said a certain thing or stepped out and did something, you are considered a part of that group, and they start putting everybody in the same boat. I heard that if you voted for Trump, you're an idiot or a racist. If you voted for Biden, you are stupid. Like nobody wins. Absolutely nobody won in this whole situation because we're just attacking one another.
But the thing is that would be one thing, but now that there's people that are on the far left side of our democracy who want to start making lists of individuals of people who supported Trump and destroying their lives because of it. It has to stop. We live in a country where we're supposed to respect the opposite viewpoint, right? Not destroy it. And when it starts to go down that road, that's dark. That's really, really dark. It's, you don't have to like Trump. You're even free to hate Trump if you want, but you cannot take our political process and start punishing people because they have a voice. You can't do that. That's not what this country is about. It is not. And countries that have done that in the past, and all we have to do is look at the history of this world. We can see how bad, how dark. I mean, that's what happened with Stalin. That's what happened with Hitler. That's what happened with Pol Pot. Anybody that came out and talked about something different, that's where the gulags, came from. This is why I wanted to do something different with this. We need to take action, but we need to take action in a positive way, not in let me crush my brother way,
right. Yeah, I mean, we've been dedicating more and more time to this conversation because it's a bigger conversation. And if we bring it back to what it takes to have a successful mind, because that's what we do here, and that's what you're so masterful at, is what does it require to have a successful mind? And one thing you said in the episode that I loved and I highlighted and bolded and underlined twice, we are better than what we are experiencing. Could you talk a little bit more about that and refresh our minds about why that message is so impactful, especially now?
Well, so in the way that I'm looking at it and experiencing it is I'm seeing a lot of the worst of human nature, and we're seeing it come to a real head here. the question is, well, what caused all of this, right? Well, the truth is that there's a lot of causes. But if you bring it all the way, if we take this all the way back, right? And actually, I could speak about this for 3 days. It comes from there being a gap in the individual mind of every individual as to how safe and certain are we in society, period. And when you have individuals that do not feel safe in society because primarily their belief system is skewed. In other words, for whatever reason, and this is not a blame or a judgment on anybody, but for whatever reason, a person was taught that they're a victim. They've experienced life as a victim, or they've been victimized. That leaves real emotional scars with someone. It becomes their reality in a lot of ways. And when that gets spread into a larger group of individuals, it becomes like a cancer. So because there's an inherent flaw in the way people are thinking, and they're being judged by other people instead of being helped, they kind of start to band together. And they're banding together over a common weakness or a common problem. It's one thing if they band together and try to get out of that problem by really understanding that they have a problem to begin with, and they're going to try to raise themselves up. They're going to try to make themselves better. But when it turns that it's not their problem, that someone else caused this and they're stuck there because of it, now we have a bigger problem. And this is what causes two people to start fighting then, because they're both fighting over a lie. They're fighting over something that's not true. We have fought and died and sacrificed for the individual, for our individuality, for the words of our Constitution, for each person, not only in an ideology to be free and equal, but from a point of demonstration. Like, how can we demonstrate our equality? How can we demonstrate our the amazing parts of ourself? When that starts to go away, though, even though it's written down and it's supposed to be the backbone of what we have as a society, then you open the door for something else to come out, a darkness that starts to exacerbate because it's not in check. Nobody's checking it. Nobody's helping this go away. And it turns into then two sides fighting over something that's not true. That's the fucked up thing about this whole thing. Both sides are fighting over something that is absolutely not true. However, they're bringing it into the reality and it turns into problems that are true, but the underlying cause is fear. You see it on both sides. It's fear, but we cannot agree how to get rid of the fear. Both sides are looking at the other side as being the cause of the fear, and they're not the cause of the fear. So what does this do? It allows this whole cloud of darkness to come over all of it. And then that's when real danger comes out. So we are not being our best selves. I do believe that there's people out there that are trying to get us to a place where our best selves can come to the surface. But we need to talk about what's really happening. And it's not policy versus policy. That is not the problem. It is what is making the individual feel so insecure to begin with. And the finger pointing that's taking place over, like, I'm afraid because you're this. I don't have what I need because you're that. We don't come to a resolution there.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen.
Yeah, for sure. And it's one of those situations where I feel like people are trying to win others over to their side. And if they don't come to that side, then it becomes an issue of, well, you're an idiot and I'm going to demean you and beat you down and knock you down. Instead of just having an open and honest conversation. You know, debates are a huge part of our country. Like, having a debate about something shouldn't have to be turned into the threat of I'm going to hurt you, I'm going to destroy you, I'm going to do something awful to you and your family. You should be able to have an opinion, and you should be able to express that opinion, and the other person should respect. I love how you use the word respect there. Respect the other person's opinion. You don't have to win everybody over to your side.
Nope.
That's what makes our democracy beautiful. I mean, and there's people out there that'll say, well, it's, we're doomed. I don't believe we're doomed. I'm fully confident that everything's always going to work out. It always does. We go through these things. And like you said, our generation, we've experienced, things like 9/11, recessions, some wars, Vietnam, whatever it might be. All these things, they always come in cycles. This just happened to be 2020. If you want to look at it as a shit show, you're more than welcome to. I think for a lot of people, it was a pause to realize that, hey, it's not always great, but are we just going to play the victim and complain about it, or are we going to actually do something about it? And when you say we're better than what we're experiencing, that is an inside job. I think it always comes back to personal responsibility again. We can take a moment to be the transformation.
Yes. Well, hence actionable gratitude.
Yes.
Right? Because if we would just, take this Thanksgiving and say, wait a minute, let me stop blaming the other side, right? And let me look at what can I do to make this better? How can I be part of the solution? So like one of the first questions you asked me was, well, how did this come to play for me? It was because I looked at in March when this started happening, how can our company, Life Is Now, be part of the solution? How could the Successful Mind podcast be part of the solution? How could what I'm really great at in the world be part of the solution? And we immediately put that into action. Steph and I had a conversation. This is what we're going to do. We immediately turned the ship to that's what we're going to do. And we had to all learn and grow along the way. But I would like to think, and I do believe, that we've been a huge part of the solution as far as our reach goes, and it continues to expand. So that's why I wanted to do something that was a little edgier this year. And really move. It's like, let's get out. We all need the celebration. There's no question, but it is not a time to just take our foot off the gas because the party's switched or whatever the hell is going to happen with all that. It is a time for us to double down on what's good and what's right and what's best for everyone, not just what's best for my little corner of the world, because that's what's gotten us into this problem to begin with. Yeah,
we're not sweeping anything under the rug when we all join at our Thanksgiving tables this year. We realize it's been difficult. I've lost family members. We've lost, income opportunities. We've had certain things that went away, and it just wasn't always easy. But at the same time, you don't want to just pretend like they don't happen, because if you pretend it didn't happen, then the next day you go back to life as usual, and then you're back to complaining, you're back to being a victim, and all these other sorts of things. So if we can come to the table, celebrate, and one thing that you're really good at is you seem to be grateful always.
I am.
Now that is one, even when it was difficult, even when we were back in, March, having the difficult decision to shut down the office and go work remote for a month or two. You never wavered in your resolute gratitude, the actionable gratitude. And you actually, you just gave, you gave of yourself every week or every night. You were doing things, you were putting the word out there. You very easily could have just sat there and said, because you're a studier of human psychology, you very easily could have gone down a rabbit hole and been like, conspiracy, it's all about China, they're doing this, they release COVID, but you didn't. You're like, what can I do to make this better? And I'm gonna my gratitude is going to lead to greatness.
Yeah.
And I think that is just, looking back, it feels like a year ago or 2 years ago when this all went down. And it really wasn't. I mean, March and April wasn't that long ago. And we're having this conversation, but I loved the way you position gratitude differently here, because it is something that you can action. It is a muscle that you can work, and you have to work it right now. Like, it's nothing. I'm afraid to say this, but nothing seems to be easy for a lot of people, and that's the victim piece right there. So you need to catch yourself in those moments, because I even say, well, that's not fair, or I'm not grateful for that. Or if you say those things out loud, you're adding power.
It's the first step.
Things. Yeah. It's the first step. So you really need to think about that. And that's in the episode you talked about the need for transformation, and you talked about the need for it being a person at that level to be able to do that, and the personal responsibility piece, and that actionable message that we bring to our Thanksgiving table. We're going to be able to contribute coming out of it even better because we're bringing awareness to it. I love that. I think it's so important. You did mention we have to get out of victimhood, like I said a moment ago, and accept responsibility and how we grow moving forward. Growth is always key. If you're not growing, you're dying. This year especially, like I said, it's been a challenge, but it's been one of the best years we've ever had if you stop and think about it from a growth opportunity standpoint.
Sure.
I mean, you've grown, I've grown. I mean, most of the people that we surround ourselves with have grown because they acknowledge that I'm going to be bigger than whatever's happening right now, and I will get through it.
Right. If you and even there's also a lot of negative talk around this. There's a lot of companies that have done very well, and there are certain people in the news that would make it sound predatory. But it's not predatory at all when the companies are contributing to the solving or the getting out of the problem or helping people along the way. Our company has done that. So the thing is that whether it's a bad time or it's a good time, if we would just recognize that when we do things with the intention of helping other individuals, we all get better. We all continue to grow. When we tolerate any kind of self-justification for hatred in any way, we do not grow. We spread the dark. And there are people out there that are doing nothing but spreading the dark. And I don't care what the reason is that they're doing it. That's just self-justification. It's completely and entirely wrong. It infects us worse than COVID does because it tears us down psychologically. And we are a world that is already trying to make it through a very, very difficult and dangerous time just from the aspect of this disease that we have that's going on in our society. And then to allow ourselves to be whapped by the disagreement of ideology in the country and the bad behavior of some people, it's like, listen, we have to grab ourselves by our own bootstraps and say there is the right thing to do, and the right thing to do is to maintain our service to everyone, to really stand in that and stop tearing down groups of individuals because you don't agree. That is not how we handle things in this. Our society, when you think about it, I mean, it would have been amazing to know the people that wrote our Constitution, and just to kind of get a feel for where were they coming from in this enlightened moment that they created the document, the document that's known as our Constitution. But it has given us, if you think about how long ago it was written, and you think about how much we need that document today to hold ourselves to a higher standard, and how that document really is the envy of the world. I mean, it is a standard, right? To look at the things that we do that are not flattering at all, and look at that document and say, listen, we the people needs to be the standard that we come from when we treat each other like a brother and a sister. And that should be something that is a commonality, a higher standard over everything else. Everything else should be secondary when we consider how we're going to behave, what we're going to think, and what we're going to determine. If it does not benefit everybody, then it shouldn't be something that we really consider. And what is not benefiting everybody is the behavior of a lot of people today. So I said, typically I do gratitude around Thanksgiving, right? Because it's Thanksgiving. The whole idea is, what are we grateful for? Traditionally it's the harvest, all of that. And I thought it needs to be more. There needs to be more to it. That gratitude, damn it, needs to be actionable, and we need to keep it actionable, or we end up in a victim mindset, right? If I just say I'm grateful, but I don't act grateful, if I don't behave grateful, if I don't put that into some future activity and vision and behavior, what am I going to start looking at? And today it's probably easier than ever for us to look at what's wrong. Any idiot can look at what's wrong today and grab onto it, and it becomes the totality of how they make decisions. And that's not good. That's like, as long as I'm here, it's not going to be something I'm going to be pushing. I'll tell you that.
You're not prescribing to that for sure.
Absolutely not.
You know, one thing that I think is lost in all of this is that our country is only 244 years old, right?
Yeah.
So if you think of it in terms of, say, an unruly teenager, that's kind of where we're at right now. You know, we're going through some growth pains if you stop and think about it. And we are a very resilient people. I think the globe recognizes that. We are many people who are not from the U.S. respect the U.S. and what we do as far as innovation and moving, you know, technology forward and things like this. It's very easy, like you said, and I love that you said this, to point out all the bad things that are happening. But if you stop and think for a moment what we've accomplished in 244 years, you have to know there's going to be some bumps and some ebbs and some flows. And right now we may be in a little bit of a trough, if you will, but that's not a bad place to be because it allows us to stop and take stock of, okay, the rise is going to be mighty. And I think that's where we find ourselves right now.
Right. But if we become a country that refuses to deal with its own dark side, then what ends up happening is that, you know, here's the way we have been dealing with it for the most part. We push it under the rug. But now what we're doing is we're projecting it onto large groups of people. It's like, and when I saw that, I'm like, I've had enough. Because typically I don't bring that stuff into the Successful Mind podcast, but it's like it's affecting everybody's life at this point. It is first and foremost a mindset issue, and then it is a strategic issue. But if people don't understand what's actually causing this, they don't have a hope in hell to change it because it's too convoluted at this point. There's too many things that have been dragged into this where the danger is we don't understand what the real problem is, so we don't know what to fix. And then it just keeps going and going and going. And it's, you know, it's not a good thing.
Well, and you know, you and I both at first kind of hesitated a little bit to have these conversations around whatever politics or the state of the country. But you get to a place where, you know, people come to you to see how they can help their mindset shift to one of being successful.
Right.
And I think the more we talk about these things from your perspective, the more people, and I know there's probably some out there that are thinking, oh, well, you just get on with it. The election's been over for nearly a month.
But then don't listen.
We're moving. Yeah, exactly.
Like, I don't care. Don't listen.
Yeah.
Go look, you know.
We are at a place right now where these are very important conversations to have because it is flexing that muscle every single day. You can't take a day off with this stuff.
No.
You really have to flex that mindset muscle every single day because I like to consider myself a strong mindseted person, but if I start reading certain things, I very quickly can be taken down a different trajectory and I will flip-flop back and forth like none other. And I've been doing this with you for 11 years. So imagine the person who's coming to us, who's relatively new to you, and they're bouncing between idea and then they believe fully and then, oh, no, maybe I'm over here. And it gets really, really scary. That's why I'm glad that people come to you. And I know that our listeners are like, hell yes, this is a conversation around gratitude that I've been waiting for.
Right.
Because there's truth in this gratitude.
Perfect.
All right. Well, you said that be a pillar of good, be the light. That was the challenge to the listeners. So I would challenge each of you to go out there and be that pillar of good. I mean, it starts at home. It starts with you. It's an inside job. So do what you need to do. So I've just got a few more questions that we're gonna pivot now. We're gonna talk just completely about Thanksgiving right now, since we are going to the holiday here in a couple of days here in the States. And, I just wanted to know if you have any favorite Thanksgiving memories from maybe when you were a kid or any special traditions you took part in around this festive holiday. This is my favorite holiday. So I always like to hear what
it's
other
a favorite.
people
It's
feel
a family favorite. It's a family favorite. Just, the contribution of the things that I've done with my kids throughout this holiday. Like one of my favorite memories was when I was working in the industry where we were fueling equipment. When I worked for a petroleum company, I had an opportunity to fuel this company that was, I don't know what the hell they were doing with these turkeys. I don't even remember what they were doing with them, but there were tractor trailer loads of turkeys. And they gave me several cases. I think I had like 50 turkeys, right, that they gave me to take. So what I did was I distributed some of them throughout my family. Everybody got a turkey. But then me and my 2 oldest children took the turkeys to a homeless shelter, and we cooked dinner for the homeless all morning for Thanksgiving for like half a day. And it was to give my kids that experience, to be able to, do some actionable gratitude there. Really was a lot of fun. And it was a way to be able to bless several of the homeless shelters in the city that I lived in at the time. I think we hit most of them. I had so many birds, I was like, what am I going to do with all these damn turkeys? But that's what we did. We gave them to the homeless shelters, and then we went into one of them and we actually cooked a meal for hundreds of homeless people.
Yeah, it's such an act of selflessness and humility, and it's just a beautiful thing. I mean, you actually gave that gift to us in your Destination 7 program years ago when we packed up books for Africa and we put together boxes for the homeless shelters. I mean, just by engaging in that little simple thing, you remember that you're a human and that you're helping other humans, and that's something that's lost, and that just gave me chills, so that's amazing. That's great. How about turkey? Roasted, deep fried, or smoked?
Smoked.
Oh my God!
Every day of the week.
Seriously, the best turkey I've ever had is
throw it on the green egg.
Throw it on the green egg, and I still to this day, and I've had delicious turkeys all over the country. That one is my favorite.
Yeah, I was. Here's the thing. That was not part of my childhood. The smoked turkey. My mom made it in the oven. Just
roasted.
Probably. Yep. And I don't remember where the first place was that I tasted it, but this is easily. Oh, this is longer than 20 years ago. This is probably almost 30 years ago now. And what I did was I had a real cheap smoker in my early 20s, and it took me 24 hours to make my first smoked turkey. Didn't know what I was doing, but it was unbelievably amazing. And then as the years went on, I ended up getting a green egg, which does that make a good smoked turkey?
God.
And it doesn't take 24 hours anymore to make it. But yeah, it's a favorite. Like I've never run across anybody that doesn't taste it and be like, oh my God, this is amazing. So that'll probably be another do this year.
It's true. Yeah. And it's funny because we only eat turkey like once a year. It's on Thanksgiving. If I had a green egg, I should go get a green egg, but you've got one. So why just not use yours?
I usually make one, bring it over to your house.
Totally. I absolutely love it. What is your favorite thing to eat on Thanksgiving?
I like the smoked turkey, mashed potatoes and gravy, stuffing. I like pumpkin pie, blueberry pie. I'm trying to think what else. Pumpkin pie, blueberry pie. I do like cherry pie. Blueberry is my favorite pie, but I like pumpkin pie. I also like coconut cream pie.
It's Thanksgiving desserts.
Yeah, Thanksgiving desserts. And then sometimes, like if we have guests over or whatever, somebody will make something that is a tradition from their family or from a different culture, which I always find fascinating, and it's usually delicious, whatever it is.
Yeah, for sure. Is there anything you won't eat?
For Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
No, I can't say that there is.
Yeah, me either.
No, I think, there's never been not in that meal, there's nothing that I don't like.
I'm probably one of the few Irish people that don't like mashed potatoes. It's not my favorite
you don't
thing.
like, but your kids do.
My kids love mashed potatoes.
Your kids love
and they like the real mashed potatoes that David Nagel makes, which was potato buds at the time.
Yeah, they didn't know.
Potatoes before too, but
I know.
Yeah, I mean, Emma, that blew her mind. Like, I just love David's potatoes. They were potato buds, but she didn't know the difference because she absolutely loved them. Leftovers, yay or nay?
Oh, totally.
Yeah,
absolutely.
How do you get down on leftovers after?
When I was a kid, my favorite leftover was a turkey sandwich with American cheese and mayonnaise, stuffing on the side, and Ruffles potato chips or pretzels.
Yes.
And it was that, and then it was like watching television in the afternoon or something like that. That was just that's like a warm, fuzzy memory from my childhood.
Yeah. You know what I loved about my Thanksgiving spent in the Midwest, because we lived in Wisconsin for 8 years. They do Thanksgiving dinner at like noon. right?
Yes,
So we would get together
totally.
at noon.
Yep.
We would eat our Thanksgiving dinner, and then we'd pass out for a couple hours, watch some football. And then at about the 5 o'clock hour, when normally most people are
Yep.
sitting down to Thanksgiving dinner, we're having supper, however you want to phrase
Right.
it in farming terms. And then you'd take out all the leftovers and start making the sandwiches and putting the turkey and the mayonnaise. And there's this sauce that I can't get enough of called Famous Sauce, which is made by Durkee. We call it Durkee's, but it's kind of like a mustard mayo hybrid. Smear a little of that on, then put the potato chips right on the sandwich and crunch it down. That's what I love to do. But I just think that, and I did say at the beginning, this is my favorite holiday. Oh yeah,
Gotta have
totally.
biscuits.
Well, especially down here in the South, right? I mean, we get to a place of this holiday is so important. And I think the one thing, the tradition that you've given us and several of your clients who have gone through some of your events is the appreciations and gratitudes.
Yeah.
So one of the things we like to do, and we've done this many years at our house, is we go around the table and share a little bit about, what we appreciate about ourselves and then what we're grateful for from the year that was. And I think, looking back on 2020, when we sit down in a few days, I think we're all going to have something to really think about and to ponder, but know that this is an unprecedented time that's really taught us how strong we are, how resilient we are, and we know that in the law of polarity, the better things are yet to come. So, but I appreciate you. Taking time to talk about your Thanksgiving memories a little bit.
Yeah, I
with
appreciate
us.
you too.
I think people are going to enjoy this episode, and we do hope that all of you have a very amazing Thanksgiving, and we will see you on the next one. Yeah.
Why are you stuck where you are? Here's a revelation, probably because you want to be stuck where you are. We get questions constantly. How do I change my income? How do I change my marriage? How do I find happiness? How do I find my purpose? Has it ever occurred to you that you are where you are because that's exactly where you want to be? I don't think that many people actually consider that when they're miserable, when they're not getting the results that they say they want, it's because they don't really want them. I do a goal setting part of seminars that I do. And in the goal setting, one of the things that we talk about is that there's two very important questions that you have to be able to answer yes to in order to get where you want to go, in order to accomplish a goal. One of them is, am I able? Am I able to be successful? Am I able to be whatever I want to be? Am I able to be wealthy, right? So it's the am I able? And then the second one is, am I willing? The idea is that you have to be able to answer yes to both of those, and it has to be a pretty congruent, conscious yes in a person's mind. And I've taught for years that, the am I able part, it should be a pretty easy yes for most people, because if you just look at human history, if you look at what we have created, what we have invented, all the things that are created by human beings, the achievements that we've made, both good and bad, in every direction throughout history, the one thing that it points to, if you get out of the specifics of those things, is that the ability of the human being to create something is astronomical. Like it's amazing what we can create. And if you take a step back and you really get in and you focus on the idea of how are we able to actually do that, it starts to become fundamentally true that there's laws that the entire universe is governed by. And one of the major laws that human beings create with is the perpetual law of transmutation of energy. And really what that means is that energy in throughout the entire universe is consistently moving to and through things. And we know that the energy turns into the thing that it moves through. Life has a genetic code. All of life has a genetic code, and that genetic code determines what that energy, what form and purpose and functionability that energy is going to take as it moves to and through that thing, whatever that thing is. And human beings are one of that thing. We are a thing in the universe. We are a life form in the universe. We have a genetic code, but we also have what I like to call a spiritual DNA, or a generational, possibly like a purpose-filled generational DNA that always seems to match wherever we are in history. So the idea is that there is this constant creation and movement forward of life. And within the movement forward of life, we have what we look at as things that are good that we bring to the table of humanity, and things that are not good that we bring to the table. Meaning, human beings have the ability to create either or in their life. Now, the second question is, am I willing? If I answer yes to am I able, then the question is, am I willing? Well, am I willing what? And this is where the problem comes from for the idea today. Most people walk around talking about how much they want their life to be better. They want more money. They want better health. They want to be in better shape. They want more sex or better sex. They want better relationships. They want a better job. They want a better business. They want a better car. They want a better house. They want to be able to travel. Today, one of the things that we're going through is they want better government. Like, we're so split down the middle in the United States, it's insane. And I might touch on that a little bit later in the show. But we want things to be better. And for the most part, we walk around complaining about what we don't have, and then constantly saying, I wish or I want things to be better, without ever considering the idea of why we're in the situation that we're in. Now, if we get down to the individual's position in life, think about your own position in life, what you have created, where you are, what you're experiencing as your life. If you want it to be better, and you've wanted it to be better for some time, and it's not getting better, you're probably looking for reasons that it's not getting better. But here's the truth. The real truth is, the reason it's not getting better is because you're not willing to do what it takes in order for it to be better. We're at a time in history now where, because of the internet, there's virtually no topic that we can't type into that damn thing and come up with all the resources that will tell us how to basically do anything. It's all there, and it's all there for, it's relatively free. That information is free. It'll tell you how to lose weight. It'll tell you how to have better sex. It'll tell you how to get out of debt. It'll tell you how to become wealthy. It'll tell you how to have better relationships. It'll tell you how to remove the negative from your life. It'll tell you how to be more positive. It'll tell you how to find a job, how to start a business, how to build a team. Anything that you could possibly want in your life that you think would make your life better, that information is there and it's free. And yet people still walk around complaining and bitching and moaning and blaming and being a victim, because the truth is, they're simply not willing to do what it takes to change. Now, I have a bit of a shift on this idea here. The idea of, am I able? You become able when you become willing. When we talk about able from not just a metaphorical idea in our mind, like, am I able, let me look at the history of humanity and see, have other people done this before? Do I know anybody that's done this? Can I research a biography or the history of a person and how they've actually done something? That's one thing. But if we take able and we want to actually make it practical, then in order for it to become practical, we have to be willing. Otherwise, it's absolutely not practical. It's not in any shape. I mean, it just isn't. So what's the problem? The problem is that people aren't willing. They say that they want change. They say that they want things to be different. But when it comes down to what do I have to do it, they're simply not willing to do it. I know just from my own personal history and working with people for over 2 decades now, that I've never met anybody that can't change. I've met so many people that have changed their life so significantly from where they once were in all kinds of dire straits, whether it's a blown business or a blown marriage, or their finances were so screwed it looked like they would never get out, to changing it over to where they're happy, they're healthy, they're wealthy, they're using their creativity, they're contributing to life, they're actually making a difference, and they're in a place psychologically, emotionally, where they couldn't be happier. They're just unbelievably happy individuals. But without question, every single one of them stepped into the willingness of doing it. They literally said, it doesn't matter what it is, I'm willing to do it. I've also seen people that I'll have a real, hard, truthful conversation with someone before I work with them, or if they tell me that they're thinking about coaching, would I coach them? And I say to them basically this: I will work with the person provided that they do exactly what it is that I tell them to do, based on the result that they say that they want. The day that they start telling me that they're not going to do it, I'm done. Like, I do not want to work with that individual. And the reason that I don't want to work with them is because their way will never get them the result that they're looking for. To argue about what the price is for what you want to achieve is a fool's game. You're being a complete fool to sit around and argue about the price of something. The other thing, because I started asking myself, where is this nonsense and entitlement coming from? And I think it comes from the idea that when it comes to personal professional development, whether it's formal, if you kind of trace the history of where it came from, and you look at the books and the recordings of the people that came before us that really kind of preach that message, something becomes very obvious over a period of time. And I think what's obvious about it is that originally that message was about empowerment so that you were not only knowledgeable about your willingness, but you embraced it. You embraced the fact that you've got the freedom to step into the willingness to actually do what's necessary in order to have the results that you want. And we bastardized that message. All you have to do is pretty much go look at any of the marketing that's being done on social media, or basically in any other place, for any kind of coach or self-improvement or whatever. And here's what you see. You see people insinuating that they could get better results in a shorter period of time, and they don't have to do anything for it. Or they have to do very less for it. The idea is that it's easy, you don't have to sacrifice something in order to get the thing that you want. And I openly will tell you that in much of my marketing, there is a similar message. But here's the reason why. Because people have come to believe through the idea of entitlement, and people preaching the wrong message, that it is easy in a way where they don't actually have to put in the effort, the dedication, the discipline, the sacrifice of something we have to sacrifice something of a lower nature to gain something of a higher nature. And to do this in a way where we literally transform who we're being. We're looking at ourselves and we're saying, okay, here's the deal. However I was raised, whether it was not any choice of my own, or maybe it was just through bad choices or being lazy, I developed habits that are not getting me what I want. And it's a lot of it is just common sense. If you want to get out of debt and make more money, you spend less and you earn more. It's not rocket science. It's that simple. And yet people want to know, what's the secret? What's the secret? What's the trick to this? There is no trick. It is you spend less and you earn more. If you always earn more than you spend and you do intelligent things with your money, you will build wealth in your life as the majority of human beings see it, where you actually have money working for money in your life. You have enough money so that you can live the lifestyle that you want without actually going broke. There's also something to be said for the skill set behind being able to do that, which allows you to continue to do it for the rest of your life. If you don't have the skill set to do it, or you believe that there's some magic out there, which is what so much of the world seems to be falling into, this crazy magical thinking that we can get something for nothing. And when we don't get the thing for nothing, we walk around and we start pointing fingers and blaming other people because we don't have what we want. And then we start championing all of the people that don't have what they want. And we start creating movements in the world that are based in entitlement and taking from the people that have and giving them to the ones that don't. We continually spread a rabid message of victimization and entitlement, and taking the people that have worked really hard and actually done something with shaping their life and just making them flat out wrong or criminal. And it's a horrible, horrible message. So the marketing, why do we see the marketing do what it does? Because it has to meet people where they are or they can't hear anything, even for the ones that sincerely want to change. You have to speak to those individuals on the level of where they are and what their life experience is. But when it comes down to the significance of what we're going to change, if we're not willing to come to terms with, admit, and be able to start to see that if we have a problem and we continue to complain about this problem, we literally want to stay in the problem, we're never going to change it. We will absolutely never change it. Now, when I first changed, I didn't know that. I had absolutely no idea that I was literally hanging on to the problem and the experience that I was in. And I would sit down every day and I would look at trying to come up with some kind of practical solution. How do I actually get out of this problem that I'm experiencing in my life? How do I change my money around? How do I double my income? How do I get rid of the debt? How do I move into a better neighborhood for my family? I was looking at that, but nothing was changing. Absolutely nothing was changing. And nothing was changing because I was holding on to my belief system about why I was in the place that I was in. I didn't realize I was blaming other people for it at the time. I didn't realize that I was coming from this place of entitlement that said somebody should give me something so I could get out of this situation. I didn't know that that's what was going on in my mind, but I think that we have to become absolutely aware that there's this foolishness going on out there where people are complaining and they want their life to change. And not only do they not realize that they really want to be in that place, but they're blaming other people for being in the place probably more than ever. You know, it's in my mind, it's an evil sin from the pit of hell that people are having this experience. But here's what we have to wake up to. Whatever it is that you're experiencing it because you want to. Now, that's either a conscious idea or an unconscious idea, but the truth is you want to be where you are. It may not make sense to you in the moment, but think about it like this. There's a reason that you got into the place that you're into to begin with. It was a series of experiences, a series of learning processes, a series of things that people told you about life, about money, about whatever, and you built a belief system. That belief system then looks for verification of that belief system as you go through life. So everything that we're experiencing, the major error that we make is that we think that the world is happening to us. The experiences that we see are happening to us. And there becomes then a shift in empowerment. There's no self-empowerment. The empowerment goes out into the world, onto the problems that we see as problems. So we then don't see ourselves as being any part of the problem. Anytime there's a suggestion of change, even if it comes from myself, there's an unknown that goes along with that suggestion, meaning that I don't know what I might say I would love to be rich, but if I've never been rich, I don't know what my life would be like if I was rich. I may have some ideas of what it might be like based on how I know the people around me react to rich people, or think about rich people, or think about wealth, or think about capitalism. I may have some fundamental idea of how those people might react or think about it, but I don't really know what my life would be like. I just don't know. In the unknowing of that kind of a major change in decision in a person's life, there is a reasonable amount of uncertainty and fear that goes along with it. The uncertainty and fear is a subconscious process. The subconscious mind, all it wants to do is to keep us alive in the moment so that we can procreate and move the next generation forward. That's really all our subconscious mind, that's the intention of it. How it does is a little bit more complicated because it really operates based on pattern recognition. It has a series of patterns that are installed in it, like the hard drive of a computer. It's constantly scanning your life for anything that represents those patterns so that it can make sure that you're not dying right now, and that you're continuing to move forward. But it doesn't really know anything outside of that pattern recognition. If it doesn't recognize anything outside of that pattern recognition, it also doesn't know that you won't die. So what does it do? It wants to keep you within the recognizable state of the patterns that it knows to keep you alive. Now that would be the subconscious wanting to stay the same. The conscious wanting to stay the same is going to have a lot to do with what other people think, dealing with other people in your life and how they actually think different about what you're doing. It will have to do with saying yes to things that you may be afraid to say yes to, saying no to things that might be difficult for you to say no to because it involves other people that you care about. There could be peer or family pressure that goes on with that. And then you have to learn how to set boundaries. So that means that you have to become comfortable with confrontation within your own family, friend, or working environment. And in all of doing that, it becomes very uncomfortable. So instead of actually dealing with it, what we do is we look at the things that we say that we want. We find all the reasons why it can't happen, and we never allow ourselves to step into the willingness. It's very rare that a person would step into the willingness because they're so inspired to do something that it causes them to change all of their old patterns, their beliefs, the stories that they tell themselves, the dealing with friends and family that are around them. The thing that typically creates this kind of a change where where they step into the willingness so that they become able to turn their life around is some kind of tragedy in their life, something that goes horribly wrong. When they hit the bottom of the barrel with something, they have that dark night of the soul experience where it becomes so painful that the pain of what they're experiencing in the moment supersedes the unknown pain of change to the point where they say, that's it, I'm done. I absolutely will do whatever it takes in order to change my life around. In that moment, that person steps into the willingness. The moment they step into the willingness, they become able. That's it right there. The moment they step into the willingness, they become able. So you have to look at your life and you have to realize something that might be a very hard lesson for you to learn. If you're looking at what it takes to change and you're simply not willing, meaning that you're trying to bargain with your success or you're out and out projecting it, as something that you can't control or somebody is at a fault for you being there, you're not willing. You're absolutely not willing. And nothing will change because you lose your ability to be, do, or have whatever you want when you're not able. And you're not able because you're not willing. Now, I've told people this for a long time. Sometimes they get it and they go home and they think about it. Sometimes people get angry with the idea. They get angry because if you look at it like this, you cannot step into the truth about what it takes for you to change and without letting go of blaming other people for why you are where you are. You absolutely have to let go of blame of anything or any person if you're going to become able. And that's the willingness. You have to be willing to let go of that in order to be able to do it, or you stay right where you are. So it comes down to this. Every person is able, but they cannot step into that ability until they're willing to do whatever it takes in order to become the success or the change that they say that they want to have. And if they're not willing to do it, they're staying where they are because that's exactly where they want to be. So my advice is quit bullshitting yourself and saying you want to be somewhere or you want to do something or you want to change it when you know damn well that you're just not willing to do what it takes. At least admit to yourself so that you can accept some form of responsibility about where you are, and then possibly you'll be able to work on the reality of that at some future time. But for the moment, if you keep living in the delusion where it's somebody else's fault that you are where you are, you're going to stay there for the rest of your life. And you don't have a hope in hell of anything changing because you've shifted all of your God-given power onto either external circumstances or another individual or a series of individuals, and you have abdicated your own power. You don't have it anymore, and nothing's going to change. You have to be ready in your life to move into the willing so that you become able to change. And if you're not going to do that, you have to realize you're going to stay broke and miserable, but the only reason that you're doing that is because that's where you want to be. My suggestion to you is find whatever it is inside of yourself that you need to hold on to look at your own life and say, no matter what, I'm willing to get out of this victimized way of thinking and actually make a damn difference in my life and also be a difference in the lives of other people.
When I originally went through the titling of this episode and listening to what you had talked about, I thought about how, at my dinner table, right? My kids are familiar with this concept of why are you choosing to have this experience? And it's one of those situations where it's very easy to become a victim and not realize in the moment that you are creating the exact thing that you are whining about or complaining
Absolutely.
about. And I think that really triggers people, and I think it frustrates people because then they start to say, well, I didn't plan for my son to get asthma, or I didn't plan for, my husband to die from cancer and all these other sorts of things. If you can claim that the good things that are happening to you because you're such a good person, you also have to accept those bad things as well, right? Yeah, totally.
Absolutely. When you what people say, what you said all the time, I didn't cause my husband having cancer. I didn't cause my kids having leprosy. No, get out of blame, okay? Quit looking at the world through blame and victimization. Nobody's blaming you for anything. There's a difference between judgment and accepting responsibility. Accepting responsibility empowers you. Blaming yourself just tears your self-esteem down. This isn't about blaming you, but if you're doing something that's not working, it ain't gonna fucking change until you change.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and I think personal responsibility is something that's lost on a lot of people. Like they're always looking for ways to feel entitled, which we'll get to here in a bit, versus empowered. But I want to start from the beginning where you asked two very simple questions that you ask in all of the seminars you do, and you've mentioned them on this podcast before. Those two questions are, am I able and am I willing?
Right.
And you said yes, must be congruent in both of those, and they also must be conscious. We're not unconsciously answering those questions because we talked about in the episode why that doesn't quite work. Can you talk about why those two questions are so pivotally important in your events and maybe even how it plays out in your own life when you're making decisions?
Because I don't think, here's the thing. A person will say, I want this. Maybe it's wealth, maybe it's health, maybe it's a relationship, whatever it is. Then they set a goal for it. Here's the goal. This is the direction that I'm going to go with my life. But if they start to approach it with whatever they're thinking about why they don't have it right now, they'll never get there. So a goal gives your life direction. If I set a goal, it gives my life direction. However, I need to know what direction to move into. Like, am I getting in a car going in that direction? How am I getting to that trajectory? And the two questions, am I able and am I willing, allow you to even get on the path to that trajectory.
Yeah, and I love how in the episode you said something to the effect of you become able when you become willing.
Correct.
Do I have that correct?
Correct.
So can you kind of briefly mention or just kind of talk a little bit more about how one has to happen before you can get to the other?
Yeah. So the thing is that I started changing the way that I was teaching this because we used to say, answer these two questions. Am I able? Am I willing? Well, if we just look from at history, am I able? You look at all the things that you have done. You can be the biggest friggin' loser in life, and you've still done amazing things in your life. There's no person that has not done some amazing things in their life. If you look at the history of what human beings have done in general, both good and bad, like we have like a horrific Hitler, Pol Pot, Mussolini, that type of thing. And you also have like an Alexander Graham Bell. You have a Mother Teresa. You've got a Gandhi. You've got a Martin Luther King. Jesus, right? You have great things at the epitome of those kinds of success. And then you have all the different things that we've invented that were never here like a table wasn't here when human beings showed up. The phone wasn't here. The automobile wasn't here. The airplane. All of these things came about because we have the ability to do things that fantastic, that amazing. But you don't become able as an individual until you become willing to do what it takes to create those things in your life,
Sure.
How many people probably thought about and probably insisted or were curious about our ability to fly? You know what I mean?
100%.
Like we were curious about this for as long as we looked to the skies and saw birds. Is it possible? Could it ever be possible for a human being to fly? But only two people did it become the ability to do it become apparent, and because they had to be willing to get off the ground. They had to be willing to put something together, which we now know is an airplane, and they had to be willing to risk their lives to put it up in the air. At that moment, they became able.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's something that, a lot of people struggle with is I always liken it back to, the new year. Everybody's all ramped up. We're only a month or so away from a brand new year.
Sure.
And people get really excited around that time of year. And we mentioned in a couple previous podcasts, you don't have to wait until the calendar changes to start making significant changes in your own life. But there's a lot of people that want to do things. You talked in the episode about how people walk through life wanting to make this change, wanting to make that change. But for the most part, they complain about what it takes to get that want to come in. You hear people all the time say, I want to lose 15 pounds. And then they do it for a day and they realize this isn't for me. And then they start complaining about, this happened or that happened, or excuse after excuse after excuse. And I feel like that's where, people really drop the ball. They want something, but do you really want it? So when setting a goal, I like that you brought up the goal. When setting a goal, you can't just say, I want this goal. You have to say, am I willing to do whatever it takes to get this goal? And if it's a sales goal or a monetary goal, are you willing to make phone calls until till it's midnight across time zones? I'm fascinated by the want, and I wonder if you could speak to more about that want that people, have in their life, and also the complaining that comes with it when they set the damn goal.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that the want can come from several different places. First and foremost, I believe that we all have a higher self. Now, you can call that a spiritual self, an energetic self. You can call it it's the energy in us that's always moving life forward, whatever you want to call it. I'm not hung up on what you call it. But there is that. And I think that curiosity, that movement forward that is within not just human beings, but all of life, causes us to question what we have, look around us, see what's out there, and it's this innate ability to want to explore and experience life to its fullest. So that causes us to want other things. There's also the want of the low self-esteem want. That is the envy want, the jealousy want, right? The keep up with the Joneses type of a want, where somewhere in our twisted psyche, we think that we'll be better or sexier or more valuable or safer in some ways if we just have what our brother or sister has, and whatever reason we have in our mind, we think that we can't get it. But if we could just get it, if we could just get to that place and have it, then we would be better off. So there's multiple places that this can come from. And understanding, I think, which one is stirring inside of you probably makes a big difference in the willingness to be able to step out and get it. If I have some sense of purpose, meaning like I look at my life and I see it's kind of confusing. I'm not quite happy with what I have, but I have this feeling like I could do more. That's probably your higher self speaking to you. And that's going to cause other questions, like, is this all there is? Do I have a different purpose in my life? Am I living up to maybe my religious belief, or am I living up to a value purpose that it was set by somebody in my life? If I'm coming from that place, I might ask much deeper questions about it. If I'm coming from fear, if I'm coming from insecurity, if I'm coming from low self-esteem, if I'm coming from jealousy or envy or anything like that, then I'm not really thinking about a deeper question where, when it comes down to, are you willing to get up every day at 4:30 to meet the sunrise, to X, to create X in your life, where you have to discipline yourself and push yourself and work past your comfort point every single day, probably it's going to be like, nope, I'm not. I'll just keep imagining that life could be better. But then what do I do with that energy? Because it's a weird energy. That's where we see blame come in. That's where we automatically put ourselves in the victim bucket, and we start blaming other people for why we are where we are. But the truth is, when you look at it, you're there because you want to be there. You're there because you're saying, I don't want to be uncomfortable. I don't want to get up at 4:30. I don't want to make sales calls till midnight. I don't want to exercise. I don't want to. And you're just being a whiny little bitch when you're doing that. I mean, you really are. Yeah. That's what it is.
Yeah.
But if you don't know that, and the thing about it that gets my energy going is that we're living in a society that is pumping that bullshit out like crazy. Everybody's in a place because it's somebody else's fault. We're labeling other people to a point where it's not only destructive, but it's becoming dangerous for people. And if you tell this if a little child grows up in this environment, they don't know that they're not a victim. They think they're a victim because everybody's told them they're a victim. So we're creating a ticking time bomb in humanity with this victimization and this labeling and judging other individuals, all because we don't want to accept responsibility for ourselves. And you and I had a conversation about this the other day, the aspect of the social media playing a role in this, where it's allowing all the victims of the universe to unite and then go out, and the whole idea is tear down everybody that has something to prove that we're right. And it's bullshit.
And like you said, it's dangerous. It very much is.
It's very dangerous.
Yeah. And that's perfect, because I wanted to have a conversation with you about entitlement versus empowerment. Obviously, two very different ends of that spectrum. And, I, like you, struggle mightily with people who feel entitled to anything when they haven't done anything to get that.
Sure.
And you talked about embracing the freedom to do what's necessary to get the results you want. And you brought in social media, just like you did a moment ago, and how we navigate life, and even in business to some degree, in this instant gratification culture. And now you've done, much of your business has been done, the previous decades were done pre-social media.
Yeah, that's
And now
true.
you're having to adapt on the fly to live within it. So what should I be on the lookout to determine if, say, I am a person who feels entitled versus being empowered, and how can I flip that if I am? So using me as an example, I don't consider myself an entitled person, but just for the sake of this podcast, if someone is not sure if they're entitled or if they're empowered, how can they see that within themselves? And if they are entitled, hopefully they don't want to stay there, how do they flip it?
Ask yourself this question. Do you think it's fair that other people have things that you don't? Because the idea of fairness is for idiots and babies. Fairness, that everything should be equally distributed amongst everybody, is absolute nonsense. It would stop the entire progression of the human race moving forward instantaneously. All of life follows the truth that it only gets better by working through problems and working through struggle. We better ourselves as human beings, whether that's mentally, psychologically, emotionally, physically, tactically, mathematically. All you have to do is look at all of nature. Nothing's handed to nature. Every piece of nature gets up every damn day and does what it has to do to get what it needs to move its species forward. Today, there's people running around going, it's not fair, it's not fair, it's not fair, when we live in a world that operates by cause and effect. There's nothing. If you live in a free society, now where I would say it's not, where the fairness may come in, is if you live in a dictatorial society, right? So that's a different topic. If you live in a society where by my choice, I can go out and cause my wealth to change. I can cause my debt to change. I can cause my relationships to change. I can actually create change, help other people create change. If we live in a place like that, then we have moved in our life in accordance with the law of cause and effect, where what's fair is you get what you work for. You get what you grow into in life. You don't get what's handed to you.
Yeah.
Nor should anything be handed to you.
Right. Absolutely. It takes away any sort of urgency for you to be and do more of yourself.
Right.
And, there's a lot of talk about like things like basic social income and the welfare system and all these things. And I'm sure there's benefits for people that really need it, but giving everyone across the board, especially during this difficult time, it seems like it's almost taking the pressure off, and it's not doing any positive growth for our world in general. I feel like that just feeds entitlement, right? And that's a scary situation, because the more people that are entitled, like you said, the kids, sometimes I forget about the kids that are growing up in this. They know no different.
They don't.
So that's a scary proposition, because as I age, they're growing up. I know the difference of what it was pre-social media, post-social media. They don't.
Right.
And that's just a scary thing for me.
And, it should be scary. It should scare the shit out of you. And here's the reason why. You take those kids, as they grow up, what they will learn is that all the people that have something are bad people, right? If you look at previous generations and you look at previous cultures, they were raised to not only respect their elders, but also learn the wisdom of those people, right? If the moment that we make those people bad or evil or wrong, we have no respect for their wisdom anymore. We have no respect for what they've learned, what they've gone through, what those individuals can bring to the up and coming generations. I mean, that's how wisdom has been passed on, forever. So the real thing about this that is screwy is that any person is preventing you from getting what it is that you desire in your life. If you were to move to a welfare system, and here's the thing that I do believe. I believe that our society is so complex at this time that we do need to provide some kind of welfare assistance to some people. However, it needs to be done in a way where we help you help yourself, so that person is actually helping themselves get to the point where they don't need the help anymore. And we have to hold those people accountable to that, right? If you want help, you have to be accountable to get to the place where you can actually help yourself. You're not going to be dependent upon everybody else forever. It's just, that is not okay. If we do that, if we moved into a society where let's take everything away from the wealthy and spread it out amongst everybody, number one, the wealthy would have it all back in no time whatsoever, because the people at the bottom have no maturity, they have no emotional maturity, they have no skill sets, they don't understand how money moves within a democratic society or a capitalistic society, and they would have it all back again in no time whatsoever, just by the laws of how those things operate, right? But if you removed those and you just made it like a level playing field for everybody, human growth would stop and it would actually start to retard. It would go backwards because people would not get stronger, they would get weaker. Education would not get better, it would become less. There would be no need for people to learn and strive to be more, do more, and have more in their life, and we would become weaker and weaker and weaker as a species. And if that was just left to keep going in that direction, we would die out as a species, because anything that's not getting stronger is getting weaker. Anything that is not moving toward life is moving toward death. So it might take a long time for that to happen, but that's exactly what would happen.
Yeah, if you're not growing, you're dying.
100%.
That's what you say all the time.
There is no in between to that.
Right. And the reality of the situation is, the truth in all this, what's going on in our world with the COVID-19 and the racial injustices and the election and all these things that have happened. We are still living in unprecedented and historic times, and it's not all bad. I think that's the big thing that people need to realize. The world hasn't come to an end. We just need to find some sort of a way to move beyond it and grow. And I think that starts on a soul level. It's an inside job. If every person said to themselves, I'm no longer going to be bound by a need to be entitled, I'm going to empower myself to be, do, and have more, that would raise up the collective conscious of all the people out there who are saying, one side, because right now we're 50-50 split down the middle, which necessarily isn't a bad thing as long as you don't attack the other people for a viewpoint or attack the other people because you're not doing what needs to be done.
But that's the problem.
Yeah.
We're making both sides making the other side 100% wrong. And then you have the people that are saying that we need to find somebody who's gonna bring us together. That this division is wrong. But here's the issue with this. Coming together just to come together is no reason to come together. The reason for our country coming together was having the same moral and ethical and value proposition of where we were going as a country. That ideology is totally fractured right now. So the only way that would happen based on the two parties that are battling is if the other party crosses the line and says, I'll believe the way that you do, right? That's not going to work either. It just won't work. It's total nonsense. So the question is, where is the moral and ethical foundation of what we're going to believe as a people that we then allow ourselves to express our individuality within that, right? Because you cannot have two completely polar opposite belief systems operating at the same time, or you end up with the division. And I believe we ended up with this division because we've lost a moral compass as a nation, period.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's gone.
you've talked about before the erosion of morals and how it hasn't happened the last 4 years. It's happened over the last the last 30 years or 20 years.
Oh.
There's been a slow erosion of moral values, and I think we're starting to feel more and more the effect of that. And then you throw the social media powder keg on top of that, where you can be completely anonymous and just stir shit up. And then you can get into the social dilemma around the algorithm and putting things in front of you that makes a normal, everyday, worker become a white nationalist over the course of 3 months because of all the incessant feed that's being put in front of them.
Right.
It really is it's an interesting situation. And it brings us back to, why am I choosing to have this experience? You said, and I love this in the episode, that we have to wake up to the idea that what we're experiencing, both good and bad, is our choice, and we are creating it. It's our creation. And it's easy to do, like I said earlier, when things are red hot and clicking. You know, it's really easy to say, yeah, that's all me, but not so much when you're bringing in all these struggles in your life. And you said quite bluntly, if you're struggling, it's on you. That's because you're choosing that. The world is not happening to us. It's happening because of us. So how do we get that line of thinking to be more prevalent in our daily life? How do we shift from it's not happening to me, it's happening because of me, and move through it?
We have to accept responsibility. It's
personal responsibility again. It always comes down to that, I feel
100%.
like.
Because here's the thing behind responsibility. If I'm not accepting responsibility for myself, I'm blaming someone or something for my experience. And if I'm blaming someone or something for my experience, I have no power to change. I have to have them change in order for me to have the power I think I need to change. And it's a lie. That's completely wrong. We are all embodied with that power, but it does no good if we don't accept it. Then the acceptance of it means that I take responsibility for my life, my choices, my situations, my mistakes, my error, everything, 100% responsibility. And I think what we've confused is the responsibility from judgment, right? If you accept responsibility for everything in your life, including the mistakes, it doesn't mean that you're judging yourself. It doesn't make you a bad person, because we all have mistakes, right? So the idea is, if I take responsibility, I now have the power to change. I can look at my life very introspectively and say, okay, here's what needs to change. If I want to do this, whatever this is, if I take responsibility, I have the ability now to step into the willingness, which then makes me able to change. But if I continue to make you the cause of my problem, it just falls flat. It doesn't work.
Yeah, and it's something you can do right now. Like, you can very easily accept responsibility for anything bad that's going on in your life if you do a simple shift right now and say, yep, that's on me, and say it out loud. Maybe it's to a coworker, maybe it's to your boss, maybe it's to your spouse. I screwed up. Like, I always joke with, staff and also my therapist, two of the most difficult words for me to say that it very rarely escape my mouth are "I'm sorry." I'll wait for the other person to come up and call me out about how big of a dick I was before I'll say I'm sorry. And that's something that I've worked on, and I'm still, like, as far as the needle goes, I'm like 25% where I need to be, but I'm trending up. Let's just say that. But it's really interesting when you take a moment to realize if you just accepted responsibility when you screw up. For me, it's because I'm a perfectionist and I've got perfectionist tendencies. And it's me shifting from progress, not perfection. That's my new mantra. So it's really understanding that if I can get to a place where I accept responsibility for all things in my life, then my kids are going to see that and they're going to do the same, and then their kids. And then you start to create this groundswell of personal responsibility versus those people who are constantly blaming other people. And that's how I want to close this out, by talking about the importance of letting go of blame if you're going to become able. You said that so eloquently in the show. You said that's what keeps a person stuck. Like, if you're going to continuously blame everybody else for your problems, you're going to stay exactly right where you are.
Right.
So I guess to close this and finish this off, why has blame so rapidly become the default mode of how we think and interact with other people?
Well, I don't know that I know why. In other words, I don't know. So let me tell you what I do know instead of what I don't know. What I know is that there are some people that, for whatever reason, probably because they were raised in a way where they were not taught responsibility. I think it's generational. You have parents or grandparents that they don't think they're responsible for their life. The situations that they're living in, they've blamed on other people or government or whatever. And there may be some partial truth, to some of that stuff. However, they've completely projected it onto something else. So they don't have any sense of responsibility whatsoever. Now I pass it on to my kids. The second I pass it on to the children, a very interesting thing takes place. They see the world through that filter, but they don't see it through the filter of personal responsibility. So when they say, when the kid says, how come we don't have this? Or how come we don't have enough money for Christmas? Or why don't we have new clothes or whatever? And the parents say, because that person over there has all the money and they're bad people or whatever. The kid doesn't know any different. There's no other experience for that child. So the child grows up within the ideology of being a victim. And now what's interesting is the kid's growing up in their own ideology of being a victim, but that's not what everybody's ideology is in the world that kid is actually part of. So they resist any kind of responsibility because they were also probably taught that people look at them as bad people if they're living the way that they're living. So now they project that onto others. So that's now it's not a person who's different, it's a person who's bad. And once I label it bad, am I going to think about becoming that? No. And that's what we've done. So then you take it where, yeah, we've always had that as far as certain groups of people that are out there, but it didn't have the ability to spread the way that it does today because social media has allowed the disenfranchised in the world, so to speak, and the ideology behind it, okay, to cling together in a way where you have a large group of people making another large group of people wrong because of where they are. And because they all cling together, there's nobody saying, hey, loser, knock it the fuck off. You actually can do something about the situation that you're in. It's not the guy down the street's fault. You can change this. You absolutely can change this. No, they're saying they're banding together and it's like I have a buddy in my disempowerment. I have a buddy in being a victim. We're victims.
You're just like me.
We're victims together. You're just like me. So it used to be that was relatively small compared to the way that it is today. But yes, because of the internet and the things that have evolved out of the internet, I see that it is taking something that has the ability to be incredibly good and is good in many ways, but it's also, and how it expands that, it's also allowing the bad to expand.
Yeah, and it gets away from you really quickly. When the groundswell of hate and divisiveness is, you can send out something right now in 140 characters that can be broadcast over the world and get reshared and everybody's liking it. It happens so fast, it takes away the human element of it.
Right.
And it can be very, very destructive.
We live in the United States, we live in a country where we have these freedoms because of our Constitution. So a person is as free as they want to be broke, to be unhappy, to be miserable, to be sick, whatever, as long as it doesn't infringe on the rights of another individual. But what's fascinating about that is that while it was like, okay, I'm not sure who would want to live that way, but we know that there's people that are, so they can live that way. That's their individual choice. But when they take that choice and then go ultra victim and start to say that the people that are actually doing something with their life are bad and that those people are causing them to be in this place and that I need what you have in order to get out of this place, now it's dangerous. Now it's absolutely dangerous. It's not just sad anymore or an individual choice. It's actually dangerous because what we're doing is we're doing what Marxism did, what communism did, what other ideologies around the world have done to destroy millions of people throughout time. these people don't even know their damn history. So it is, Brandon, it's a very dangerous thing.
Yeah, it's like, just what popped into my head was Salem in the late 1600s. Like when people are vilifying other people, not based in any sort of truth. It's just like you throw something out there, and because of the people that get behind it so quickly, it sticks. So in the court of public opinion, if you do, it's cancel culture. It's all these things.
But it's also confirmation bias, right? If once the idea of a witch gets into your head, then everything that you see is through the filter of a witch. So what do you start looking for? Every reason why your neighbor is a witch, and then they start burning them at the stake, right? We have this right after the election went to Biden. You've got the far left of Congress. You have AOC saying that we should keep lists of people, literally keep lists of people that supported Trump, and that we should cancel culture them. They should not be able to get jobs. They should not be able to advance in life. We need to watch everything that they do. Like, this is, number one, it's in the news. Go look it up on the internet if you don't believe me. I'm not making it up. These things are things that several people that are in government tweeted that this is what we should be doing, because everybody that voted for Trump is a racist, and everybody that voted for Trump is dangerous. You've got 50% of the country that voted for that guy, right? What's dangerous is that we're going to start making each other dangerous and the enemy, and that is not a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, we just need to calm down. Like, we just need to take a breath and calm down and realize humans are a powerful force. We'll come up with new, interesting, creative ways.
But they're doing it because they want to do it.
Yeah, it's true. They're doing it because they want to do it. So, ask yourself, why are you choosing to have this experience? And if it's a positive experience, that's excellent. We would love to hear more about your insights on this episode. We're really trying to be very candid in how we speak about these things. And I think that this was an outstanding episode about, am I willing? Am I able, and what am I going to do to shift from being entitled to being empowered?
You bet.
So,
the affirmative power and the truth as being a real manifestation to all things. In his book, The Hidden Power, if you've never read Troward's book, The Hidden Power, you should. It's a must read. Some of it's a little bit difficult, but there's some really great stuff in here. In chapter 4, he's got something called affirmative power. And this is what I kind of want to bring to this today. He says, thoroughly to realize the true nature of affirmative power is to possess the key to the great secret. We feel its presence in all of the innumerable forms of life by which we are surrounded, and we feel it as the life in ourselves. And at last, someday, the truth bursts upon us like a revelation that we can wield this power, this life, by the process of thought. And as soon as we see this, the importance of regulating our thinking begins to dawn upon us. Now, when I read this the first time, it had to be probably about 8 years after I had my first experience with significantly changing something about myself. And it's funny because all the different literature that I've gone through, it'll talk about some idea, some experience that puts you in touch with another side of yourself that's not there. Napoleon Hill talked about it in Think and Grow Rich. And I remember thinking that I was in such a place of despair. I had no idea how I was going to get out and turn around anything in my life. Not making any money, got all kinds of problems going on. And I mean, if you listen to the podcast before, you know the story, right? So I was a forklift driver in the back of this trailer. I had like a major meltdown one night, and this idea comes to my mind: change your attitude. So this is where I start. The change that I made was three things. I act like I love what I did. I did every job to the best of my ability, and I treated people with total respect. But the part that I want to get to here with what Troward is talking about was the after effect of this. Because I don't always talk about that much in too much detail. But the idea is this. I did not I did not go set a goal to increase my income. I wanted to increase my income. I was hoping that I could go from $20,000 a year to $40,000 a year. I ended up going from 20 to 62, and it happened in 30 days. And the crazy thing about it was that, yes, the money was top of mind, but even more above that was to get out of the circumstance that I had created, to find a way out of the bad decisions that I had made. So I'm sitting there, say, 6 weeks later with my first paycheck from this new job that I have. And I'm looking at my name next to the equivalent of $62,000 a year. And I'm stunned. I'm shocked that my name is next to these numbers. It didn't cross my mind at all that I could get to that number, let alone have it happen so instantaneously in my life. And this is what actually started to get me thinking, because I was thinking to myself, I know I did something. I know that I somehow caused something to happen to create this effect that I'm currently having in my life. It was not luck. And there were a lot of people around me that basically were telling me that it was luck. But I knew there was something in my being. And this is what Troward's saying in here. Let me read this to you again. He says, thoroughly to realize the true nature of affirmative power is to possess the key to the great secret. We feel its presence in all the innumerable forms of life by which we are surrounded, and we feel it as the life in ourselves. And at last, someday, the truth bursts upon us like a revelation that we can wield this power, this life, by the process of thought. And as soon as we see this, the importance of regulating our thinking begins to dawn upon us. We ask ourselves what this thought process is, and we find that it is thinking affirmative force into forms which are the product of our own thought. We mentally conceive the form, and then we think life into it. Now, if you'd have told me that that's what I did that night in the back of that trailer, I wouldn't have even comprehended what it is that you were talking about. But later on, I found out that that's exactly what I did. But because the result came, it caused me to think about what could possibly change if I knew what I was doing. Because I didn't know what I was doing. I had no idea how my life changed that fast, that radically. And I suppose if you're a person sitting on the outside and you were looking in, you could very easily say, dude, you got lucky. You recognized a lucky break, you slipped in that sucker, and you got it, right? Okay, I'll buy that. I'll buy that for a moment. But the thing is that because I became aware that my thinking was somehow linked to this, even if it was just to say yes to an opportunity that I saw, what changed after that was significant enough to not link it to luck, because now my thought process changed. I started thinking about what I could actually do if I knew what I was doing. So one of the first things that I realized was I didn't know what I was doing. I realized that very quickly. And I realized I needed to find out, but I didn't even know where to look. I remember going to the library, right? There was no Amazon back in those days. I had to go to the library. And I didn't know where to look. I didn't know what book to look for. I didn't know what section. I started picking up biographies of people and kind of thumbing through those. That didn't quite feel right. I was starting to pick up some books on tape, and I was listening to them. So here I am, I'm searching, right? I'm searching for something that is going to kind of spark my mind and say, this is what happened. This is what you did, right? And I remember the thing that probably jumped it the most was when I came across Tony Robbins' personal power stuff back in 93. because he was directly speaking to the fact that you could change your life in 30 days on those tapes. And I was glued to those tapes, listening to it. But even with Tony, there was something about it that was missing. There was another question that I had. I couldn't formulate the question. I couldn't tell you what it was, but I knew that I would know it if I heard it. So I kept going down this process. Now let's think about what Troward's saying here. He says, this must always be the nature of the creative process on whatever scale, whether on a grand scale of a universal cosmic mind or on a miniature scale in the individual mind. The difference is only in the degree, the degree and not the kind. We may picture a mental machinery by which this is done in a way that best satisfies our intellect. And the satisfying of the intellect on this point is the potent factor in giving us that confidence in our mental action, without which we can affect nothing. But the actual externalism is the result of something more powerful than merely intellectual apprehension. And that's what was going on. The one piece that I carried over, so I have this experience, I manifest this job, this position. In skill set, it was pretty much a lateral move. In impact, it was like by the power of 10. And then I start very quickly rising the ladder at this new company. But my whole attitude changed about everything that I was doing. Now, I recognized that if I thought I could do something, all of a sudden I could do it. Now, I couldn't have told you that, right? All I know is that that's what I was experiencing. And I was like on this unbelievable high for a very long time, because I was taking on challenges that I had no idea how I was going to accomplish, and I was pulling them off. And I was doing it one after another, after another, after another. Again, still, I don't know what I'm doing, right? If you asked me to sit down and explain this, I couldn't. And I'm also noticing that people are watching me very closely, because you have to remember, I'm a guy that is like, I wouldn't say I was a complete loser, but I was close at that point. I had made a lot of really bad decisions, and I had the fruits of those in my life. To go from that, right? So let me just draw this picture a little bit more. Went bankrupt, car repossessed, have to leave apartment in the middle of the night with your family because you can't afford it anymore, run 60 miles across town to find something cheaper that's not in a good neighborhood, constantly being reprimanded at work, not doing my best, miserable, like emotionally miserable, just an absolute miserable person to be around. I was angry at everybody because I was angry at myself. I didn't even know that those two things were connected. And it was affecting every area of my life. To go from that to being positive, to being assertive, to doing a great job, so much so that I'm recognized by just about everybody in the company. The people are coming up to me telling me how great of a job that I'm doing. I'm breaking records in the new company, left and right. Just because I'm thinking like, here's a challenge, I'll do this. Here's a challenge, I'll do this. I didn't know what I didn't know. I didn't know how to fail, where to fail, how to break through. I didn't know what was perceived as good, what was perceived as not good. I just kept doing more of the thing that got me out of that trailer. And that was directing how I was thinking to a specific end and not giving up until I got the end. He said, it's the result of the inner mental state, which for a better word, we may call the emotional conception of ourselves. It is the self which we feel ourselves to be, which takes forms of our own creating. For this reason, our thought must be so grounded upon the knowledge that we shall feel the truth of it, and thus be able to produce in ourselves the mental attitude of feeling which corresponds to the condition which we desire to externalize. Then he says this: we cannot think into manifestation a different sort of life to that which we realize in ourselves. As Horace says, nemo dat qua non abat. We cannot give what we have not got. Now, let me tell you what my experience here in this one part that he's talking about. He says, for this reason, our thought must be so grounded upon the knowledge that we shall feel inside the truth of it, and thus be able to produce in ourselves that mental attitude of feeling which corresponds to the condition which we desire to externalize. Now, let me tell you how I experienced this. It was this weird ass knowing that if I locked onto something, I could do it. But I had no reference in my life that I could do it. Nothing. I had absolutely nothing. My first big breakthrough was getting out of that trailer. And I did not understand from a cause and effect perspective. It wasn't like I set a goal, I worked at it, I read books, I got better, I progressively moved, I got approval, I got promoted. It wasn't anything like that. It was here I am in this trailer, down and out, absolutely miserable and exhausted. And 30 days later, I'm working for a completely different company, tripling my income and climbing the ladder rapidly. That's my experience. So now I'm looking at how can I keep going? How can I keep going? And I would lock onto these different objectives. But the weird thing about it was that where doubt and worry, uncertainty, lack of confidence existed before, it was gone. It was almost totally gone. And it was like, I know that I can hit this objective. I know that I could hit this goal. I was getting big accounts for the company. I was producing more than other people ever produced. Was the first person that got promoted out of kind of like the rank and file to go into management. And I was eager, I was hungry, I was young, I was full of energy. But this knowing that Troward is talking about here is this magical principle, and it's not magic. I really shouldn't use that word, but it feels like it, because when you recognize this inside of yourself, all of a sudden it's like the world around you begins to change dramatically. The reality that you once knew begins to shift. So then he goes on with this, and he says, and on the other hand, we can never cease creating forms of some sort by our own mental activity, thinking life into them. This point must be very carefully noted. We cannot sit still, producing nothing. The mental machinery will keep on turning out work of some sort, and it rests with us to determine of what sort it shall be. In our entire ignorance or imperfect realization of this, we create negative forms and think life into them. Now, that's the thing that I moved out of. Because prior to this happening, and I became so acutely aware that somehow I was doing this because the contrast was so stark. Prior to this change, I'm experiencing a lot of negativity happening in my life. At that time, I don't know that I'm creating it. But some weird thing flipped in me when I broke out that I started to think to myself, I somehow or another, I was creating all of those things that were going bad in my life. Because it was almost like if you took and waved a magic wand over a person's life and it was trouble and despair and doom and gloom, and you wave this wand and then everything is great and happy on the other side. That's about as stark as it actually gets. So I'm like, well, if I'm creating this new thing, I must have been creating the old thing. But again, the piece that eluded me was how. The only three principles that I stuck to the most, and which served me very, very well, was that I act like I loved what I did. Now, I will tell you, that got easier because as I was making more money and things looked good, I was more enthusiastic about what I was doing, just naturally enthusiastic about what I was doing. but doing everything to my best, which I realized was getting better on a daily basis. I would do my best and I would try to find a way to push past it. And then I'd do my best there and try to find a way to push past it. And do my best there and try to find a way to push past it. And then just treat people well. In most of my life, I did not treat people bad, but when my attitude started to go down the tubes, I was not treating people well. I was snapping at people. I was angry. I was hyper judging other individuals, which I did grow up around a lot of that where I came from. It was almost like it was a weird social skill in some sense. But really, that wasn't what my personality was. So getting back to treating people well, that part really wasn't that difficult for me. But now I have a contrast. I have this contrast that Troward's talking about. This is what I'm experiencing. So he goes on. We create forms of death, sickness, sorrow, trouble, and limitation of all sort, and then think life into these forms, with the result that, however non-existent in themselves, to us they become realities and throw their shadow across the path, which would otherwise be bright, and the many-colored beauties of innumerable flowers and glory of the sunshine. So it's one or the other. My attitude was the life-giving energy that I was breathing into what I was doing, whether it was bad when it was bad or good when it was good. So then he talks about how this doesn't need to be. He said, it is giving to the negative an affirmative force which does not belong to it. Consider what this means by the negative. It is the absence of something. Now, let's look at what I was doing. And you might want to ask yourself, what are you doing, right? When you have negativity, are you talking about it? Are you speaking about the negativity? Are you experiencing it emotionally? Are you looking for it unconsciously, like you're recognizing it everywhere? Are you finding verification of why it's happening? Are you looking for things to blame, or at least things to be causing what it is? That's exactly what I was doing. And I was putting that kind of energy into what I was doing on a daily basis. And it got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. I mean, it rapidly got worse. But see, that's really the truth about the whole thing, though, isn't it? We're either growing or we're dying. Nothing is staying the same. So whatever energy we're putting into what we're doing is going to determine whether that thing is growing or dying, whether it's increasing or decreasing. Are we getting happier or sadder? Are we getting enthusiastic about life, or are we getting depressed about life? Is our health getting better, or is it getting worse? Are we making more money or less money? Are we having more sex or less sex? Are we having better sex or worse sex? Are relationships getting better, or are they getting worse? The pivot of all of this is the attitude in which we show up. It is the life-giving force that we're putting into the thing. The thing itself really has no life, because we're the form of life that is putting that energy into it. He goes on to say, it is not being and is the absence of all that constitutes being. Left to itself, it remains in its own nothingness. And it only assumes form and activity when we give these to it by our thought. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Here's a really good question that you can ask yourself with everything that you're experiencing. Why am I choosing to have this experience? Why am I choosing to have this experience? Now, I don't remember when I started asking that question, but it was early on. It was after the initial change, but I think I picked it up in a book somewhere or in a seminar that I was listening to somewhere along the line. Probably in the early to mid-90s, I picked that up. But I was telling a group of people earlier today that it was one of the most significant things that I did and maintained that caused rapid change in me, because what it created for me was it disconnected me from the idea that the thing was the problem, and it put it squarely back on my shoulders. And then once I began to remove my own personal judgment from my own insecurities, my own lack of whatever I was doing, I then could see the power in changing it, and I was getting to know that power intimately because I saw it change. I saw it change so rapidly. Like, it was crazy how fast. He said, it's not the being, and is the absence of all that constitutes being. Left to itself, it remains its own nothingness and only assumes the form and activity that we give to it by our thought. Here then is the great reason for practicing control over our thought. It is the one and only instrument that we have to work with. Do you know that thinking is the highest function that human beings have? It is. Thinking is the highest function that human beings have. Throughout all of history, all the great writers, all the people have all done great things, have all agreed about one major thing. We become what we think about most of the time. In other words, the thought that we hold in our mind most of the time is actually what we become. The problem is that if the thoughts that are going on in your mind were placed there by somebody else, which it is for almost every other person, and you're not getting the results that you want, you have to change it with thoughts that you want to think, which means you have to seek out those thoughts. You have to seek out those behaviors, those attitudes, those values, those ways of being. It's the one and only instrument we have to work with, but it is an instrument which works with the greatest certainty. For limitation, if we think of limitation. For enlargement, if we think of enlargement. Our thought as feeling is the magnet which draws us to those conditions which accurately correspond to itself. This is the meaning of the saying that thoughts are things. But you might say, how can I think differently from the circumstances? Certainly, you're not required to say that the circumstances at the present moment are what they are not. To say so would be untrue, but what is wanted is not to think from the standpoint of circumstances at all. Think from the interior standpoint where there are no circumstances, and from all whence you can dictate what circumstances shall be, and then leave the circumstances to take care of themselves. And that was it right there. That was it. For months, I would sit down at lunchtime with a pad of paper, a pencil, and a calculator and try to figure out every possible way to go from $20,000 a year to $40,000. Rack my brain doing it. What can I sell? What service can I offer? I remember I went out and bought a used Chevy Blazer with a snow plow on it, and I would plow snow in the wintertime if I could make more money plowing the snow than I could working overtime. Like, I was trying every scheme that I could find to make more money. But when I took my mind off all of that and I changed my attitude, I took it off the circumstance and I put it on the power source, which was myself. You're the power source. Put it on yourself. The attitude of being is the energy in the life that you put into things. That is the hidden power. That is the truth of real manifestation in all things. It is the determination, the desire, the attitude of mind, and the thought in which you hold it that you direct into any living thing or any static thing or any circumstantial thing that will literally create the life that you want, the result that you want. And I will tell you something. I have worked with thousands of people for over the last 20 plus years. The people that have done this, in every sense, do it quickly. And I am still shocked today with how fast a person can change their circumstances by changing the attitude of their mind and diligently putting it into the work that they're doing. From health to money, to family, to relationships, to their business. I've watched things go from being on death's door to thriving in a very short period of time. I am so convinced that life force that we have within us, if it is properly directed and intelligently directed, there's absolutely nothing that we can't accomplish. And for certain, there's nothing that we can't turn around. Thomas Troward.
Hitting him a lot.
Yeah.
Lately. I love that. It's super cool. I love that, these titles, whenever you break them out, they kind of make me gloss over a little bit. I get a little glazed because without someone like you to sort of break it down and decipher it, I would be reading probably the same page over and over and over again, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because that's truly what study is. But whenever you get into the middle of the teaching, it's like, thank God you're here.
Yeah, I'm a genius.
Totally.
That's we know this.
Let's
say what it is.
This is known.
No, but to be honest with you, it was the same thing when I first started reading it. I was like, holy cow. But you know what was interesting, though, T, is that it so fascinated me, I couldn't get enough of it. So I think when you're interested in something, it makes it easier to understand it. It's not like you're reading it because you have to, and you're like, fuck, this is, you get into it. And I just got into it. But you mentioned that I've been into this a lot lately. It's some of the other ones. There's a couple of classes that I'm doing with 90-day programs, helping people set goals and break them. And break bad habits, and I'm doing a lot of teaching from this stuff. So it kind of becomes fodder for the podcast, like, oh, you know what, I haven't taught this in a long time, or I haven't taught this at all on the podcast. So let me, I could probably teach from this book for a year on the podcast, and we would still be in it,
Sure.
So it's...
And would you say that The Hidden Power is one of his most read books, or would it be the Edinburgh and Dory lectures?
Edinburgh and Dory lectures, and
because I know he's got quite a few. I mean, he's got like a. I was just
Edinburgh
doing
and Dory
a little
lectures
searching.
is probably the most. This would be a close second, I think.
Yeah, because I see like The Hidden Power, The Law and the Word, The Creative Process and the Individual, Edinburgh lectures, Dory lectures, Bible Mystery and the Bible Meaning. Like he's got
those are all part of other books. Like those are
those are like broke down
lectures
subsections.
inside. They're all lectures.
Got it. Yeah. No, I just think I love that you're bringing a lot of what you're doing in that program you spoke of to the podcast, because we all get to be the benefit of your genius when it comes to the works of people like Thomas Troward and some of the others that you've done, Napoleon Hill and all these others. This book in particular, The Hidden Power, is just packed with lessons, as you explained to us. What about Troward spoke to you most back when you were first starting and deciphering and learning, and how does it continue to provide you with answers today?
Because he comes from spirit. He talks about the human potential and the power from the highest power we understand, which is spirit or energy, and then down into the lowest form, which is the physical manifestation of anything, basically. And if in the podcast, one of the things I mentioned was that I found Tony Robbins in 93, but there was something Tony was not talking about, and I didn't know what it was at the time, but I kept looking. There was another question that I had that wasn't being answered, but I still didn't even know what the question was. What it was that Tony just dealt with behavior. He did not deal with the spiritual, the potential, any of that side of it. I think he did later on. I think he does a little bit of that now, but even not too much. He stays pretty far away from it. Tony's stuff. He's a genius with NLP. He's a Bandler grinder guy, and that's where he's all about let's change it now, let's change it fast. Not really about understanding or awareness. I was looking for a deeper understanding than let me just change this bad habit, right? I mean, that would be one thing. If you want to do that, I'd have no issues with that. But there was this whole education that I didn't know was there, that obviously in some way or another I was hardwired to. And when I just became very inquisitive about it, let's put it that way.
How did you first come into Troward? Did you learn that?
Was Proctor.
It from Proctor. Got it. And these 93 Tony Robbins tapes that you've talked about before, and that was a part of your sort of 7 years of study, which you've mentioned on the podcast a lot. And I love the story you tell about watching him on one of those old school infomercials.
Yeah.
And
with Fran Tarkenton.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
For, resisting buying the program based on probably where you were at the time. There wasn't a lot of money left over to be investing in your own growth. So when you look back at that fork in the road moment, how crucial was it to step through that fear, buy the damn tapes, and take off from there?
It was everything. And although I wouldn't have known that then, I think that, because I'll never forget the conversation I was having in my head. This was a period of 3 nights that this happened. I came home, got dinner out of the refrigerator, popped it in the microwave, sat down, turned the TV on, because I worked nights and I would get home anywhere between 3 and 5 in the morning. And here's Tony, and I'm listening to him. And I think it was like 90 minutes back in those days. Like it was a long infomercial, and I'm watching, and he's talking about almost everything that I want to know about, but I don't know where to find the information. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to buy this. I got to buy this. And I just sat there the first night in the chair, and I didn't get up and order the tapes, nothing. I had a credit card. If I remember, it was like $160. It may have even been cheaper than that. Maybe it was like 3 payments that leaded up to 160. It was something like that. It wasn't a lot of money. It wasn't a lot. And even then, it wasn't outrageous. You know, it wasn't like you're buying a car, you know what I mean? Or you're committing to this huge thing. The second night, I got out of the chair, went up to the phone, because the phone was on the wall back in those days in the kitchen, right?
Rotary.
Yes. Well, I had the buttons.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
high society.
Earlier, a little earlier than that.
That's true.
And when the operator answered the phone, I hung up, and I couldn't give her the credit card number. And the third night, I had to play this mental gyration in my head. Like, first of all, I was thinking to myself, what if it's a scam? And I spend this money on it's a scam, right? Then I thought, what if it doesn't work? And then I thought, is somebody going to be pissed at me because I spent all this money, right? Not naming any names, but would somebody be pissed at me because I spent all this money? I'm going through all this in my head, like psychologically, this is just tearing me up. And finally I was like, fuck it. I'm just buying it. And I gave her the credit card, and I bought it, and I devoured those tapes. I mean, there were cassette tapes, right? Mm-hmm. The first ones that I had bought, I listened to them till they wore out. You literally, like, the tapes broke, they fell apart, and I took good care of them. They kept them in a box in my car, and it was every day I listened to it. Man. But that led me to Think and Grow Rich, because he mentioned it in there. That led me to Deepak Chopra, because he mentioned it in there. That led me to go to his seminars, right, where I heard about other authors. So it cracked the door. It pointed some direction. So I had some direction, and I started getting involved in listening to what he was doing. And then, of course, you get marketed to. You get offers of different stuff, and you hear about different people. He came out with something called Power Talks after that, where he interviewed all these people, Wayne Dyer and stuff. So now the door is starting to open, right? And then it was 3 years later in 96 that I met Bob. So, I mean, it was a period of 3 years. I was kind of on my own there, doing a bunch of Tony stuff. I was, really into that. But I knew there was something else, and I wasn't finding it. And that's when I met Proctor. I got 2 cassette tapes, and I think they were called Bob Proctor Live in Orlando. And somebody I knew gave them to me, and they're like, "Have you ever heard of this guy?" I'm like, "No." And I'll never forget this. I put the cassette. I left the office. I was working in Lamont, Illinois. I had to drive up to Rockford because I lived in a town called Poplar Grove at the time. I get on the highway, and I'm listening to this, and Bob starts talking about spirit, and I just started to cry in the car. I knew I was hearing what I was looking for. It was like all of a sudden, everything, these questions that I had that I couldn't even formulate because I had no idea what I was thinking, Sure. All of a sudden, everything came into view. Like I understood when he started talking about spirit flows to and through you, you build an image, spirit then flows. Like all of a sudden, religion made total sense to me. Prayer made sense to me. God made sense to me. All the stuff that I learned as a Catholic, it all made total sense to me. And because I had studied these things, but nothing was coming together. It's kind of like this. If you take a jigsaw puzzle, right, and I just throw all the pieces out on the table, but I don't show you the cover of the box, I mean, you fuck around with the thing, trying to figure out, well, how does this go together? What is it supposed to look like? I'm not sure. Does this piece go here? Maybe it's missing a piece? And that's what it was like going on in my head, right? Because I had no guidance, and I had pieces of information that were good pieces of information, but they were all incomplete. So I got a little bit from here and a little bit from there and a little bit from here. And then when I met Bob, it was like he put the cover on the jigsaw puzzle. I saw what the picture was. And then now I had something I could work with. Sure. When I saw that image of how this worked, right? Because I'm most people are visual people, right? But I could on my drive home, the way he explained it, I could visualize the creative process happening. And here was the cool thing. I had been doing it relentlessly for 3 years. I just didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I mean, there was nothing that I could not accomplish. It was the most bizarre thing. It was like somebody gave me the lottery ticket to life. And all I knew was that if I kept doing these things, everything was working, but I didn't know what I was doing. And I remember when I finally got a chance to meet Bob and talk to him, and I told him my story, which is a whole nother thing we could do a podcast on someday, because him and I have very similar stories. It's kind of eerie. It's almost like brothers from a different mother, but, 2 generations apart. He said something to me that made total sense, and it actually gave me a little quibble of fear. He said, it's a good thing you started studying. He said, because you were an unconscious competent. He said, the problem that unconscious competents have is that if something significant changes, they don't know what to fix. They don't know what to change to adapt to whatever change, and they end up losing, and sometimes that just destroys them. So after I began to learn, that made total sense to me, right? And I'm thank God that nothing had changed significantly enough to knock me off track, or because you're talking about somebody who had low self-esteem, and my self-esteem was getting better. But you have to remember, my new self-esteem was now being based off of what I was accomplishing. If that had crashed, I might have been in a bad place.
Sure. No, absolutely. It's interesting. We've talked a lot about, you can only connect the dots going backward, right? So that fork in the road moment you just spoke of with the tapes that led you to more books, that led you eventually to Bob and that download you got. It's really interesting to go back and look at those moments, and had you chosen a different path, where you would be. Steph and I had the same experience with our introduction to you. We had been approached or marketed to a program that you did with Allie Brown called The 7 Mindset and Manifesting Secrets of Multimillionaire Entrepreneurs. And we had to stretch to purchase that program. And looking back, it was like $500. You would have thought that, oh my God, that's like half my salary, right? But we didn't resist it. Steph said, I'm doing it and I want you to do this with me. And that eventually opened up this door a little, and then it opened up a little more. And before you know it, we were coaching with you, sitting in a room in California, having these great experiences, and it really catapulted us to the next level. But it's so interesting that when you're presented with that, a lot of people are going to look at it and say, well, it's too expensive. In that moment, what advice do you give people to say, look, you're gambling with your life. Stop and think for a moment about what you are turning down, because that's that opportunity. So what advice do you give to someone who's saying, well, I don't know, it's a little too much. Should I, shouldn't I? What do you tell them?
I say, wake the fuck up. You only get one bite at the apple. This is, as far as we know, this is not a practice run.
True. Yeah, true.
As far as we know, it's not a practice run. We like to think all these things about what happens after we die, but we don't have anybody that's come back and told us yet. So you have to go with what it is. And, I believe to some degree that our energy carries over into some other lifetime or some other transition of what we are. But it's not going to go from us being complete losers to being better. Like, I don't believe that. That makes absolutely no sense from a scientific basis or from a religious concept. Makes no sense. So we get one shot at this. And the thing is that a person has to wake up to the idea that they're going to die. You're going to fucking die. I'm going to die. You're going to die. Steph's going to die. Everybody in this building is going to die. We're all going to die. That is the end of the road for each and every one of us. What the hell do you want to happen between now and then? Because you get to create what that is. Why are you waiting? What are you waiting for? Right? What is it that you're trying to control so much that you won't let go of? What appreciation is it that you're sucking from other people you think that you're getting that will not let you make the decision? When you asked me about when I was sitting in the chair with the credit card for the Tony Robbins stuff, if you look at the reasons I came up with, all of them had to do with what other people thought of me. Oh, I don't want it to be a scam because everybody told me that the books that I was reading were a scam. I remember somebody said, what are you going to get out of that book? And I don't remember what book it was, but it was like Think and Grow Rich or something. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm just trying to learn. The only people that make money from those books are the people that sell the books, right? So, the moment people around me found out that I was trying to get better, it was constant negative crap comments about what I was doing. Maybe I spent too much money. Yeah, but you've never applied anything before, so why not? Why now? Well, so what? So because I never did it before, I should just totally stop and say, fuck it. I'm not, it's like, well, you didn't change before, so you shouldn't do anything now. Well, where does that go? Like, what do you do with that? I should never stop trying to change. Maybe I'll fail every time, but one time I'll win. I'll make it and break through. Isn't that the idea?
Yeah, it's interesting you succeeded in spite of that. Like, if the support would have been there, it may have been a very different outcome for you. Maybe that resiliency you got from people trying to hold you back, if you want a silver lining it a little bit. But it's so interesting that humans will do that to one another. They will, if they see that someone is growing at a faster clip than they are, immediately they want to attack and hold down and stop. It's interesting that was, I mean, you've mentioned that before about your experience, but it's just, when you hear it said out loud, it's sad in a way, but also made you very resilient.
It made me very resilient. The other thing was that I think, I don't want to take from everybody listening, if you listen to whatever podcast I talked about when I got a near-death experience when I got sucked through a dam, that happened in 1989, September of 89. And the interesting thing about that was the thing that woke me up to I'm going to die. Like I knew I was going to die, but when you're in your early 20s, you don't think you're going to die. So it took me 27 years to wake up to the idea that I could actually do something with my life. 1993, I was 27 years old, right? Here I can do something. So every little piece I was looking at kind of like with the question of, why did this happen? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? I've always had this question since I was a kid, and I think it came from two things. One, we had a terrible tragedy when I was 4 years old in my family that I watched people go through just horrific pain with that tragedy. But within that, I saw a lot of people talking about things that also spawned questions in my mind about life, even as a little kid. And I'm looking for answers in the normal places I think people look for answers, like I'm going to church. That was how I was raised. I go to catechism classes. That's how I was raised. I'm going to school. I'm learning there. There's things on TV I'm watching. I'm learning there. So I'm looking for answers in my environment based on what my experience is at the time, and nothing adds up. I'm hearing totally contradicting things. You know, you got to remember the Vietnam War was going on, right? Martin Luther King was killed. Bobby Kennedy was killed when I was alive. Anyway, Nixon was ousted. Like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on in our country.
In a short amount of time, yeah.
In a short amount of time. So you hear all of that in conversation. You see what's happening in the family, and you go to church or you go to catechism classes, and they're like, we come from a loving God. God loves all of his children. You know, you're telling you the whole religious thing, and you're like, what the fuck is this? Where is this? Where is this in my life? How come I don't see this in the world anywhere? Like, where in the world is this? And then, God forbid, you should ask one of those questions in that class, because they can't answer the goddamn thing. They can't answer it. They can't answer it. Then you're a shit disturber because you asked a question. And if anybody with any brain in their head was looking at a kid asking those questions, they'd be like, I got an intelligent kid here, right? This kid's really thinking. But people are so dogmatized by what they're believing, they're not in it to actually do that much good to begin with. They're just in it for some safety for themselves. So all of that set up this framework in my mind where I had to find answers. And I just kept looking. I almost gave up until I found myself the recipient of my own bad decisions, you know, like, holy shit, here I am, you know, because I tell you what, my upbringing, it wasn't magnificent and it wasn't really bad, but where I ended up on my own was not magnificent. I mean, that's for damn sure. Like I was like progressively going downhill at a rapid pace. I also became very aware that the next step, the next fuck up could put me and my family out on the street. Now, that wouldn't have happened because we both had parents that would have taken us in, but the next fuck up could have put us there. And I knew that. And I'm like, I don't have time. I have to turn this fucking thing around. Like, I get it. I fucked up. How do I turn it around? And nobody had any answers. So it was me saying yes to my higher self that gave me the answer, right? To change your attitude. And then it was saying yes to Tony Robbins, saying yes to Bob Proctor, and saying yes to everything that started to come to me. I knew, here's what I believed at the time. God was guiding me. That was my belief at the time. I didn't know so much about my higher self and the divine and your desire and all that crap. I didn't know anything about that. But I was believing from the religious aspect, God is guiding me, right? These books are coming into my life for a reason. They weren't here 2 years ago, you know, when I was getting my car repossessed. but they're here now. So yeah, I was spending money that we didn't have, but I was learning, and it was progressively allowing me to dig myself out of that hole. I made a big quantum leap jump, and then for 7 years, I progressively got better. I studied my ass off, and then that was when I decided to start the business, because I knew at that point I could take anybody and I could show them how to change.
It sounds like a lot of yeses.
It's a ton of yeses.
Yeah, it's a lot of yeses. I used to kind of,
and the no's are hard no's.
Right.
Oh, Jesus Christ, they're hard no's.
Yeah, absolutely, because you just don't know if that no is going to take you further away from where you're going.
Well, I'm referring to something different. So it's a lot of yeses because you're saying yes to things you never said yes to before, but now you're saying no to things that you used to say yes to.
The old
bad relationships,
yes.
Toxic relationships, poor behavior. You're changing a lot of different things, and you're telling people that you love no because they're not going where you're going. Right? And that's hard. It's really hard.
Yeah.
But you can do it, and people do it every day.
Sure. That makes total sense. Just before we get too far along, I did want to refer back to the episode you were talking about, episode 31, Grab Life's Branches. That's where you told the story of your day on the Illinois River that really changed your life and made you sort of realize that you were on a path that eventually you're not going to be here forever. I think we all, at some point in time, the older we get, we start to realize that, there is a finite amount of time we're here. For you said that was 1989. You said like 27 years old, or I don't know how old you were.
I was 27 in 93.
Okay.
93.
So you were a young man when that flashed before your eyes. So Grab Life's Branches, episode 31. Go on our website, thesuccessfulmindpodcast.com. Type in 031 in the search bar and it'll come up. That's a good one to listen to, because I think that it gives a little sense that you are human, you are fallible, and that sort of woke you up a little bit, not immediately, you say in that, but woke you up to the possibility that we're all going to the same destination. You want to take that bite of the apple.
I started looking at things that were happening to me different than most people were, and I realized I was doing it. And the hard part was I didn't really have anybody to talk to about it, because I would tell the story, like people would say, what is the story with you going through this dam or whatever? Now, this is before I even go to a seminar or anything. Like, I don't know shit yet. I'm still struggling at work. And I would tell them this story, and I would be very aware of how they were viewing what happened to me, right? And I'm thinking something completely different. And I noticed that there's this difference going on in the way that I'm seeing the world and the way that other people are seeing the world. It's almost as if I had this innate knowing that the way that they were seeing the world was not going to expand my life at all. Because it was about, let's get off work, let's go drink beer, let's go to the titty bar, that's all these guys did. That's it. I mean, they spent their whole damn life doing this. And I was like, there's something else. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to find it. I didn't, I kept, for a long this time, I didn't think I would ever find it where I was living. But I found out that wasn't true either. However, I had to know. I just had to. But to your point, I also had to say yes to me. And that was hard, saying yes to me, because you have to deal with, that's selfish. Like, you have to get through all that mental junk that's in your own head first before you start getting out and what did you say? It made me...
the resilience factor
made me
alone.
Resilient.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you got to get past it in your head first.
Yeah, it starts with you, right?
And I wasn't figuring out, how do I come up with $100,000 this month for the business? It wasn't those kinds of resiliences. It was, shit, I'm selfish because I'm buying this book. Like, what if I'm taking money out of my kid's college education to buy this book? Or somebody's telling me, you're going to read another book? What's that doing? That this kid's got to go to college in 20 years, right?
And these are voices just playing over.
Voices
over
in my head and people in my life.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like starting, let's say you're in a 100-meter dash. It's almost like starting with a 20-meter deficit. So everybody's at the starting line. When you're making a professional growth change, you're starting not at the baseline. You're starting back here because of all the programming, the patterns, the voices in your head, and those in your family who you lean on for support, telling you, well, that's not responsible. Right? Totally
not responsible.
So interesting when you look at that.
I just looked at life and I recognized that most of the people, my family included, just were not really happy. And I knew that they were not living the life that they really would have loved to live. And I had some glimpses throughout my life of people that were. Not a lot, not on a regular basis, but on occasion, I would meet somebody through something that I was doing, and this person was living totally different than me. I met a family, this guy who was my best friend when I was in high school. His family was the closest family that I have ever met that I would say was a healthy family. And even they had their issues, but they seemed to be pretty grounded. They had good values. They had good ethics. I used to make fun of some of them when I was a kid, but I looked at them and I thought to myself, if I want a good family when I grow up, maybe I should model myself after these folks, because they seem to have it all together, where other friends had mom and dads who were divorced, or dad was an alcoholic, or mom had to work nights, or, like just all the kind of crazy shit that you see when you're growing up. And they had a good family unit. They had a good core unit. They went to church, all this stuff. And it was not something like it was like a Beaver Cleaver thing. I didn't see myself being that, but I was looking at it as a reference point to what does healthy look like. Because I sure as hell did. I had no idea. I had no clue.
Well, you're a seeker by nature. So you're just seeking out, confirmations around you of this is how I want. Not exactly, but this is how I see myself, and this is maybe something I'd want to model. I had that in my life too. Like, my family was dysfunctional of sorts. They also functioned in pretty okay ways at times, but I did have friends like that who I would go to their house, and it felt like a Leave It to Beaver situation. Like, the mom and the dad were dancing in the kitchen, they're making, dinner, they're hanging out, they're not yelling at each other. Like, all these things were pretty magical. And then I said, when I have a family, I'm going to try and do that. And I haven't been perfect, but it was something to model.
But that's kind of describes your family.
It does. It totally does. Absolutely. All right. Well, we'll finish with this. In the podcast, you mentioned a couple of adjectives like eager and hungry, young, driven. Those were kind of who you were back then, and continue to do so to this day. And that's only how you view yourself, both personally and professionally, I would say: eager, driven, hungry, and especially when you were first cutting your teeth in business. So I think I'd like to end with, how have those adjectives changed over the past 20 years? And are there any other words you'd add now to that list that demonstrate how you approach your work, how you approach your business, more importantly, how you approach your life?
Well, it's interesting because I have, as far as the business goes, I have two real passions. One is the business itself, and the other one is the material in which I'm always putting together and creating and teaching in various different aspects. And a few years ago, I had to really make a choice on which one was I going to focus on the most, because to grow the business to the vision that I had, number one, I don't think that is my wheelhouse. I think I'm good at it. I can do it, but it would take all of my focus to be able to grow the company that way and to maintain because I'm the product. It'd be different if we were selling Tupperware or something, right? I am the product of the business. So that's a problem. That's an inherent issue. In order to do that, I had to decide, well, what are you going to focus on, right? So that's where I sat down with Steph. I knew that this was her passion, that this is what she wanted to do. I always knew that she would be good at it. And we worked to get her into a place that actually proves that she is very good at it. There's no question about it. We would not be where we are today without her brilliance and her consistent desire to keep learning and move this thing forward. But what it's done for me is it's allowed me to take a step back, because I don't have to be watching over every single thing every day, because I can trust her to do that, and I can be focused on how am I going to grow it from the serviceability aspect of where we're going as a company, and still be able to dabble in it enough to keep my beak wet, so to speak, right? But I'm getting older, so I think about, like, where do I want to be in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, maybe 40 years from now? Where would I actually like to be? I'm just as hungry, but I'm looking for different areas. I'm looking for different ways to do what I've always done that reach more people. It has more so it has more serviceability to it, right? And that's what I'm looking for. And that's where, like, the podcast came from, and the media company, and I'm like, I'm going to try different things other than just doing seminars or talking on stages, which is what I've done for 20 years. And let's see if we can expand this, even further and get better at those skill sets, make them better. And I do. I mean, I think that the drive is definitely there. Interestingly enough, I'm more eager for the information now to understand it even more than I was 20, 30 years ago. It's like it grows. It's like Proctor told me. He said, it's a magnificent obsession, right? And I have a magnificent obsession with this. It literally is in everything I do. I'm always thinking about this in one way or another. I was talking to somebody over the weekend. I was watching a movie and they asked me, they said, when you watch a movie, what do you get out of it? They said, do you watch it like most people just for like entertainment and escapism? I'm like, no, I don't. And not that I don't ever, because I do. There's some fun movies that I'll watch just for that reason. But I'm trying to learn from almost every aspect of the movie. How did they come up with the idea for this movie? How did they write the dialogue for the movie? What did the actors have to learn? What is the movie or the documentary or whatever about, right? So then, you know me, I just go into a deep dive. I get every book that was ever written on it. You know, I got to know the whole thing. But I am there. It's insatiable, my curiosity about life, about human beings, about spirit, what we're capable of doing. I'm always on this edge of feeling like there's this other big thing coming that I'm going to be part of to move things forward in the world. I don't know what it is. You know, it was, you know, if you look at the industry that we're in, the way that it was 30 years ago was almost non-existent. I mean, you had a few people out there. You know, Robbins has been at the top for forever, but now they're everywhere, right? The problem is that most of them don't really know what they're talking about. They're just parroting back what they've heard other people talk about. But being on the front end of that thing and help creating so much of the way that it's actually done today, our company has done that. Most people don't realize that, but our company has done that. It's something I'm proud of, and it's something that I know everybody in our company is proud of.
Oh, 100%. Well, I'm not alone in saying that. We appreciate that your eternal flame has not wavered at all since I've been in the company over a decade, and I know you've been doing this for nearly 3. It's one of those things where your insatiable thirst for learning and growing, when you get in front of a group of people and you're talking about the works of Troward or you're teaching a new concept, that comes from years and years and years of intense study. You could very easily rest on your laurels and be like, okay, this is who I am. I'm going to do this event. I'm going to do that event. I'm going to, just shut her down and just do the bare minimum. That's not who you are. So eager, driven, hungry, those have not changed.
No, relentless.
They have not changed.
Insatiable curiosity. That describes this. It's almost like a hunger that can't be filled. Like it never goes away. And I'm glad for it because you know me, I get bored easy, right? I get bored really easy. If I'm not having a good time,
move on.
I'm out, right? I'm out. I just go do my thing. But I've never even been remotely close to bored with what I do, with the business or with the content of the business.
100%. Yeah, not bad for someone who, dropped out of high school and just crushed it from there.
And here's the thing, I'm not perfect either. Like there's areas of my life that I need to get better in. I still need to kick this thing with my health in the ass and my bad back and stuff. I'm working on it, and I slid back a few times on it. But here's the thing. The whole thing is that we're never perfect. It's, can we progressively move forward? So that's what I'm looking to do. I want to progressively move forward. My tendency is to always focus on the thing that I enjoy the most, and not necessarily, because it's almost like it doesn't affect somebody else as much as it affects me. So it's kind of like, I ain't too worried about it right now. I'm going to stay up for 2 more hours and keep reading this book when I should go to bed and get some more rest so that I can get up early and go to the gym, or, that type of thing.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I love it. Progress over perfection. You've taught me that. I think you've taught that to all the listeners out there. This was an incredible look into Troward's work. I'd encourage people to get the hidden power.
The hidden power.
Decipher it. Come back and listen to this over and over again. This is a good episode, especially considering how difficult that read can be. But if you study it, all things can change in your life. So
today we're going to be talking about victim thinking. How does it get into our mind? And how does it get passed down from one generation to another? And actually, once you start studying this a little bit, it really does become kind of a wonder as to how this actually happens. If you think about it, the human function of thought is the highest capability that we have. The fact that we can consciously think and what our thinking can actually do. Everything that human beings have created has come from people thinking. These computers, these amazing computers that we have that can think and process information incredibly fast in such incredible detail and do so many different things comes as a result of the human brain, human people thinking, right? People thinking. Now, think about this for a second. If you had a computer that was in charge of some piece of machinery and whatever the machinery was supposed to be doing went haywire and it was not doing what it was supposed to be doing. Take an airplane, for instance. An airplane has autopilot. That's a computer. The autopilot measures the deviation between the set point of the plane and constantly puts it back on track so that it arrives at its destination safely. Imagine if that computer went haywire, right? Not only could it not take you where you want to go, but it could kill everybody on the airplane. If that was to happen, would we blame another airplane for it? Now think about that for a second, right? Would we blame another airplane? Would we blame, would we find something else to blame? No, we would find out what went wrong with the computer and we would fix it. We would understand that's what the problem is. Now think about the human mind. When a person is getting results in their life that are not good, that they don't want, why is it that we have such a subset of individuals that do not understand that they're causing this problem and they blame other people? And this is a phenomenal question that every person needs to ask themselves, because there is something very interesting that the human mind does that the computer does not do, and it is this. It interprets reality based on its own belief system. That means that if I have a belief system that says that I'm broke, that I'm living in poverty, and in that belief system, I was taught that big business or business people or the evil business people are the ones that are keeping me from making money, that will become the reality that I will live in, and I will see that everywhere that I look. I will not see that the cause of my own poverty is my lack of education, my lack of discipline, my lack of skill set, my lack of confidence. I won't see it as having anything to do with me. I will literally see it as other things being the cause of the problem that I have. And so much so that we have enormous groups of people that walk around today that literally believe that the problems that they have are because of other people. When you have people that engage in this thought process and this behavior, you end up with people believing that they're causing other people to be in whatever distress that they're actually in, because they do not understand responsibility. They do not understand how to take control of their own thinking. They do not understand emotional intelligence. They do not understand cause and effect based on the process of how they think. And the unfortunate thing about it is it's not like the information is not here. But what's fascinating is that most people are not ever introduced to this information. When we go to school, they don't teach us how to think from a premise of a higher potential to a lower potential. We're taught based how to think on mathematics and reading and English, or language, chemistry, science. We're taught how to think based on those topics, but we're not taught how to think outside of that norm. Now, I have James Allen's book here, As a Man Thinketh, which is the best book that I have ever found on not only how to correlate cause and effect and thought in the mind of the reader, but the whole sense of accepting responsibility for what we are in our life, what we have in our life, the circumstances that we're getting, so that if we truly want to change it, we can, because the moment that we start to become aware that we are the one that's causing the problem, we can assume back the power to change that problem. So listen to what Allen says here. He calls this effective thought on circumstances. A man's mind may be likened to a garden, which may be intelligently cultivated or allowed to run wild. But whether cultivated or neglected, it must and will bring forth. If no useful seeds are put into it, then an abundance of useless weed seeds will fall therein and will continue to produce their kind. Just as a gardener cultivates his plot, keeping it free from weeds, and growing the flowers and the fruits, which he requires, so may a man tend the garden of his mind, weeding out all of the wrong, useless, and impure thoughts, and cultivating toward perfection the flowers and the fruits of right, useful, and pure thoughts. By pursuing this process, a man sooner or later discovers that he is the master gardener of his soul, the director of his life. He also reveals within himself the laws of thought and understands with ever-increasing accuracy how the thought forces of the mind elements operate in the shaping of his character, circumstances, and his destiny. So look at it like this. Ask yourself, do you have the results in your life that you want? Are you really living the life that you really want? And if you're not, understand that the way that you think is causing you to live the life that you're currently living. If you did not get the information or the skill set on how to think from your parents, what literally happened? What happened was you are in a lineage of generational thought and generational experience that has put together a cause and effect based on what they believe to be true, and then we figure out how to survive based on that idea, and we pass it down from one generation to the next. So, like for instance, if you take somebody that was maybe let's say in their 20s during the Great Depression in the United States. Now, everybody had a different experience of the Depression. I realize that. But let's just say you're a family. Mom and dad are in their 20s. And they're having a rough go of it, okay? The beliefs that they may create out of that scenario might be that they have to find a good job and stay there. They have to save every dime that they make. They can't squander. They have to be extremely frugal. Everything might be really tight, to the belt, tight purse strings type of thing. And then there could be beliefs that come out that are not good, like business is bad, the stock market's bad, the government's bad. I may be exaggerating some of these, but probably not too much, because we do know that a lot of beliefs of negativity come out of things that happen that are bad that we then attach negative beliefs to. It doesn't necessarily make it true, okay? So anything that you want to find the truth out, you have to be willing to do the research to find the truth out to begin with. But if mom and dad develop these beliefs, they're the ones that are having the experience of this time in their life. They're primarily having this experience because they don't understand that they have an option to have a different experience. Now, what do I mean by that? There were people in the Depression that made millions of dollars, and there were people in the Depression that lost everything, and there were people in the Depression that committed suicide. People had all manners of different experiences during that piece of history that we had. And you can look back at any time in history that we have. People that were growing up, raising families, working, living during difficult times, or during any time, I should say. They're taking in the information that they're experiencing, but if they do not understand how to think outside of the box that they're in, they can only think with the information that is being presented to them, because they don't know that there's any other way of doing anything. They don't know that there's any other way of thinking. If you have corrupted values, corrupted morals, if you have very rigid thinking that does not allow for expansion outside into different possibilities, the options of thought just aren't there. The mind is not going to run roughshod all over everything because it's designed to keep a person alive. So it takes whatever belief system that's been handed down to it and it replicates it within that person, okay? That family, that mom and dad, are now going to pass that belief system on to the kids. But there's a major difference because the kids don't know anything different. They don't even know why the mom and dad come to the realization about their beliefs that they actually have. So the kids just accept it for what it is they're being taught is an absolute truth. You know, the prejudices, the biases, the real major issues that we have in the world right now come from belief systems that people don't even understand why they have those belief systems. But they're always looking for some kind of confirmation bias outside of themselves to verify the belief without ever understanding they're causing the belief by the meaning that they're giving to something. And the moment that I give something a meaning that puts me in a box, I lose the option of thinking differently. Because I will then only think based on the information that I have, that I see, that I believe, and that is real to me, that is in my reality. But that does not mean it's the whole truth. So when you have generations of people going through this kind of confirmation bias in their belief system, they pass it down from one generation to a next. The moment somebody says, this group of people is causing me to experience this problem in any way, shape, or form, we have moved into a victim bias, meaning that I now see the world as a victim. I don't see the world as an empowered thinker who has the ability to make a significant conscious change in my life. I see myself as a victim. And to see myself as a victim, I constantly have to look for the people that are victimizing me. Big problem. Because the more that I look for that, the more I'm going to find it. Anything that we give our attention to grows. If I consistently give my attention to my belief to something, whether it's true or not, I will manifest that reality in my life. I mean, people live in delusion and denial all day long, and they seem to move through their life, but they're not living the life that they really want. So when this happens, we end up passing down the idea that we're victims to children. Children do not know that we're not, so they just accept their world as being a victim. Here's their history. Here's their world. Here's what happened to their ancestors. You're a victim. And you can only do this because we need a bunch of other people to change before we can do anything different. Because why? Because you're a victim. And it gets passed on from one generation to another. Until somebody decides to think outside of that box and realize that nothing has any meaning until a human being gives it meaning, and we can change the meaning of something at will to either empower us or disempower us. Period. There is no middle ground there. Something either serves you or it doesn't serve you. Now, look back here at what James Allen is saying. He says, thought and character are one. And as character can only manifest and discover itself through environment and circumstance, the outer conditions of a person's life will always be found to be harmoniously related to their inner state. This does not mean that a man's circumstances at any given time are an indication of his entire character, but that those circumstances are so intimately connected with some vital thought element within himself that for the time being, they are indispensable to his development. Every person is where he is by the law of his being, and thoughts which he has built into his character have brought him there. And in the arrangement of his life, there is no element of chance, but all is the result of a law which cannot err. This is just as true of those who feel out of harmony with their surroundings as those who are contented with them. As a progressive and evolving being, man is where he is that he may learn, that he may grow, and as he learns the spiritual lessons which any circumstance contain for him, it passes away and gives place to other circumstances. So what's he talking about here? So try this. Try this, because in order to break the chain of victimization in the mind, you have to be willing and able to see something different, right? Now, here's the deal. You can go back to being a victim anytime you want to, right? But try this. Start asking yourself, why am I choosing to have the circumstance I'm having? Why am I choosing to experience what I'm experiencing? There's something very important about this. When we realize that we're choosing to experience life the way we're experiencing it, we then can understand logically that the entirety of our experience of anything that we're experiencing has to do with the meaning that we're giving it. We can change that meaning and then change our experience. We can change the meaning and we can change our experience. Now, people will very often say, but this means this, and this means this, and it has to mean X, Y, Z, whatever it is. Ask yourself, why? Why? Why do we hold on to beliefs that are so destructive in nature, so destructive and such a battery of force in a person's life that it makes them miserable, it makes them broke, it makes them sick, it makes them combative, and it doesn't allow people to move forward? Why is that? Because when a person develops a belief system, they do not understand anything outside of it as it relates to their well-being. They're in defensive posture. That's how the subconscious mind operates. It operates in a way where it gathers information over a period of time for the first few years of a person's life, and it develops a pattern of living and recognizing so that it can keep the person safe. The whole idea is that it keeps the life form safe, moving forward, not dying. Every man is where he is by the law of his thinking. The thoughts which he has built into his character have brought him there. And in the arrangement of his life, there is no element of chance, but all is the result of a law which cannot err. What is that law? Well, the law is basically this. The human mind is very much like the soil. Whatever you plant in it, the soil's immoral. It doesn't care what it is. It'll grow a weed or it'll grow a beautiful rose. The subconscious mind is the same way. It doesn't care what you plant. It will return what you plant. If it is planted with good, prosperous thoughts, you will have a good, prosperous life. If it was not planted with that, you'll have the result of whatever it was planted with. Allen goes on to say, man is buffeted by circumstance so long as he believes himself to be a creature of an outside condition. But when he realizes that he is the creative power and that he may command the hidden soil and the seeds of his being out of which circumstances grow, he then becomes the rightful master of himself. That circumstances grow out of every thought man knows for any length of time has practiced self-control and self-purification, for he will have noticed that the alteration in his circumstances has been in exact ratio with his altered mental condition. So true is this, that when man earnestly applies himself to remedy the defects of his character and makes swift and marked progress, he passes rapidly through a succession of vicissitudes. The soul attracts that which it secretly harbors, that which it loves, and also that which it fears. It reaches the height of its cherished aspirations. It falls to the level of its unchastened desires, and circumstances are by means which the soul receives its own. So that means this. We deserve what we're experiencing. Now, you may not like that based on what you're experiencing. I remember one time I didn't like that based on what I was experiencing. But it was one of the things that began to wake me up to the idea that I was putting myself in the place that I was in, and I could get myself out if I could teach myself how to think correctly. I also came to the harsh realization that I did not grow up in a place that taught me how to think correctly. I was taught how to think to survive, and I was taught how to think to judge other people, and I was taught how to think about how to keep myself safe. I did not have prosperous thought in my consciousness. I had to develop that over time. But I had to learn, I had to study, and it's not something that's passed on very much. As I sit here and I do this podcast with you, we're coming off the back of an extraordinarily divided election, an extraordinarily divided country in the U.S., and we find that this is taking place all around the world. There's two poles of thinking, but here's what's underneath of these. And of course, this is not completely absolute in either direction, but there is this entirety of victimized thought process that is keeping us stuck. we say, well, why can't we come together? We can never come together when we see ourselves as victims. We need people that can stand up together and actually see themselves as empowered people and stop blaming each other and find out how to actually move forward. The more we keep blaming, the more we continue to create victimized thought that gets passed on from one generation to the next. If you're hearing this, be the generation, be the person in the family that's going to stop the victimized thinking in your family. And really study how you are going to learn to think correctly, accurately, so that you can move yourself and your family forward. I can guarantee you this. It will never change from one generation to the next until somebody changes it. And the worst victimized thinking ends up with somebody being broke and sick and down and out and just, basically completely useless in life. Because that person needs everybody else to be better. Somebody once said the whole idea behind this is when a person believes that we have to send the entire world to a psychiatrist for us to get better, we've got a problem. And we've got a big problem. So, what I want to put behind this idea is simply this. There are no victims. There are no victims. There's only participants. There are either conscious participants or there's unconscious participants. Unconscious participants believe themselves to be victims. We have to wake those people up so that they can realize that they're not victims. And that does not mean that something wasn't done to someone, okay? That I'm not saying that. So don't go twisting what you're hearing. There's plenty of things that have been done to people. Whether a person moves on with their life or not is entirely whether they see themselves as a victim or whether they walk around blaming somebody for what they have or don't have for the rest of their life. You don't want to do that. Here's the beauty behind this. The beauty behind it is that you've got the ability to create an amazing life that you'll never get by changing another person's victimized or biased thinking toward you. You will never get that because we all create our own life. We're the creators of it. You have what you have by your own creation. I would get James Allen, As a Man Thinketh. Get the book. Read the book. Read it. Try it. Ask yourself why you're experiencing what you're experiencing. Allow a different side of you to come to the surface so that you can break the idea of victimized pattern thinking within your family lineage if it exists. Don't tolerate it anywhere that you go. Stand in your power and create the life that you want.
Chances are you probably are, though. So here we go. I always cringe a little bit when we start talking about victimhood because it's so prevalent, I feel like, in our world today. And we'll get more into this as we talk about what our country's going through later on in this. But, you started off the episode by talking about how we interpret everything in our life based on a belief system. And chances are, more often than not, that belief system is not even your own. Like you adopted it from those who basically taught you, raised you, or around you the most often. So I guess I want to start off by asking, why is it so important to ask the question, whose beliefs are these? Because I feel like we go on these little runs and we're starting to realize that that's more my dad, or that's my mom, or that's my uncle, or that's my aunt. Why do we need to stop and say, whose beliefs are these in the first place?
Because most of the beliefs that we have were transferred over to us without any critical thinking about whether we wanted to accept them as beliefs on our part, because we didn't have the ability.
No choice.
The conscious mind doesn't start developing until around 7 years old, and that's where our critical thinking is in our conscious mind. So all the information that we're taking in, this is why religion is the way that it is, because you can put religion into a little kid's head and tell them it's the only thing, that's it, it's an absolute, everyone is wrong, and they will vehemently defend that as an adult. They have no idea why they believe it, because somebody told them when they were 3 that was the truth was, right? So it's the same with any belief. You put that into somebody's mind before they have the ability to reject it, question it, or critically think about it, they accept it as an absolute. That's just the way that it is. How many times have you heard you ask somebody, well, why is that? And they'll say, because it is. That's just the way it is. Just because.
It is what it is.
Right. They can't explain it, right? But to them, you've done it yourself.
Oh, totally.
From that experience, you believe that you're completely right. It's like there's no other option. It's like your mind just goes, it just shuts down. It becomes very myopic around that idea. And that's what the problem is. We can't critically think until we start to question why we're not critically thinking. if we don't say, where did this belief come from? We never consider that we didn't ask for the damn thing, right? And I remember when I went through my struggle with religion, because I was raised Catholic, I also experimented and dove into the other denominations around Christianity as a child. I was curious. This whole idea that you would go to hell, that hell was this real place of fire and brimstone hell, like Dante and Dante's Inferno that you would go to for various different reasons, which we won't get into. I just wasn't buying into this. And that every other person on the planet that had a different religion was wrong and they're all going to hell. And I'm like, okay, so here's questions, right? Here's questions I had when I was a kid. So God knows everything. God created everybody. God knows what everybody's going to do. Why would God create all these people that he knows is never going to come over to the right religion and he's just going to have to send them burn in hell forever? I'm not buying that story, man. I don't care what the fuck you're pushing. I'm not buying that. It's such a load of horse shit. But here's the thing about this. If you don't ever challenge that belief, it will become the totality of your existence, along with everything else that you believe. There's not enough money. If I make too much money, you don't have enough. If I don't eat everything, all the carrots on my plate, kid in China's going to starve. Like all the bullshit that we heard growing up as manipulative ideas, those things go in as beliefs and they become absolute. And if you don't question them, they literally become your experience because you can't experience outside of your belief system.
Yeah, those starving kids in Ethiopia, I took food out of their mouths because they didn't
eat my
canned
You killed 500,000
carrots.
all by yourself.
Canned carrots,
right.
Damn it. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just really interesting when you stop and think about, like you just rattled off a few beliefs right there. Are there some other common beliefs you've come across by working with all these, people over the course of your time in this business that logically it makes no sense? Like what you just said about religion, logically it makes no sense that God would create all these varying factions and there's only one way to go about thinking about it. Logic doesn't play into people's minds. Like you said, the twisting of the brain. But what are some other like limited beliefs or some, victimhood beliefs that you've come across in your day where you're like, if you just stop and think for a minute, that makes absolutely no sense?
Yeah, well, we probably stay on the horn all day with this. But so when I created the Art of Success seminar the first time, I pointed out in that seminar that what was astonishing to me was that as I began to study business people, entrepreneurs, that their value system about life itself was very polarizingly different than middle class. Somebody who was working for a living for safety, right? For the gold watch. But what shocked me was how staggeringly different it was. Down to things like this. Asking somebody for something is rude. You don't ask for anything. I remember growing up, you go to somebody's house, you don't ask for anything. You say please and thank you. You don't touch anything. Keep your mouth shut. Like it was this, like, what the fuck? Am I going into the Vatican here?
Yeah, children should be seen and not heard comes to mind. And I've heard that from multiple.
Something like that. It was something
similar.
like that. But you develop this belief. It's not okay to talk about money. It's not okay to talk about sex. It's not okay to touch your genitals. God forbid you should ever touch yourself. Like don't do that. So you grow up with this. But think about it. Think about an entrepreneur. If they don't ever get out of it's rude to ask somebody for something, how do they have a conversation around buying anything? Right? How do you have, if you, I've coached a lot of therapists, a lot of people that are therapists, want to be therapists, coaches that had a very difficult time having interpersonal conversations about personal things with somebody. I'm like, how are you going to change their life if you don't have if you're not comfortable in that conversation? You're talking about sex, you're talking about death, you're talking about disease, you're talking about being broke, you're talking about people philandering, like all the problems that people have in their life. If you're not comfortable in that conversation, right? So you can't get comfortable if you have the belief that asking questions about somebody's personal life is rude.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't ask for money. I just had a conversation with somebody the other day. They're stuck in their mind around the idea that they have debt. And they're shaming themselves to death. I'm like, where did you get this idea? They're like, well, it's everywhere. Everybody knows you're not supposed to have debt. I'm like, who's everybody, right? it comes back down to what we believe as a kid. Can debt be a bad thing? It can be a horrible thing if you don't know why you're spending money or what you're spending it on, and you don't have any way to control your income. But if you understand debt, if you understand money, if you understand how to create money, debt is leverage, man. Like, you can do all kinds of great things with constructive debt. It's not a bad thing at all.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was a powerful, powerful belief that I got, and I've spoken about it before. My mom used to put these pamphlets in my room, and I make it sound like she did it every week, and it was probably maybe once or twice, but because she worked at a banking institution, she used to get these pamphlets, and they would say out of hoc, and it was all about how debt is the devil, basically, and you should never carry debt. My mom didn't float any credit card bills. She always paid. I'm only going to get this if I have enough money. We didn't float anything. There wasn't any financing. I grew up in a trailer house, and I'm sure they had to finance that, but there were these pamphlets, and I didn't have debt until I married into debt with my lovely wife, and she came from the standpoint that you do, that debt is a tool, debt is leverage. So it was that I had to overcome, and I still struggle with that.
That had to freak you the hell out.
Oh, big time. I struggled so much. Like, when we put our honeymoon on a credit card, I'm like,
oh my God,
holy shit, this is crazy. But we didn't have the money to pay for it. That's what credit is. It leveraged, our future earning potential to be able and go and have an amazing week in Jamaica, right? But if it were up to my mom, back in the day,
the whole time you worried about it.
Oh, total 100%. And then you're seeing that, okay, I make the minimum payment. And now on credit card statements, you probably haven't looked at a credit card statement in a while, but credit card statements, they now have, if you pay the minimum, you will have this paid off in 2046.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, this is great. And this conversation actually came up the other day listening to another podcast talking about the extreme amount of debt that kids are being saddled with coming out of college now. And that's a whole different animal, because we could really do something in our university structure to change that. But we're talking specifically about, debt as a tool in your business. And that was a belief system that I had to overcome. And like I said, I still struggle with that a little bit here and there. Money is probably the biggest cause of friction or confused thoughts when it comes to these, sort of generational victimhood thoughts.
Yeah.
I would think.
I don't think about it. I don't worry about it.
No, you don't.
No.
Like, you just, and
I don't. And I haven't looked at a credit card. I shouldn't say that. I see the statements that come in, but
yeah.
Most of the mail just goes straight to my bookkeeper.
Yeah,
and
you have somebody
it.
who takes that.
But I see it every day on a statement. I mean,
Yeah,
I see it on the statements that I get.
Yeah, and it really is interesting, though, that these belief systems, I think if we stop and take a moment to ask ourselves, where do these beliefs come from? They're not yours. They were inherited from someone. That's why I love, in one of the programs that you do, that's a big tenet of, getting to the bottom or the root of why they struggle so much in their life, in their business. And a lot of it comes down to, either rejection or they're not lovable or all these other beliefs that were piled on.
Well, a lot of it came out of a serviceability at one point in time. Like, if you trace back stuff, you've heard the pot roast story before, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Could you please share the pot roast story one more time? Just do the abbreviated version. It's the best freaking story ever.
Okay, so a husband and wife get married, and one of them comes home and the other one's making dinner, and they put a pot roast out. Both the ends are cut off of it. And the spouse says to the other one, this is great, but why are the ends cut off? And the person says, well, my mother always made it that way, cut the ends off. That's exactly how you make pot roast. And he's like, not buying it, right? So when they see mom, they ask her, what do you cut the ends of the pot roast off for? And she's like, because that's the way you make pot roast. That's the way my mother taught me how to make pot roast. So he's just not buying this. Like, there's something going on here. They meet grandma, and they ask, why do you cut the ends off the pot roast? And she says, oh, because back when grandma and grandpa got married, we didn't have a pan big enough to fit a whole pot roast in, and we had to cut the ends off to make it fit. But that got passed down, right? So it's a serviceability thing. Many things either through a bad experience going into all or nothing thinking, I'm never going to do that again, right? Like, for instance, when my car got repossessed, right? When I was in my early 20s, I could have developed this belief, I'm never going to finance a car again. I'm only going to pay cash for a car again. Instead of correcting the behavior that caused it to happen to begin with. But I've seen people that do that, that they have a bad experience. The bad experience becomes the rule. They never look at what caused the bad experience, and they associate it with something that really has relatively nothing to do with it. And they say, never do this again. or they make debt bad, or they look at how sex got made bad, right? It became a way to control people, right? They didn't want people, you didn't want your wife fooling around on you. You didn't want your husband fooling around on you. So let's make it wrong in the church, right? Let's make it wrong in the church. This way we can trust that nobody's going to be fooling around on each other. If you make somebody afraid of something, you have a very good chance of stopping the behavior or driving it deep underground, like where people do it in secret. Because it's not like people don't fool around on their spouses.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, and not only that, but they take on that belief as all or nothing. This is how it is.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, with the pot roast principle there, it just continues to be carried on to the next, to the next, to the next, until you somewhere down the line, hopefully somebody wises up and says, asks the questions.
Why?
And starts to challenge it and
Yeah.
test it a little bit. Yeah. I love that story. And
when I was a kid and I would say why, it would be because.
oh, sure. Yeah.
I didn't get a reason. Because I said so. That's it. But why? Because I said so. And I've told you before, when I was in school, I asked a lot of questions. And I've never really thought about, maybe this is the reason I kind of shut school off so young. But it may have something to do with it. I have to go back and look at that. But I remember asking really deep questions, things that I really was curious about as a kid, and actually getting in trouble for asking the questions. I don't think they knew how to answer not that I don't think they didn't know. They didn't know how to answer the questions. And this was especially in my religious upbringing when I went to catechism
like
for
Sunday
Catholic
school.
Yeah.
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 Oh, I'm sure. And if they don't have an answer to the question, they're probably, instead of looking at you as an intuitive, little seeker of knowledge, they shut you down because they were probably thinking to themselves, well, I don't have an answer and I don't want to sound stupid.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll just either draw attention away from it, or I'll just say because that's the way it is.
Yeah.
And because that's the way it is not a way to live
No,
your
and
life.
the other thing is, I think that there were probably times where they knew the answer, but they felt that it was inappropriate to answer for the age group that I was asking.
Sure.
in. And they did not want to open a bucket of worms with every other kid in that class and have their parent coming back saying, what the hell are you telling my kid this for?
Oh, I know full well, because I used to teach the talk to my fifth graders. And the talk was basically, we had to do a sexual education of sorts. I don't know if they can even do this in schools anymore, but you would have to have all the boys in one room, all the girls in another room, and I would have to get up in front of all the boys and talk about all manners of things. And there was always that one little wise ass who would ask they were probably really good questions, but we would just totally deflect because we were shutting him down.
Yeah.
We weren't allowing those conversations to be had instead of, and then we'd maybe, I hope to God I didn't do this, but maybe we would, shut him down and ridicule or, instead of pulling him off to the side.
You did. There's some kid that said it goes to a therapist now because Mr. Tuss told him not to touch his penis.
There are people all over this world that I've taught that probably are like, God damn it, they're probably at our events.
Yeah,
they're probably getting this. But it made me think about, how quickly we are to shut down those little curiosities. You see it on TV, you see it in movies, that little kid that's like, why? Well, why? Well, why?
Right.
And you get to a point where it's like, it's just because it is that way. And that can be very damaging, I think, if we come and approach it from that standard. So.
The problem is it's interesting when you're, I get it. A teacher has to move on. They can't answer every why in that classroom. They have to move on with the agenda. But when that becomes the belief system, just because, why, don't ask the question, then you're affecting that child as an adult forever if they don't ever challenge those beliefs. So that's why, getting back to your initial question of why do we ask?
Why do we ask? There you go.
Because we need to know where it came from so we can decide whether or not it's serviceable to us or not.
Sure. So let's look at this from a different angle and get a little down and dirty on, how being a victim serves people, because this world is riddled with victims, right? And I'm not talking about the victims, in the sense, I like how you ended this episode by talking about and defining a little bit about what you mean by a victim. We're not talking about victims of sexual abuse or misconduct or anything like that. We're talking about the people who are maybe not coming from a place of empowerment. They're coming from a place of a victim. So the different angle of looking at this is, and I'm curious to know your thoughts, why is it so easy to be a victim?
Because you don't have to challenge anything inside of yourself that you don't want to look at. So part of the way that most people are raised is with a respectable amount of guilt and shame. If I start having to question parts of myself that may be viewed as inadequate, I'm going to experience shame. But I don't want to own that. I want to blame that, right? So now it's easier to blame it right off the bat, and I don't have to look at anything.
Yeah. Yeah, makes total sense. Yeah, shame and guilt rule the day for so many people. And there will be people who are born and live their life and die without ever addressing those deep, dark.
Well, it also becomes groupthink. It becomes
Power in numbers.
Oh, well, 100%. It's rabid in cultures of people, and they accept the fate of that groupthink, and their whole life is shaped by that groupthink. And they don't even realize the things that they're blaming don't even exist anymore. They are creating it out of their belief that it once existed. And it did once exist, but not now. You know what I mean? So the idea is that, I was just looking at a few things. I happened to listen to a speech that Kennedy gave a few days ago. And he was talking about how divided the country was, right? So this is in like 1960, 61, how divided the country was. And I was kind of realizing basically the country is divided whenever we don't have a common enemy. Like when World War II, we had a common enemy, the country pulled together, right? But then when we have the differences that take place, when things relatively safe in our personal world, then our minds can go in whatever direction we can randomly let them go in, and we all form different opinions based on the experiences that we're having, but not about the truth. So we're just letting the experience rule our emotions, the experience rule the reality that we're experiencing at the moment, but without any discipline to come back and say, what's the truth about this? It's very easy for me to go down a road where I become a victim and you're the problem, right? Plus, we've also created a society, in all fairness, that allows people to be victims, that actually celebrates people to be victims in a way. We have huge portions of society where we've created society in a way where you don't have to completely develop yourself 100%. You can develop yourself enough to be useful to somebody else, and that person will pay you to live an average life, a decent life. But you don't ever really have to learn how to take care of yourself. You learn how to manage your life from day to day, but you don't learn skill sets really beyond that. Psychologically, that makes me dependent. I can be dependent on my job. I can be dependent on my marriage. I can be dependent on other individuals. I'm dependent on my government. I'm dependent on my health care. I'm dependent. I don't think the human spirit wants to be dependent. And I think that part of the victimization is kind of like a twisted higher self looking for a way out that doesn't know how to get out. It's pissed off that it's dependent to begin with. But it just doesn't know how to break out of it. The problem is that the reality that it sees for another individual is that person or that group of people is keeping me where I am. And it's harder to look inward at yourself than it is to actually accept responsibility for what's going on.
Yeah. I find myself getting sucked into these us versus them, like hive mind, especially coming out of the election and the candidates and how divisive it was and how close it was and all the things that were going on. I'm not here to discuss that, but I find myself feeling like it's us versus them, like it's the Republicans versus the Democrats, it's the liberals, versus the conservatives. And you want to associate it with it. And I don't pay any attention to politics, but for some reason, these past 4 years, I've been paying more attention because it affects the bottom line, maybe in business. But it's so interesting because even though I pay no much of attention to it, I still find myself with the hive mind, like, yeah, we were wronged. We want justice. And at the end of the day, my life is not going to change significantly, no matter who's sitting on the Iron Throne, right?
It changes if you're dependent upon all those people.
Exactly.
I'm not, personally.
Yes, exactly.
I create my own economy.
Yeah.
I don't give a flying fuck what they raise the taxes to. I'll figure out how to make more money.
That's right, exactly. But
they can do whatever the hell they want.
It made me think about, and I guess the question I wanted to ask when you were talking about that is there a gift in divisiveness? Is it okay to be divided? Can you talk
absolutely, because it forces critical thought, and that's a good thing. But you also have to recognize that it can get out of hand. And when the disenfranchised start to have more power out of victimization, now we've got a problem. Because it goes down, if you look at a lot of people that believe that they're victims, and the truth is that the system does keep them in a victim state. It's not encouraging them to get out of being a victim. So it supports them in handouts for being a victim. It's very difficult to climb out of that because there's no incentive. There's no incentive to get out, right? And the human being needs incentive of some kind, whether it's an internal incentive or an external incentive to help them climb out of that situation. But when you then move into this political environment where the people's jobs at the political level are dependent upon the incentive of the victimized, right? There's no power to get them out of being a victim for you to keep your job. It's actually to keep them a victim. And that's what people have to wake up to, because that's part of where our political system is broken.
Sure.
It's completely broken there. It's actually going backwards. It's not moving forward, because the more you create a voice for victimization, the more that voice will then have more power, and you'll end up flipping the country over. That's where you end up with a Marxism or socialism or whatever. That's why you see these countries that this happens to, because if everybody becomes the voice of I'm a victim, how do you change? What do you do? What do you do? If everybody believes you're a victim, then everybody stays there, and we need the state to get us out of that problem.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Can't do anything for ourselves, right? So how does the state get out of that problem? Let's take all of it and spread it out evenly, or decide what we're gonna hand out. There is going to be no incentive to move your life forward based on your own merits and what you can do for yourself, because then that's considered selfish or not good, or you're keeping other people down by doing that. And all that's crap.
Which goes back to those generational beliefs that we started this whole
It does. Yeah. So it's a cycle. So
yeah.
here's the point about this from the aspect of where you've kind of taken the conversation here. Every generation has to be diligent of what keeps us free. It's not like, okay, we figured this out, let's move on. No, we have never figured it out. Right? Certain people figure it out for themselves, but we have to figure out what works, and every generation has to fight for that, because there's always the chance of a backslide, right? There's always a chance of losing our freedom.
Sure. Well, and you just spoke about the speech from Kennedy back in the 60s.
Yeah.
Clearly, things have gotten better, but we're still dealing with the same sort of inequities and all these other things with racial injustices and all these other pieces. So it's not like we've probably learned from our mistakes, but we also keep repeating them of sorts. And this isn't our first rodeo. It's not the first time we're here. We will heal, we'll be better, and then it'll happen again, and it'll happen again. And that's just part of being human, I guess. Yeah.
The thing is that you deal with you end up with something in a free society that becomes kind of a paradox. How can you tell somebody that they can't be a victim if they're free? Right? You cannot set a standard for somebody and then make them live up to that standard without enforcing an ideology on someone. So it does create a problem. Yeah. It does create a problem, because how do you maintain a value standard in a society where you either can do that or you can't do that? It becomes a real issue. It's a very debatable issue. But this is where the divisiveness and critical thinking has to come in, because the idea is that in the end, we'll work out into the medium, right? The ends will come to the middle, and we'll come to a solution that maintains it, however weird it is. It does seem to keep things moving consistently forward.
Sure. Well, this, generational victimhood discussion, to me, feeds really neatly into the nature versus nurture debate. Some people overcome and thrive no matter what their experiences are, and they're able to elevate themselves out of it, raising their current experience from where they started. Then you've got others who are doomed to live with the struggle because that's all they know. So I guess, how do we go about changing a belief system when everything in our current experience just confirms we have nothing?
You have to have a desire to do something different.
Desire to rise above.
You have to want something different. Otherwise, there's no reason to change it. Safety, security, certainty inside the human being is a huge thing. But there's also this life force that is constantly pulling us forward. What you generally see is one overcompensates for the other in most people. Either the safety or the certainty is overthrowing the life force, or the life force is trying to throw out the safety and certainty and actually move the person forward. The only way I've ever seen somebody overcome this is to seriously understand what they want and go after it. Allow themselves to want it. See, that's where, when you take away the desire out of human ambition, you shut human potential down completely inside of a person.
Oh, that's scary.
It's very scary.
Yeah. Well, in the episode you finished off with, we can change the meaning and we can change the experience. Right. And I thought
Absolutely.
that was so impactful because, whatever experience you find yourself in right now, if you're not getting the results, if you're not liking what you're doing, personal responsibility, you have to accept it, that you're the part that's creating this. And then the other part is, if you want a different experience, you got to do something different that's going to bring you that experience. And there's so many people out there that hold on to things that you said they make you miserable, they make you broke, they make you sick, they make you combative and ornery. And it keeps you there right in that box in a very defensive posture. So for the person out there who might be feeling those things, what's just one quick shift they can do right there to just accept what they are and then move forward?
Just ask themselves why are they choosing to have the experience that they're having?
James Allen, you got from the As a Man Thinking.
Yep.
Because
you have to bring it back into understanding how you're connected to the result. If I don't ever see that I'm connected to this result, I will always think it's your fault. So I have to start to see the connection. So if I start asking a different question, this is where Robbins was right. He said questions are the answer. If we ask a more intelligent question, we get a better quality answer. So if I say, why am I choosing to have this experience? My mind is going to try to answer this question. That's going to lead me to a different reality.
Yes.
So we have to ask that question.
You have to ask it. Yeah. And I mean, I think I think we can say that, your work and the skills that you bring to podcasts like this and the work you do with other people is you make every attempt to do your part to eradicate victimhood. And there's no way that we can completely get rid of it. There's going to be victims because it's just comfortable for them. But you have done an amazing thing by having people really stop and ask themselves those hard questions. And the more we do that, the more we're able to, elevate our own position and help others along the way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this was a powerful episode. I mean, I think you and I both agree, we aren't victims. It's gross. We're disgusted by it for the most part. And I think there's a lot of people out there that are going to get a lot of benefits from what you had to say.
We're right at Christmas. Like it's a couple of days till Christmas. And what a happy time of year, right? So whether you celebrate the holidays or not, I wanted to kind of dedicate this podcast to a very specific idea that can allow us to really begin to find joy and happiness in our life. And I wanted to bring a couple of teachings to this because I actually think that if you begin to really think about what's going on inside of yourself, it allows you to have much more of a breakthrough in life. Because the natural state, there is this natural state of love and peace and joy that's in us, but very few people, I shouldn't say very few people, many people have a very difficult time actually getting to it. So here's the idea. Here's this idea. I always like comparing nature, if you will, wildlife, and the natural state that lives in to us and how we react with the world, how we see the world. Both things are created with this idea of more life, and there is this livingness that happens, right? We see life be born, we see life live, and we see life die and transition. So when we're looking at nature, we're looking at something that is, for the most part, uninterrupted by man. And I'm also fully aware that a big part of this idea is that we are observing nature. When I say we, what is the we that is in us that is actually observing nature? It's the higher self that is always doing the observing. And it's important to understand that, because if we're going to start to create or fracture this separation in our mind so that we can witness our true self, witnessing our programmer reacted self, it's great to think about what is the me in me, or what is the I in me that is observing how I think, how I'm feeling, how I'm experiencing life, and how I'm experiencing nature. So this is the interesting thing about this. If you watch nature does this really interesting thing where it goes through the livingness of itself, but it does not carry the trauma. It does not carry the grief. It does not carry the pain in which it experiences within through its next existence. In other words, it can have an experience. It could be a painful experience. It could be a frightening experience. And yet, once that experience is over, nature continues to move on. So let me just tell you this story, but this happened to me. When I lived in Maryland, I had my office in my home, and we lived on a golf course. So it was winter time. There was snow. You kind of overlooked the golf course, and then on the other side of the golf course, there was this field. So this was big, expansive field. And on the north end of the field, there was this hedgerow. So I'm sitting there, and I was working, but I happened to be looking out the window. Or actually, I was, it wasn't even like I was looking out the window. The window was in front of me while I was working. So something caught my attention, and I saw this cat come out of the hedgerow, and it was like it was probably stalking a mouse or something. It was like doing that little creep walk, that a cat does, and it's starting to move out. And as I'm watching this, about 20 yards down the hedgerow from the cat, unbeknownst to the cat, it was either a coyote or a fox. I don't quite remember which one it was because it was so amazing what happened, but we'll just call it a coyote for the sake of this story. This coyote starts to come out of the hedgerow, and it's looking at the cat. And I'm going, holy shit. I'm like, cat dude, wake up, like turn around, there's a coyote behind you. You could tell, you knew instantly that this was going to be like an old episode of Mutual of Omaha, and and this coyote is going to go after this cat. So I called my wife in, I called one of my kids in, and we're sitting in there, we're watching this nature show unfold right in front of us. And all of a sudden, the cat becomes aware of that coyote, and the cat bolts, and it is hauling ass across this field, and the coyote's chasing it, and they're going around in circles, and the cat is like staying it's staying out in front of the coyote, but the coyote's trying its damnedest to get this cat. And we're in the office, and we're cheering on the cat. We're like, go little cat, go, come on, watch out. And there were so many times where that coyote got so close to taking the cat out, but long story short, the cat got to safety. It ran into something. I couldn't tell what it was, but it ran into something. And the coyote was extremely frustrated, kicking up snow, trying to find out where the cat went, but it couldn't find the cat. And the coyote eventually gets bored, and it moves off and goes away. It seemed like about a half an hour. I don't know. It might have been longer, might have been shorter. All of a sudden, I see the cat back out in the field again, hunting mice. And I'm thinking to myself, that is so wild, right? It is so wild that this cat's back out there. It's hunting mice. The coyote's nowhere to be found. Half an hour ago, it's running for its life. Has several close calls with a natural order of things in the universe, and yet now it's out there doing its thing. It didn't have to go to a cat psychiatrist. It's not over at the cat bar getting loaded and smoking and telling all its buddies about its bad adventure. It's not full of drama. There's no story. It's not journaling. It didn't have to hire a coach to solve its problems. And even better than that, it's back doing what it's supposed to do, as natural as anything. And I'm sitting there thinking, it's really fascinating because if you observe nature, what you notice is that trauma, pain, whatever it is that nature is experiencing, as it experiences those things, it lets it go. It does not hold on to it. It doesn't hold on to it. It doesn't harbor it. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows if it actually remembers it. But it doesn't remember it. If it does not remember it in a way where it then creates a story out of it and then retells the story to itself over and over again. So it becomes literally free of its experience and continues to move on. Yet we also know that it learns from the experience. It gets better because of the experience. And of course, the way nature works is that nature weeds out the weak. So if it's actually weak in that scenario, it gets weeded out. Now, where else do we see this natural letting go of frustration, anger, fear, grief, sadness, this type of stuff. We see this with very little children. Very little children, before they've gotten too much programming from mom and dad, they will have something happen and throw a bloody tantrum right in the middle of the floor, or a bloody tantrum at the mall, or at the movie theater, or the restaurant, wherever they are. If they have enough frustration or enough series of things, went wrong, maybe their sister took something or their brother took something from them or whatever, they'll lose it. And it will be a dramatic outpouring of this emotion. It doesn't matter who's there. It doesn't matter who's watching. It just goes out of their body. And when it's over, they go back to doing what they were doing. There's no story. There's no harboring the problem. It's a complete release of the energy, and they go back to doing the thing that they were doing before. So why is it then, if we have this natural ability in us that seems to be in all of nature to release the pain, grief, trauma, anger, frustrations, so on and so forth, out of us to be able to move forward healthy, that we see most adults do not do this? In fact, most adults, what they do is they have experiences that are painful in some way. And instead of experiencing the pain, they stuff the pain back down inside of themselves so they don't have to experience it. And then with the attempt to move forward with what they were doing, but it creates more problems and exacerbates the original problem that they were having. Here's what's going on. What's interesting is that the human being, the core self, the higher self of us, it wants to let this go. It wants to let those experiences go. It wants to release them. It does not want to remember them and hold on to them and harbor them. But as a child begins to grow up, it begins to learn something very unique that we don't see in nature. And that is, we get the discipline and the correction from our parents that it's not okay to throw that tantrum. It's not okay to express what it is that we're feeling. And very often, shame and guilt are actually used in the discipline of those activities. So what then happens is that the child begins to associate in its mind and its emotional pattern pain to releasing the pain. And once they begin to associate pain to releasing the pain, then the child doesn't want to release the pain anymore. So as we start to move through the natural order of things in the human being's world, we go from, the kid playing at home, the kid gets frustrated, is able to release it. But then as that we have to prepare that child to go to school, or it starts to become inconvenient when that child throws a tantrum in the middle of the mall. I think we've all seen that from time to time. Not only have I seen it, I've experienced it with my children. It starts to become inconvenient, and in many cases embarrassing for the parent, and they begin to make that child wrong for the natural way that we're designed to release that energy from ourselves. Because it's after the release of that energy that we're calm, we're peaceful, and generally we're happy again. But when the parent makes the child wrong for doing that, when the parent is not only making the child wrong, but literally attaching shame and guilt into the child for actually expressing that to begin with, we end up with this scenario with this child moving through life, and then now it's experiencing all the other places where it cannot be free and express itself whenever it does feel frustrated. Now, supposedly, we're supposed to be learning coping mechanisms for this in our life. And coping mechanisms, in my experience, for most people, don't really work very well because they're not coming from a place of truth. They're coming from a place of teaching a person how to compartmentalize frustrated emotions, hurt emotions, painful emotions, so that they can continue on with life. When the child goes to school, it can't throw a tantrum in school. It learns that really quick. If it's going to church or it's getting a religious education, it can't do that there. It learns that really quick. It certainly can't do it when it's with its peer group. When the child starts to become a teenager, it's very inappropriate for a teenager to do that. When a child becomes a young adult, and an adult and begins to go into the workforce, they can't throw a tantrum in the middle of the office. They can't kick and scream. They can't release those things when they get unbelievably frustrated or angry. They have to continue on, do the job. They're expected to be able to move through that, and we call that emotionally healthy. What happens? It's all being bottled up. So it becomes one story after another story after another story after another story. Here's a metaphor for this, right? If you want to get a visual of what this looks like, imagine if you had a meal, say your breakfast meal. You had a breakfast meal, you took the dirty dishes, you put them in the sink. You have a lunch meal, you take the dirty dishes and put them in the sink. Every time you go to have another meal, you don't clean the dishes that are in the sink and reuse those. You take new dishes out of the cupboard and you use those. And when they're done, you just keep stacking them. Well, after a couple of days, you're going to have a mountain of dirty dishes in the sink. And there's no ignoring that. It starts to stink. It starts to rot. It's horrible to look at. But the idea is that instead of dealing with those dirty dishes, we just keep piling on the next set and piling on the next set and piling on the next set. Many people are going through life with years of literally one hurt, one grief, one angry moment after another, after another, after another, one frustration after another, being piled on top of them inside of ourselves and pushing them down. The anger, the frustration that we experience, it very often wants to come up from the inside and express itself out into our life, but we don't want to experience it. We don't want to feel it. Human beings do this crazy thing where they do not want to feel the bad emotions. So they do anything to stop feeling those emotions. They may eat too much, drink too much, drug too much. They'll escape in all different kinds of ways. Will go through, huge industries have been created with the idea of having people live so they don't have to experience negative emotions. We call that escapism. It's not the natural way that it's supposed to be. So we have this issue where instead of allowing ourselves to feel, allowing ourselves to understand what's actually happening in ourselves, we suppress it. We want to keep pushing it down, pushing it down, pushing it down. Then anything that we push down, anything that we keep suppressing inside of ourselves, it starts to come out in other directions. It'll come out at work, or it'll come out with a spouse, or it'll come out, you'll project it onto your children. You see this with road rage. Like people do this with road rage. Somebody cuts them off. Somebody does something, whether it's on purpose or accident. The person in the car flies off the handle, completely loses it. They're cutting people off. They're chasing cars. They're riding somebody's bumper. They're flipping them off. They're screaming at them through the window. In all the years that I've been driving, I've seen some horrific cases of road rage. Ones that are just truly frightening, just really, truly frightening. And we get to this place where we literally start to become sick inside because of this, because we do not understand how to deal with it. And it's almost like somebody has put a door over a door, because we have this door of, like, it's not appropriate to let it out. But then when shame and guilt are actually attached to these emotions, we can't seem to get them out, because now we're dealing with more pain. Now, here's the thing. The more emotions that we have stuffed down inside of us that are not good, the more shame and guilt we've attached to those emotions, the more painful it becomes to let those emotions out and actually deal with them in any kind of a healthy way at all. So I want to give everybody a couple of tools to use, and I think it's a great idea that you could start practicing them right now, right through the holiday season. It's a wonderful thing because this happens to be a time of year where very often we find ourselves in situations where we're around people where, they're familiar. We've got family. There's old stories running. Things can get a little tense at times. Sometimes there's a little too much alcohol. We all know. We all know the dreaded family stories that sometimes happen during holidays. And overall, holidays can be a stressor for a lot of people for many different reasons, and especially right now with COVID going on. Some people can't see their family. Some people are stuck with their family. They can't because they're all in the same house. There's no place to go. People can't get away from each other. It's a really good idea to start to use some of the tools that I'm going to give you today to be able to deal with these things, but more importantly, to be able to really get to know yourself better, so that you can kind of reprogram yourself and reframe yourself to move through life without these kinds of frustrations. Before I learned any of this, I'll never forget when I was back working on a dock driving a forklift in the late 80s, early 90s. I would go to work and get in trouble for something, and I would scream at the boss, like top of my lungs, scream 4-letter words, never take responsibility for anything, blame everybody else. My response to dealing with the frustration was to fight back, not to express my frustration in my own healthy way, but to project it onto other people as actually them being the problem. And when I first started to learn this idea, I did not realize that the real reason something would make me angry or upset was because of the meaning that I was attaching to it. Was a meaning of anger or a meaning of hurt or a meaning of shame or a meaning of guilt. I was giving things some kind of meaning that represented pain to me. It didn't represent love, peace, freedom, kindness, joy. It didn't represent anything like that. And I remember hearing somewhere along the line, in like one of the first cassette tapes I listened to, or maybe it was a book that I read, some concepts of this idea that human beings give meaning to everything. And I was thinking to myself, how can anything possibly have a different meaning? Like, how can that possibly be? This means this. This means this. This is a pen. I can't give this pen a different fucking meaning. It's a fucking pen, right? And I was indignant about the idea that the meanings that I had given things in life, that they were absolute. It made no sense to me that anything could have a different meaning. What I now know that I didn't know then was that in that moment, there was no separation in my mind between me as my higher self and me as this wounded young man who never learned anything different in their life except how to react to life. So what's important to know about this is that there's some things that you can do where you can actually start to see this. So if you think to yourself, when I'm noticing myself going through something, who's doing the noticing? What part of me is actually noticing the fact that I'm going through something, right? If I notice that I'm angry, right? Not just angry, but I notice that I'm angry. If I notice that I'm sad, here's another way of looking at it. If you ever have a dream, you wake up in the morning and you tell somebody, I had a dream. Well, who had the dream? Who had the dream and who was actually looking at the dream, right? Because are you telling the dream from the person who was in the dream, or are you telling about the dream from the person who was observing you in the dream? There's that observer. And that's the part of us that is our higher consciousness and not just the flesh and bone and thought evolved being that we are. There's another side to us. And when you understand that that side's there and you start to recognize it and see it, you're like, oh, there's some understanding that comes with that, because I literally can observe myself doing things. Even if I can't stop myself from doing it, even if I don't know why I'm doing it, I can still observe myself doing it. And in the observation of that, what I may not be conscious of at first, but totally exists, is the ability to make a different choice. It allows me to do something that's absolutely remarkable. And that is, I can detach or separate from what's happening in my life at that moment, and I can let it happen. So one of the first skill sets that I learned was the ability to be able to separate or detach. And that meant basically this: take something that's happening in your life that you don't like, right? Something during your day, it happens, you don't like it. Observe yourself not liking it first, and then say something like this: isn't this interesting? What that does is it allows you to focus more on the fact that you're the observer and not bring judgment to what's happening. But you have to consciously do that. Don't judge what's happening. Allow it to happen. When you go into judgment, what's generally happening in that moment is the fear side of yourself is trying to take over, and it's thinking about why it needs to stop what's happening from happening. Also, there's the shame and guilt side that takes over that says you shouldn't feel good about what it is that you're experiencing right now. When you step back and you say, isn't this interesting, and you just watch whatever happened play out, you can allow the natural order of things to play out in front of you. And then when that's over, the cool thing is that you literally can step back and you can evaluate what happened. You can look at it with a completely different level of consciousness. You can ask yourself, what does this need right now? And then you can determine what action, if any, needs to be taken. The great thing about this, though, is that you're seeing something that you've never seen before. When I get like I'm angry and I'm pissed off and damn it, this is not supposed to happen, and I get in that place, I feel out of control. I'm afraid of something. I may not know what it is. And what I want is I want this to stop. I want, if I'm interacting with another individual and they're pissing me off, I want them to stop, right? Everything in my being wants it to stop because I'm afraid to experience it just as it is. And the reason that I'm afraid to experience it is because I've lost the connection with myself that has the natural ability to do so. Like once you start doing this, you're going to find that this is actually so easy, it'll blow your mind, and it totally changes your experience of life. It brings you so many more options about what you can do, the choices that you make, and it elevates the quality of your life. Imagine if you were in a room with family and friends and they weren't getting along. Maybe it was a Christmas dinner or some holiday celebration. Maybe somebody had too much to drink. Maybe it was one of those things where an uncle hit on a cousin or somebody else's wife, or somebody made a rude comment at dinner and everything's uncomfortable, and you start to see people get tense and afraid and angry, and somebody's snapping at one other person snapping at another. Or you're having an experience where somebody is maybe verbally or emotionally attacking you, berating you, or not treating you well, and you want to defend yourself or you want to get out of there. If you practice stepping back and going, isn't this interesting? You not only become the observer of yourself, you become the observer of what's happening with everybody else. And it allows you to experience it in its fullness, in its entirety. After you do this a few times, there's something really magical about this that happens. What happens is it's almost like the higher side of yourself that knows the truth realizes that the majority of the time that something like this happens, nothing's going to happen. Like there was nothing really to be afraid of. Now, I'm not talking about if somebody's chasing you with a knife or you got a road rage idiot trying to cut you off on the road. I think all of those things, those scenarios might be a little bit different. I'm talking about the things that happen to us every day that make us angry, sad, frustrated, jealous, vindictive, experiencing any kind of a negative emotion where we're really trying to run away from the emotion and not experience it. We're trying to stop it. We're projecting on to other people. And we're in that moment, we're losing our consciousness. We're totally out of the consciousness of going, okay, what is the truth about this? So if I'm in an experience, wham, I'm in this experience, right? Things aren't going right. Maybe I show up to work and something went horribly wrong. I can say, isn't this interesting? And just let it be for the moment. And you might think to yourself, but David, I've got to do something. Don't I have to do something? No, you don't have to do something. If the house is on fire, you may have to get everybody out of the house. But if it's your average thing that goes wrong, if you just stand back, and actually it's even more than just average. Like, it can be major things that go wrong. Unless there's a life on the line right at the second, you can step back and you could say, isn't this interesting? And you could experience the fullness of it. Well, here's what you'll observe. You'll observe whatever this train wreck is. Come in, you'll observe it, and it'll pass out. It'll pass away. It'll pass through. So literally, it moves through. You're having this experience, and whatever this is moves through the experience, and you're observing it move through the experience without judgment. When you do that, you're getting back to your natural self. You're getting back to your higher self. You're like the cat that was chased by the coyote. Once it passed, the cat was fine. It went back about doing what it was doing. It did not attach meaning to the coyote experience other than in the experience it needed to get to safety. But afterwards, he didn't run a story about the coyote. He got back to living. He got back to being at peace. He got back to doing whatever it is that the cat does. And we can get back to doing whatever we're doing, which is hopefully it's peace, love, and joy for the life that we're actually living. But it creates this higher consciousness of ourself, because the more you use this tool, the better at this you get. And what you find out is that the less frustration you experience in life in its entirety. Like, I get frustrated from time to time. I'm a human being, but not much. Not much. And actually getting outright angry or like enraged like I did when I was younger, that hardly ever happens. Like, I can't remember the last time I was enraged about something, Why? Because I can let it pass through. I can look at it and say, isn't this interesting? I really, for the most part, have disconnected attaching meaning to things in my mind. I'm willing for it to be whatever it is. I stay in this idea also of what is the truth about this. Instead of immediately attaching a meaning to something, whether it comes from the need to be right, the need not to be wrong, not wanting to be afraid, not wanting to be embarrassed. I mean, think about how many emotions you experience that aren't good because you need to be right, you don't want to be wrong, you don't want to be embarrassed, you don't want to look a fool, you feel jealous. Like, imagine, as you're envious of something, any kind of anger, or you're deeply hurt, or maybe even if you feel rejected. Like, feeling rejected for a lot of people is a huge trouble emotion for them. If you didn't have to feel those things, what could the thing that you're experiencing actually mean? Now, here's what I mean about that. Everything in the universe has a polar opposite, right? It's equal and opposite. Whatever you're experiencing has two sides. Imagine you see the person that says, and we've all seen somebody who says this, there can't be anything good about a 2-year-old that dies from cancer. What's good about a 2-year-old that dies from cancer? In the moment that the person is experiencing needing to be so right and so enraged about that principle, about that observation, of course they can't see anything else, because all they're focused on is the need to be right about that scenario, the need to be angry about that scenario. So they can't see anything else about it. But as we know with everything in the universe, everything has an opposite. Everything that we experience bad is also equally good when we move out of judgment. So if we say, isn't this interesting? What is the truth about this? What I do is I detach from the neurotic need to give something meaning. And when I no longer have it to give it that meaning, I can be like really certain about the experience that I'm having. I can be really clear about staying in the place of, I just want to be open to the truth. If I can stay open to the truth in this scenario, I can change my experience, and I can now experience the good that's in this. And the good that's in this will always move my life forward in a good way. The bad that's in something won't necessarily do that, although it does have the potential. Some people do things better because they experience something bad. But more often than not, what ends up happening is it gives a person another reference for things are bad. And then we stockpile those references like the dirty dishes. And before you know it, the whole world looks like a filthy kitchen, right? So again, here's the process. Here's the tool. Something goes wrong externally or internally. You recognize that it's happening. You say, isn't this interesting? You allow it to pass through without judgment. You just observe. You observe outside of yourself what's happening, and you observe inside of yourself what's happening. Notice how you feel. Notice how you're breathing. Notice if any emotions are coming up or going down. After it passes, you ask yourself, what is the truth about this? And then you allow the truth, the higher answer, to come to your consciousness. Now, it may not come that moment. It might take a day. It might take a week for it to come. But you stay in that question of what is the truth in this. And as you stay in that question, what you're doing is you're allowing yourself to be open to a different answer. The answers are always here, but we generally don't get the answer if A, we're not asking an intelligent question, and B, we're not open to what the answer is. If we're coming from a need to be right about an answer or a need not to be wrong about something else, then our mind gets focused, hyper-focused on only those two possibilities. When I come from what is the truth in this, I open myself to all possibilities. When I open myself to all possibilities, I can make an intelligent decision. I can make an intelligent choice about doing something different. Boo.
Yes, I feel like this is a retelling of Dickens' as A Christmas Carol.
Yeah, it's a Dickens pattern.
It's a Dickens pattern.
I'm going to run a
perfect.
Dickens pattern. I'll put my Dickens hat on over here that we've got on the shelf.
The Ghosts of Our Past. Catchy title and very timely, with Christmas right around the corner knocking on our door.
It is timely.
Yeah.
It's not Scroogey, though. Nice? It's not Scroogey. We didn't do any Scroogey in it.
No, we did.
But it's how to deal with some Scroogey.
Are you naughty or nice?
What's that?
Are you naughty or nice?
It depends on who I'm in the room with.
There you go. Well, this episode, The Ghosts of Our Past, had everything in it. You started off, it had wildlife avoiding its cruel end. It had a Mutual of Omaha Wild Kingdom reference with shout out to Marlon Perkins. I used to watch those as a kid. Talked about suppressed temper tantrums, which led to road rage. And you even slapped the tables a few times emphatically. So where do we start with breaking down this episode? Well, I will say this. I feel like the underlying theme for this episode is happiness and how it's inevitably a choice. Would you agree with that?
So that's a good question. It's a choice, but it really isn't if you don't know how to be happy, because happiness itself is an awareness. So that's why I started it off with our little nature adventure there, and the direction of Marlon Perkins. The idea is basically this, that nature is in this state of acceptance all the time. And it does have to deal with things like in the episode, you've got the cat that's running away from the coyote. And that's in survival mode, right? So the cat's in survival mode. It's going balls out to survive. That's the whole idea. The coyote's hungry. It's in survival mode. It wants to eat the cat, right? But when that's over, they go back to doing whatever the hell they were doing before. I don't know what the coyote was doing. He was probably looking for a cat or something. And the cat went back to hunt. So he went from hunted to hunter. He was stalking mice in the middle of this field. But what's great about this is that the cat did not have to go for 15 years of psychotherapy after it was chased by the coyote. You put a human being in that scenario, you may have a trauma that person never gets over in their whole life. Well, think about it. Somebody gets mugged, they get raped, they get robbed, they get assaulted in some way, and you hear about how they deal with this trauma for the rest of their life. And when I first started to learn this, I learned that this principle, we actually don't want to hang on to those things, right? The higher side of ourself does not want to hang on to those things. Even from a physiological level, we don't want to hang on to it.
So our natural state, you're saying, is that we want to just shed that and not carry it around,
exactly.
Sort of like nature. So in a natural state, That's how we should be.
Yeah. Well, you have kids. Do you remember when they were really little, before you started really getting involved in giving them direction, and they would throw a tantrum?
Oh, 100%.
And when it was over, what happened?
They just went right back to playing with the toy, or
Right.
just
It was like
it never
nothing
even
ever happened. Nothing.
Yeah. And me
Nothing.
reassessing it was like, God, why are they like that? And then I would ruminate on it for hours
Yeah.
when they just moved on about whatever it was.
Exactly. And here's the thing, though. That's your conditioning. There was a time when you were little like that you would throw a tantrum, and then afterwards it was over. You know, whether you got a fight and maybe your brother hit you in the head with a fire truck or something when you were a kid. You know, and then it's over. And it's done. It's just forgotten. You guys are best buddies again. What happens is that the parents then have to start directing the children, because it's like, okay, it's interesting the first few times it happens, and then it's happening when mom's on a phone call or dad's on a phone call, or it's during dinner, or now we're at the mall, or we're at grandma's house and everybody's looking at my kid
What will they
in
think
the middle of the
us?
floor. So we start projecting shame and guilt onto these kids and making them wrong for doing something that is physiologically and spiritually natural to release. And we develop a pattern that says, don't let it go. Because feeling it is more painful than dealing with it. Sure. The shame, right? And that becomes the new norm. Now, that happens when we're really little. I mean, that starts when we're really little. And by the time we're adults, we've moved into this. Think about this as you went through your life. When did you start to become very aware of peer pressure?
For me, it was I really started to recognize it at the latter part of elementary school into middle school.
Yeah.
Middle school was the worst.
Yep.
Oh, it was the worst.
That's what it is for most people.
What you wear, how you look, your hair, your face, your clothes, whatever it might be, it was middle
Okay,
school.
so think about that. We start to develop consciousness about the age of 7. So we start to become really kind of fully aware of ourselves just as we're about entering puberty. And then we're self-conscious. We're hyper aware of everybody else. We become aware of our body changing. So now it's not the body that we knew, but it's a body that's changing. Plus we've got some hormones starting to kick in. And we've carried along this piece that says, don't do that. Don't you raise your voice to me. Don't you throw a tantrum. Don't cry. Boys don't cry. Right? Little girls keep their mouths shut. Whatever you heard, okay? What it does is it shuts down our natural emotional expression. But it's not just shutting it down. It's pushing it down, right? We're pushing it down inside of our subconscious mind. We're taking all that energy and we're shoving it down because we don't want to experience it. Well, where does that go? That goes into overeating, drinking, drugging, crazy sex, road rage, spousal abuse, child abuse, all kinds of crazy stuff, right? We know where this stuff goes. We've known for almost 100 years where this stuff goes. But hardly anybody talks about how not to get there to begin with. It's always like, well, now you got to go to rehab. Now you got to go on a psychiatrist's couch. Now you got to hire a coach. Now you got to do all this stuff to figure out what you naturally knew how to do when you were born.
So you're unlearning.
You have to unlearn is exactly right. You have to re-separate in your mind the part of you that is experiencing this from the person that is experiencing this. So that's, like I said, think about a dream, okay? When you have a dream, you get up and you tell Steph, oh, Steph, I had this fucked up dream, right?
Yeah.
Who had the dream?
I had the dream.
Right. But who's observing the dream?
I observed the dream.
Right. But who are you observing in the dream?
Myself having the dream.
Right. Right?
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
It is weird.
It is
So
weird
how do
because you don't tell Steph as the participant in the dream. You tell Steph, here's what I did in this dream.
And it was me.
Or here's what happened to me in this dream. Right? So it's not coming from the first person.
Yeah. Yeah, observing the observer, which is me. It's
Yeah.
it's so crazy. And in the dreamlike state, it's one thing to do it. In the real world, I find myself having a struggle with observing myself doing something because here's where I struggle. I react before I think. So the big thing that I've learned in my therapy, which is really interesting because this fits right in line with my DBT training that I've gone through the last couple of years, is that you need to stop in the moment and say, isn't that interesting? That was one of the tools, to be able to take the emotional charge out of it. I have to be able to say, isn't that interesting? I'm not always good at that in the moment. My refractory period has gotten much less. I used to ruminate it for days and days and days before I did anything about it. But for now, it's in that moment, I don't always think before I speak, and it gets me into trouble. What you're saying is you need to observe it. You need to step outside of it in that moment, almost with the snap of a finger in that moment, and say, isn't this interesting? And observe what comes up for you.
Yep.
Right.
What comes up for you, and also what you're witnessing, right? Because it's always that you're witnessing something, even if something triggered you and you're having an internal experience. What was the thing? What was that thing that triggered you? So the idea is that you get to become the observer, because as the observer you can move to a place of non-judgment. You can't if you're the reactor. If you're the reactor, you're so in it, you can't see anything else, and your only option is whatever your programming is.
Yeah.
There is no other option.
Sure. You know what's interesting about this is I'm defaulting to the negative aspects of this. Like I'm defaulting to the triggers you just spoke of. You can observe yourself doing positive things and the positive feelings of emotion and the love that comes in.
Yes.
Is that correct? So it's so funny that my mind immediately goes to all the things that went wrong versus think of all those wonderful moments where we call them bursts of love. Steph has these bursts of love sometimes. Well, she'll just want to hug anybody in sight, right? And for me, being that emotionally closed off individual who's working on being more open and vulnerable, it's hard for me to see that. But at the same time, that burst of love is something you can say, isn't this interesting? Think about why I'm feeling this right now, this love. And this season gets me. Like, I love Christmas. I love the holidays. I love everything about it. The music, the food, the fellowship, everything. And I want to stay in that place all year long. And I could, because it is a choice, but you're also saying it's an awareness that you have to get to in order to do that, to move forward.
It is, because the moment that we go unconscious, we get sucked in. We suffer the illusion, right? It's basically like this. I hallucinate that this is happening to me. I hallucinate somebody yelled at me. I hallucinate I did something wrong. I hallucinate I had a fight with my wife. Because I'm not in my consciousness. I'm hallucinating that this is what's actually happening to me, when actually it's something that I'm observing happen. So is it the guy in the dream that's experiencing it, or is it the guy observing the dream? Which one are you going to be? The true self is the guy that's observing the dream, right? Because if you think about it, who is this person in us that can do that, right? Like right now, I have to be aware of not only me having this conversation with you, but me as the observer of the dream and me in the dream.
Man, doesn't that make your head just swim?
Well, it does at first, because your mind wants to hold on to what's safe.
Right.
Like, wait, just forget all that. What keeps me safe? But once you start to experience it from the place of, oh, there's nothing really going to happen here, right? Like whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And truthfully, even if it's horrific, I actually don't have any control over it. If somebody's going to die in this situation, they're going to die, right? If somebody's going to get sick, they're going to get sick. Here's one that's hard for people. If somebody's going to leave, they're going to leave. Right? We will lose our fucking minds over trying to keep somebody with us and they don't want to go. And you know in your heart of hearts they're going to go, right? But you'll resist it with everything. Why? Because you don't want to have to feel the experience of them leaving. Yeah, right? So what are you doing in the moment? You hallucinate that your feeling of well-being is because of being interconnected with them. It's all hallucination. It's 100% a hallucination. But when you stand out of it, not only do you break the hallucination, but you break the addiction. And the addiction is to the feeling or the non-feeling of the moment, whatever it might be. And you have to work on it. Like I've been working on it for a long time. And you know me, there's not many times where I get sucked back in, but on occasion it'll happen, you know? And I'm like you, refractory period's very short these days, but it still happens. Because if there's too much going on at one time, you can get sucked into this identity very quickly, right? Where you're not actually conscious of the observation of what you're doing. You're just in the doing of what you're doing, right? But with animals, they don't. If you think about it like this, what I mean is that they don't hold on to it. So the cat will move into, I have to be a cat running away, and they're 100% in the cat running away as long as that needs to happen for them to get safe. But as soon as it's done, it's over. So the difference is the cat can let it go and go back to do its stuff. Human beings don't. We're taught not to let it go, so we don't want to feel it. We suppress it when the natural side of ourselves wants to go. Why do you think we seek, think about this, why do you think we seek alcohol, drugs, sex, movies, any kind of escapism? Because it takes us back to a place of feeling good.
Totally. It's numb. It's numbing. It's dulling your senses. It's dulling your higher self.
It is, but think about it. It's allowing you for the moment not to experience the pain, which is actually what we want to get back to, is not experiencing the pain. But we're afraid to go through the pain to get to that natural state to begin with. Because the place of peace, love, and joy is our natural state, right? Like if you think about what Christ said, by their fruits you'll know them. What are the fruits? That's what the fruits are: peace, love, joy, happiness, gratefulness. In order to get back to that state on a regular basis, you have to be willing to let go of the pain, which means you have to experience the pain, but you have to release it. So you experience it, and it moves. You experience it, and it moves. The real pain of pain is the judgment of pain. There's a natural state of pain that everybody feels, but when human beings started putting shame and guilt on the experience of pain, it was like a nail in the coffin, right?
Sure.
Because that is more painful than the actual pain.
Yeah. For me, it's the judgment. It's the judgment that I hold. I punish myself over and over and over again for doing something that was really out of line, whereas in nature, they just let it go. I will ruminate on it. And, one of the things that I struggle with, and I've said on this podcast before, is, the two most difficult things for me to say are I love you and I'm sorry. And I think that in itself is an indication that I have an awareness that I know I need to get to, but I still struggle mightily with it. And I will judge myself. And if I don't get from dawn to dusk without doing something wrong, or doing something that I have to work on, then I feel like I've totally lost my way. I'm currently, going through the program you're doing, the 1090 program with you. And one of the questions you ask is, what do I need to forgive myself for yesterday? And I struggle sometimes with not having anything to forgive, but I know that I do, because I pile on. I think that is a ghost in my past, for sure. And I'm sure a lot of people out there probably feel the same way. It's just really interesting when you start thinking about, separating yourself from that and judging it, because really what you're doing is you're making the problem worse for yourself when you just constantly can't let it go. You should let it go.
Yeah.
Right? But I guess how? I know you've given us tools to do that, but is there any other quick fix? This is a lot of time.
The letting go is either the not judging to begin with, or the removal of the judgment. So it's acceptance. That's a great question, though. How do we let something go? We accept it. It just is. It just is. Take your judgment off of it. The only reason that I judge something is because I want to give it meaning so I can control my experience. That's it.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense because I'm an over-controlled person, so I want to control the experience.
Right.
So.
And my observation of you over the years is that you will give something meaning, and then you won't change the meaning. Like you've told me, how you've dealt with people in your past. Not so much today, but in your past.
Yeah.
Like once you give it meaning, that's it. If say a relationship ends, you've told me many times, it's over. You won't change your meaning of that, right?
Yeah.
It's just that becomes an absolute for you.
It's true.
But you know what to do with that meaning. When it's ambiguous, you don't know what to do with it. And you don't like being in that place. Mm-hmm. So you have to give it a hard meaning. Then you can put it in the file cabinet in your mind, close the drawer, you know how to deal with that.
Yeah, stuff it in the vault.
Yep.
Suppression. Yeah, it's really quite interesting. I know that one of the things that I wanted to share, and I kind of asked you about this today, was it brought me back to when I first read The Untethered Soul by Michael Singer. And he shared a quote, and you actually went through this quote more in depth way back in episode 7, where you did a book review of The Untethered Soul.
Jesus,
back in April
time.
of 2018. To this day, it's it's still the most downloaded episode we've ever had.
Is that
and
right?
It continues to
Yeah.
get downloads to this day.
It's such a good book.
It is, and I would encourage people to go back, and I'll link to it in the show notes here, but The Untethered Soul, there's this rather long quote, and apologies if it is a little bit too long, but I want to talk a little bit about it because it really encompasses a lot about what you talked about in this episode. Michael Singer writes, if you want to be happy, you have to let go of the part of you that wants to create melodrama. This is the part that thinks there's a reason not to be happy. You have to transcend the personal, and as you do, you will naturally awaken to the higher aspects of your being. In the end, enjoying life's experiences is the only rational thing to do. You're sitting on a planet spinning around in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Go ahead, take a look at reality. You're floating in empty space in a universe that goes on forever. If you have to be here, at least be happy and enjoy the experience. You're going to die anyway. Things are going to happen anyway. Why shouldn't you be happy? You gain nothing by being bothered by life's events. It doesn't change the world. You just suffer. There's always going to be something that can bother you if you let it.
Yeah.
That is so powerful because it talks about creating drama. It talks about the suffering. It talks about we're all heading to the same destination. Yeah. And, I hear people say that happiness is a choice. And then you said something even better. Happiness is an awareness. It's a state of being. It is who you are. I just thought that Michael Singer quote encompasses
It's fantastic.
So much.
It's very true.
I love it.
He's 100% right. And, the part of the answer to why don't we want to be happy is, how many times can you remember in your childhood when it wasn't okay to be happy? Either overtly communicated or covertly communicated. How was it when it was not okay to be happy? So here's the thing. In my house, my mother ruled the anger, right? So nobody could be more angry than her. I don't care what happened to you. You could never justify being angry because she had the biggest ghost in her closet, right? Or the biggest problem in her past. However, but because of that, if she was angry, you couldn't be happy. How dare you be happy, right?
Match me.
Exactly, right? You should feel sorry for me, right? You should be anything but happy. So it was not okay. And in my house, Brandon, when I was a kid, so you know the story. At 4 years old, my uncle dies in a fire, both my cousins, okay? From that moment on, I live with my mom, my dad, my grandmother, and my grandfather until I am 13 and my parents get divorced. And then my grandmother was still around us on and off until she passed away when I became a young adult. But here was the thing. Nobody was ever really happy after that happened. And it was various states of being. There was some happy, right? But most of the time, there was always some kind of drama. And it just wasn't okay to be happy. What do you do when you're happy? You engage, you ask for things, you want to do things, you want to play. None of that would happen because my mother was not happy, right? Like the number one word in her vocabulary was no, right? I laugh about it because I don't know how the hell I got here with that word in that vocabulary.
Right. Because you're not a no guy.
Right? No, I'm not a no.
You're a whole lot of yeses.
I'm a whole lot of yeses. But my mother was all about no, and it was how she controlled her world. So if you're happy, it's like, can I go out? Can I play? Can I go with my friends? Can I do this? Can I do that? No. Well, what are you doing? She's basically saying you can't be happy. At least, and if I just accept full responsibility for that part, at least that's how it's associated, right? Because my whole goddamn world is being shut down. And the truth is that most of my childhood I spent grounded in my room. The majority of the time. Even my father will say that that's 100% true. Because they did not know how to deal with the problems that I was having as a kid. I was not good in school. I wouldn't do my homework. I didn't study. Nobody recognized that I had other gifts and helped me bring those to the surface. Their whole answer was, I don't want to have to deal with him. Put him in his room. You go study, right? So I could come out for dinner. I could come out for breakfast. I'd come out to go to school. If we had to go somewhere, I could go with, but I couldn't do anything. I'd have to sit on the couch. Like, this is how they dealt with me as a child,
and somehow you overcame all of that to get to this place where you're at today.
Well, see, what happened was when my parents got divorced, my father was no longer around because he was living in Arizona. So I didn't have that masculine discipline there, right? I think I would have turned out very different if my dad had been in my life through my teenage years. He was there on the phone, but outside of that, no. So he couldn't really see anything that I was doing. My mother was gone. Like, she was out partying for 3 years after my parents got divorced. I had all this responsibility. It was my job to run the house, clean the house, get the food, wash the dishes, make the dinner, do all that, take care of my brother. But by the time she came back in, when she got married when I was 16, 17, I was done. Like, I'm already a man at that point.
Yeah, your
right?
independence took
I'm
over.
independence. And then it was like, my biggest value at that time was freedom. So I was out. I mean, we got into, shortly after they got married, we moved to a different house. I was dating somebody my mother didn't approve of. She tried to make my life hell with that relationship. And we got in a huge blow up when I was 17, and I left and I moved out and I didn't go back. And so then it was now I'm on my journey. Now I'm really on my journey, right? Which is a completely different story. But through that process, it literally went from locked in until I found like the squeaky little exit sign where I got out. And the exit sign was my parents got divorced, because now my mother wasn't there to keep me in my room, right? She could not deal with the divorce. Because she never dealt with the death of her brother. She couldn't deal with me and my brother because we're becoming independent. We're boys. My mother was afraid of male energy. She was domineering as fuck. So anything that she had to do, there was no in between, right? It was an all or nothing situation, and most often the time it was nothing. So even though it was incredibly painful at the time, me being able to start to get away at 13 and literally be able to hide what I was doing, and not all of it was good, that's where I started to find my independence and my freedom.
There was a gift.
Yeah. So I got to start thinking differently, and I got to have different experiences that I would never tell her about or engage with her in or anything.
Yeah, and you very easily could have turned out looking at it from a victim mentality standpoint and said, I had to grow up too soon. I was forced to be an adult way before my time, and I wasn't ready, and blame you. You rather embraced that opportunity to grow. And by the time 17 happened, you were able to basically detach the hooks or whatever your mom was holding into, and you forged your own independence. That's pretty powerful. I would be curious, to bring Dickens back into the fold here, to go visit the Ghosts of Christmas Past and look and see, was there ever a time, there had to have been a time when your mom wasn't that person, when she was happy, when she was joyous, and you were way too young when that tragedy happened to be able to see it. But I often do the same thing, because there was a time, I'm sure, when my dad was a little boy who was a happy young kid, and then something happened. I'd love to see that moment, because he clearly is not happy. To this day is not happy. Just reeks of just negative, angry energy. Even though he tries very hard, he doesn't try hard enough, in my opinion. But he has passed that on to me, and I have that. I'm quick to trigger. So I've come a long ways, but I still have that 0 to 60 mentality. So I would love to go back and see a time. You walked me through a visualization where you get to meet your dad or your mom when they're kids. Such a powerful exercise. And to be able to see them knowing that at one point in time they were just kids like you were, and to give them the love that they deserve because they were just a scared little boy or a scared little girl at that time. It's just so powerful.
Yeah. There are times I remember when my mother was happy, but one of the things that I also learned about her having a cluster B disorder is that everything's manipulation. So even though there was probably very few glimpses of really true happiness there, I think there were things that my mother would go into her own hypnosis where she could feel like she was being happy, but even then it was used to manipulate to get what she wanted. So there was a period of time after I got married and I had children where my mother seemed very happy, but it was years later after she died that I found out that she actually wasn't, and she was really abusing my brother. So, and my brother never said to me anything in those days, right? So I didn't know that was going on. He had a whole thing going on with his personal family, and I was, we didn't even live close to each other at the time. So, and I was busy getting on with my life, and it's not that like there wasn't anything wrong between us. We just didn't have a close relationship in those years. So, but yeah, I found out afterwards that she was even snowing everybody the idea that she was acting happy in these certain situations, but she really wasn't, because she was being really, really mean to other people.
Sure. Well, I loved this episode as we wind this down, and I love that you did share a few of those tools, stopping, observing, and asking questions.
It's so powerful.
Isn't this interesting? And then, of course, ask yourself, what's the truth in this? And then stay in that question to allow that higher self to come through. Those are powerful, and I'd encourage people to go back and listen.
I think the biggest thing, though, that you could do with your dad is just accept him for who he is.
You know what? I have really made a lot of gains in that, and it's hard. It's less hard or less difficult to be around him now, knowing that I know what I'm getting now. I accept it, because we want to project this era of we can fix them, right? We want to fix things, and I'm over that.
Yeah, you want to get past that.
Yes.
I'll bet you something. Let's watch this over the next few years. If you could move more and more into acceptance of him, I'll bet you'll be able to figure out what happened to him. You'll see it. You can't see it from your own pain, but if you transcend that pain, you'll recognize what it is. Because you see it, I see you see it, you recognize it in clients that we have in events. We've had conversations, you can see it. So I know you have the insight to see it. You just have to get a little more distance from it. Be the observer.
Yes.
And you'll see it. And I think the day that you see it, I think a lot
everything's going
to change for you.
Yeah, I always envision, it's so funny, whenever you talk about observing myself, I feel like, those near-death experiences where the body floats above and you're looking down and all these things. It's so interesting. This episode was full of ghosts. But now that we find ourselves a few days away from Christmas, knowing that not everyone's embracing happiness, considering the uncertainty that this year has brought with it. Do you have any special message or words of advice to help any unhappy people out there get on the path to choosing happiness for themselves?
Yeah, and we were talking about this in our morning groups that we're working with people. It's really interesting what's going on in our world right now. Because of technology and because how technology is misused, people would have if you look into anything, it appears that the world is burning down around us. And while there is a lot of negativity and pain and suffering out there, it's not all of that. It really takes a conscious effort to find something that is good that's happening. But I guarantee you those things that are good that are actually happening out there. My advice is always to think about, how can we be a contribution to somebody else's life? I know people are stuck in the house this year. Some people it's a blessing and a curse for everybody. Some people are with their family and they just would love to get the fuck away, but they can't. Some people are missing their family terribly because they haven't been able to be with them since March. Ask yourself, take somebody and say, how can I contribute? Don't look to get anything back. Just look to give, because it's in our giving that we separate ourselves from when we're trying to get, we're in need. We're in need. When you just give from your soul, that's a place of peace, love, and joy. I mean, that's what the great teachers have always taught us.
That's the perfect way to end. And I'm going to close out with one of your favorite quotes, and it's by Joyce Meyer, which was also mentioned in the previous podcast. One of the greatest lessons I've learned is that you can't be both selfish and happy. The truth is, you can't be happy if the center of your life is you. Be determined each day to do at least one thing for someone else that makes their life better. Give a compliment, give something away, take the time to listen, open a door for someone, let someone go before you in line at the store. Just give.
Beautiful.
It's so freaking beautiful. Well, I'm going to take this time to say, on behalf of David and myself here at the Successful Mind Podcast, we wish you peace and love and joy during this season. And I so love you, David. Thank you so much.
I love you too, brother.
All right.
What is going to be different in 2021? What's going to be different in your life? What's going to be different in your business? And I want to talk about a few things that I think will make an enormous difference in your life and your business. I know that it is a principle that has made a tremendous difference in mine and continues to do so. It's kind of one of those principles that the more you understand it, the more you apply it, the more exponential gains that you end up getting from it. So first of all, let's talk about this idea that beliefs and values are really what's controlling our life. And everything that we do is based on the beliefs and the values that we have for ourselves. So if we want to create something different, if we want to hit new highs, if we want to break old records, if we want to go to soar to new heights in our life over 2021, I think it's very important that we take a look at 2020 and ask ourselves, even though it was a very, very challenging year, and maybe it was the most challenging year for a lot of people, given what you know now, given the experience that you've had, over the last 10, 11 months, what can be done differently in 2021 that can allow you not to just get through the year like so many people have, but really soar? I mean, really take off. I know that personally, this year has been a very good year. It's been a good year in the sense that we actually made progress as a company, made progress in my personal life. Um, it was not the original goal that I had set for myself. And I think that primarily that was because everything had to be rearranged, come towards the end of the first quarter of this year. But overall, did better than the year before. So as far as progress, there was progress made, and actually substantial progress. It just wasn't the original goal that I set out to hit for the entire year. So now that we know what we know, and we've all kind of started to sink into some new technology, new ways of doing things, and settle in for the long haul as to how life is going to be, which is basically uncertain at this point. We're not really sure what it's going to be like months from now or a year from now. The idea is, how do we move forward? How do we take what we know, and how do we really look at some of the things in our past and decide, how are we actually going to break through in a time of uncertainty? Because, here's the thing about uncertainty and our ability to deal with uncertainty is actually what kills most businesses. I've got some statistics here that I checked on. I just wanted to make sure that they were up to date. So check this out, right? So if you start a business this year, and I'm not talking a business in a COVID year, I'm just talking a regular year. I don't know what the statistics are for COVID yet because they haven't been released. But generally, if you start the year that you start a business, by the end of the year, 80% of those businesses are gone. Okay. And it's a really interesting thing that throughout the year, well, actually I have that wrong. So let me back up for a second. If you start a business this year, by the end of the year, half the businesses are gone. And by 5 years, 80% of those businesses are gone. And then by the 10-year mark, 96% of those businesses had failed. So that means that 4% succeed. And it doesn't even mean that the 4% succeed actually make money. It just means that they're still standing. They're still alive, right? The starting a business, running a business, being an entrepreneur is one of the riskiest things that a person can do if you look at it from an outside perspective. But if you look at it from a perspective of people that have succeeded, you start to understand something that you start to understand by looking at all the different successes, that they followed principles that work regardless. I mean, if we go all the way back to Andrew Carnegie, who commissioned Napoleon Hill to write Think and Grow Rich, he recognized that running a successful business, that there was a formula to it, and that there were principles and there were values and there were beliefs that if anybody adopted those, a person could be successful in his life. And that's what he commissioned Napoleon Hill to do, was to go to the most successful people in the world, find out what those things were, and then take them and share them with other people so that anybody that was willing to learn and grow and commit themselves could accomplish the same thing in their life. So what we know is this: the principles work. Now, there's a lot more principles than just in Think and Grow Rich. The principles in Think and Grow Rich will get you really far, but you have to continue to grow, and you have to continue to adapt to the uncertainty that is in every business. And that's really the killer. The killer is that people that are unable to adapt to uncertainty, they're not able to stay relevant in their industry. They move into a place where they become psychologically, emotionally unresourceful. Those people begin to go down at a rapid clip. Because basically, if you look at any business that fails, it's either the wrong product or the wrong product at the wrong time, or if they happen to pick the right product in the right time, what we find out is that they became unresourceful. And they did not have the resources to be able to move the needle long enough, far enough, fast enough in order to stay afloat. Now, when we're looking at, let's say you have a business, let's say that your business is doing relatively well and you really want to be able to move that needle forward. There's something else that has to be dealt with here on a principle level that then begins to be adopted into not only your personality, but the way that you actually approach life itself. And it's this idea here. We have to be able to deal with the threshold of control while facing adversity. And now that might be a big thing. So let me kind of break this down for everybody so that they understand it. The idea is this. One of the things that people do is they're constantly wanting to be in control of what's going on and what's going on with them, what's going on with their situation, their finances, and such as they begin to move forward. And as a person does this, what ends up happening is that we meet with fear. We meet with uncertainty. We meet with huge problems. We meet with huge challenges. And usually one of two things happens when we meet these problems and challenges. And this is on top of the regular stress and leadership and day-to-day decision-making that every business owner has to make. We have to be able to adapt to the thing that is uncertain, and we have to not be crushed under the weight of it, but we have to master it. What happens to a lot of people is that they begin to move into something and fear sets in. And as that fear sets in, uncertainty sets in. And as the uncertainty sets in, there's an extraordinary lack of control. And they start focusing on where they don't want to end up. They start focusing on what can go wrong. They start focusing on other people's insecurities. They start focusing on their own insecurities. They become very heightened aware of all the different things that could possibly go wrong in their life and their business. And whatever you focus on ultimately is what happens. So those people usually, they just end up like grabbing on for dear life and they lose. They just lose everything. But the person that breaks through does something very different. It's not the fact that they're not scared. It's not the fact that they're uneasy about the uncertainty. But they look at it and they say, here's where I'm going, regardless of, now think about this, right? Because if you're going to grow, you have to go through this process. Number one, you have to check your beliefs and your values. You have to ask yourself, what beliefs and values do I have that are either moving me toward what I want or away from what I want? You have to constantly be checking them and correcting them to make sure that you have the right strategies to go after the success that you want. And then you have to be dedicated to seeing them through. And as things change, you have to be willing and able to adapt to that change. So a person begins to make adjustments, and all of a sudden, things change. This year, the big change that smacked us all in the face first quarter was COVID. Here's this monster of a pandemic, if you will, this global crisis that we're in, and we have businesses by the thousands, by the millions thrust instantly into uncertainty, massive uncertainty, even when they're in uncertain times as it is. Not knowing how to pivot, not knowing how to change, not knowing what to do to reach their customer base. So many of them, because I talk to so many and I watch so many people focus on what they didn't want, they become unresourceful in the moment and they go out of business. It just crumbles beneath them. And the more that happens, the more overwhelming whatever problem they're facing literally becomes in their life. So it can become a very difficult thing for so many people to have to deal with. But the people that I have met along the way that actually are doing well, like they're not just surviving, but they manage to find the golden goose inside of the problem and take advantage of that to propel them forward, to propel their business forward, to propel their customer forward, to propel their income forward, their revenues forward. They were willing to adapt. They were willing to look at this and say, hey, wait a second. There's something good about this. There's a gift in this somewhere. I have to keep an open mind. And I found with every single person that is still in business and still doing well has looked at what's going on with an open mind. And many people saw great advantages for what they were doing inside of the business structure itself, because it forced us to look at things a totally different way. if our businesses were primarily done face to face, like I'm in the seminar and coaching business, my whole life is spent traveling, speaking, doing live events, meeting people. I mean, it is it there. I was telling my team that in 21 years, I have not had this much time not on the road. I'm usually on the road for 2 weeks out of the month, and that's like on a consistent basis. It's very rarely less than that, let alone to not be traveling since March, and it's December, and I have not traveled anywhere. I haven't been on a plane since February of 2020. So it's a very interesting thing, because now it's kind of like, well, wait a minute, my business is done live. A person that's in fear is going to look at it and go, well, you can't continue to do that. Your business is done live. All the mechanisms that work live, that's not going to work, virtually or whatever. But I didn't have that view at all. My view was that what I do is still needed, if not more than ever right now. And the whole idea is, how can I provide that and more service to my customer base and keep going. And then all the people that I've talked to this year, and I've talked to so many in so many different industries, the ones that are succeeding had the same viewpoint. Even though many of the industries that we're in are dying because people cannot seem to figure out how to pivot or make the move, or they're just too reluctant. Fear is a horrible thing when it gets into us and it grabs our psyche. And if we can't, number one, get out of it ourselves, and we don't have anybody around us that can help us get out of it and actually teach us a different skill set, or teach us what to focus on, or how to become strong when we're uncertain, which is all the things that my company does with our clients, then what ends up happening to that person is they're overtaken by fear. They get into overwhelm, they get into doubt, they get into worry, and those things become so real in their reality that the weight and the burden of that weight literally just begins to crush those individuals. And I have to tell you that it's not necessary. It really isn't. I honestly believe that the answers to everything are already here, but we absolutely have to be in a resourceful state of mind to tap into those answers. So, to start with a resourceful state of mind, what's a resourceful state of mind going into 2021? What is going to be different this year? How can I take what I know, intelligently assess what I know, and really begin to think about myself to the next level? You're going to have to develop your mind and your body to get through limitations quickly. Now, I want you to write that down. You're going to have to develop your mind and your body to get through limitations quickly. I've talked to some really successful people and have asked them, how is it that you have sustained success for so long with so many challenges? And in one way or another, this is the answer that they give me, that they've developed their mind and their body to get through limitations quickly, so that they can see a limitation, they can understand the limitation, and they can move through it. Here's the thing. They never move through it when they get comfortable. They're prepared to move through it. So I have a huge suggestion for you going into 2021. How prepared are you to deal with the next year? Now, you might say, well, David, I don't know what's going to happen the next year. Well, no shit. I don't know what's going to happen the next year either. I have ideas, I have opinions, but I had ideas and opinions back in 2019 of what was going to happen in 2020. I was certain that I was going to build a completely different company to over $1 million this year. I barely got off the ground, a new company that I started. I was certain that we were going to take our parent company to a completely different level with different opportunities. And while that happened in one form, it certainly didn't happen in the form that I thought it was going to happen because of what happened. But what did happen was the adaptation went beautifully. The new company that I started actually became very strong in the sense that it was able to feed and solve problems in our parent company. The redirection of the parent company was able to feed and solve problems out in the marketplace, which allowed us to grow exponentially in some ways. They were just different than what I thought, but I had to be able to adapt to that. Now, here's the deal. I was prepared to adapt to it. I did not know how I was going to have to adapt coming into the year. We don't know how we're going to have to adapt going into 2021. We don't know if it's going to get better, if it's going to get worse. Are we going to be met with another challenge? Are we going to be met with a bigger challenge? But here's what we do know. And this is the only thing that we can control. How are we going to use our mind? How are we going to use our energy? How are we going to use our resources to move into 2021 in a way where no matter what happens, we can adapt because we have the capabilities to adapt? Number one, fear is not going to get in our way. We're going to move through fear. No matter what the fear is, we're going to move through it, but we're not just going to push through it blindly. We're going to focus on the direction that we're going and we're going to think intelligently. If the whole framework of something changes, you cannot look at the way you were going to approach it before the framework changed. I did a number of calls for thousands of people when the COVID thing first hit, and it was basically how to manage uncertainty and how to become certain in an uncertain time. How do we manage certainty during chaos? Well, the chaos that we experienced this year literally ripped the foundation of how so much business is done based, on hundreds of years of the way that we've done business. And we had to look at it differently. If a person could not look at it differently because they could not get out of, here's the way it's always been done, you can't get into a resourceful state. If you keep looking at a new problem with old eyes, you're going to be stuck. You're going to be stuck tremendously. So the idea is that we're constantly prepared. I have a couple of things that I use to keep me constantly in the preparation of the idea of how do we be flexible when something shows up that we don't know how to deal with. The first thing is gratitude. No matter what it is that shows up in a person's life, if we will move into gratitude based on the universal law understanding that there is some good in everything. Just like there's some bad in everything, there is some good in everything. And if we can move into the idea of being grateful for the good that we don't even see yet, it becomes more accessible as we begin to move through it. We literally program our mind to look for the good, even while the bad is happening. As we look for the good, we also recognize that with any kind of change, there's going to be problems. Another understanding of universal law is to understand the law of polarity. And that means that the answer is always here. Doesn't matter what the problem is, the solution has to be here. It's the opposite side of the same thing. But if you're not in the right mindset, you cannot find the solution. If you get into fear, you're not going to find the solution. You're going to find verification of your problem. So if we make a couple of adjustments in the way that we think, number one, we have to accept that things change. We always have to be in the acceptance of things changing. It would be great if everything stayed the same and was predictable, although life would probably be quite boring for most people. But it would sure make things in business a little bit easier, but that's not the way that it works. Everything is in a constant, rapid state of change. We just never thought that the foundation of how we deliver and how we receive was actually going to change in one, like with one fell swoop, right? Which it absolutely did. It did for a lot of people. But if I can stay in gratitude, I don't get stuck into doubt, fear, and worry. I begin to automatically look for what's actually going right. I begin to look for where the opportunities are. I begin to look for how to serve in the situation, which always points to an opportunity. If you program your mind with how to serve, you're going to find the opportunity in whatever the thing is. And then as you find the opportunity, you have to ask yourself, how do I need to adjust and keep focus on where I'm going? Because if I take my focus off where I'm going, I lose that control, right? I hit the threshold of control, which is fear. I follow the fear and I crash and burn, and it doesn't give me the outcome that I'm looking for. If we go back to whatever goal, whatever vision, whatever dream that you have set for yourself, just because things change doesn't mean that you can't live that dream. You can't reach that goal. You can't soar to new heights, break through, do all kinds of amazing things in your life. But you have to understand the thing that kills most people, why they never make it really big, is because they hit that threshold of fear in the control that shuts them down. It's all over. You have to be able to push through when you're afraid, not when it's comfortable. You can't wait and look for when it's comfortable. You have to push through when you're afraid. You have to make a leap no matter what the outcome looks like, and you have to be focused on the direction that you're going. So I invite you all to take a really close look at 21, and you make the decision on how it's going to be this year. I personally am going to make 2021 the best freaking year of my life. I'm absolutely determined to do it in multiple areas of my life. I'm not going to take my foot off the gas. Instead, I'm pushing down on the accelerator. I'm setting new goals, new vision, new achievements, new benchmarks that I have to hit for myself every single day, and new ways of staying in the energy to be able to do that. Because quite frankly, for me personally, the energy over the, since March has been a little rough to maintain. It totally shook up my equilibrium as far as the world. I got tremendous energy from being with people in person, being on stages, being, all over the place, traveling, doing different things that fed me a great deal. And without getting that feedback for myself, it was a little energy depleting for me. And I had to find a way to get that back. And I think that I found that. My energy is turning around, which then gives me a more crystal clear vision, a better overall attitude of where I'm going, the ability to overcome fears in my life and just keep crushing goals as I move in the direction that I want. So I invite you to do the same thing. I believe that anybody can do it. I think that we're put here to win. I think that it's our God-given right to succeed, and I want to see everybody succeed in 2021. Let's make it a fantastic year.
So I can't believe we're already having this end of the year wrap up on the inside the episode here. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was a long year, but a quick year.
It was. I mean, I was just sitting there thinking, it feels like we've been dealing with this pandemic for years. It's so funny how time just sort of collapses. But the truth is it's only been we've been in effect in this for 9 months. But man, does that 9 months feel like 9 years.
Yep. I think we moved from the office to the house in third week of March.
Yeah.
Something like that. And then we went back to the office. And we decided to come back to the house just to wrap up the end of the year, so everybody was safe for their holiday gathering or whatever they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, people are traveling all over, and we want to minimize the spread. So we're doing our part definitely, and we're doing our last inside of 2020 here from our own home studio. So for all of you out in YouTube land, hopefully you're enjoying this, and we'll dive right into this. So it's crazy to think back, David, on 2020 and where we stand right now. And a year ago at this time, we were having a much different conversation. And I remember thinking, to myself, 2020, this is going to be the year of vision, the year of clarity. Perfect eyesight is 2020. And then it started out that way. And then really early on, like you said, in March, things started to change. I want you to go back because you were one of the people that got really out in front of this thing when it happened. You sort of pivoted within your own company. Just talk a little bit about how you're able to do that, not just this time, but you've done it multiple times before. It's just amazing to me. How do you adjust on the fly so well?
Well, one of the things, so the interesting thing about this year was that I remember distinctly when all of this started to happen, we were hearing about this virus and everything. And it's not, we heard about the SARS before and, the swine flu and, all that stuff, things that we've heard about over the years. For whatever reason, those things never really registered on my mind all that much while they were happening. But when I saw in the beginning of March, when I saw big business start to react to this, I knew that there was something else behind it. Because you just don't see big business react to something that is a rumor or that's hype or whatever. And I was hearing about one business after another that were taking precautionary measures. And I thought, this is something that we need to pay attention to. I typically don't pay too much attention to the news. I usually take in enough to stay informed, and that's it. Otherwise it's, because it's just so damn negative. I don't even want to be in the environment, but I do want to be informed. So I take news in a little bit every day just to see what's going on in the world, to keep up with everything. Also, so that I can serve the people that I work with well, that deal with some of this stuff on a regular basis. But anyway, so I see this start to happen, and I remember that we were in our conference room and we were having a meeting, and I said, there's something seriously going on here. We need to, and everybody in the room was kind of like, yeah, it's just it's a cold, it'll be gone. And I was like, guys, this is there's something different about this. And what it was for me was the big business. So I immediately started really paying attention to what was going on, because the whole question was, how does this affect us? What do we have to do? And we need, and what do we need? Because the whole part of the idea with a lot of this stuff is getting a jump on it, right? If you can make a change early before anything happens that's too severe, that's always a benefit, right? So you mentioned that I've done this before. I did. So like when I first started business, the first year was a recession. Okay. And then in 2001 was 9/11, right? So I'll never forget when 9/11 happened, I was in the middle of so I was actually at home. I had just come off the road. I was doing seminars in Canada, and now I was conducting seminars on the phone because we also did phone seminars back in the day. And I had one I had to do that night. And I remember doing it that night, and nobody said a word. I didn't address it. Nobody else addressed it that night because I think it was just so big, we didn't know how to wrap our mind around it at the time. It was like, let's push through what we have to do, and then we'll figure it out from the rest. The way that I adapted to that was until everything got clear, the live seminars that we did, we just moved them to phone seminars and we did them over the phone. And we were able to breeze right through that scenario. But there were several scenarios that happened over the last 20 years between 2008, 2009, and the crisis, and I had an embezzlement in that period of time. There were some other financial factors that happened, some different things that were going on in the world that all caused me to look at something different. So to answer your question, it's basically because what I do every day is I help people figure out ways to get around problems. Every day, all day. That's basically what I do. I did it 7 days a week for the first 7 to 10 years that I was in business. And now, like I do it, Steph does it, you do it. We all do that to some extent in the company because we're a coaching company. So we coach people on business, we coach people on their personal life, and we're not coaching them because everything's going great. I mean, some people we're coaching that's going great, but even then it's how do we overcome problems? So there's some mindset principles that you learn that allow you to stay in the right mindset for just about anything to show up. And it's, first of all, it's understanding fundamentally how the laws of the universe work. Because I believe if you understand those laws, really what they are they're the laws of how to think. It's actually like a very short owner's manual in how to use your brain, because it tells you what to focus on, how to use your brain to focus. But it also tells you why, like what is the reason that you're focused in this direction. So it's not like magical thinking or positive thinking or whatever, but it's a strategic way to think so that you can get to the answers. And that's one of the strategies right there, that there is nothing that happens that's absolute. Everything has an answer. Every problem has an answer. Every situation has an opposite side. Everything that happens has a polar opposite to it. And what we suffer from as human beings is that we get emotionally involved in an idea. It controls our perception. That perception then becomes our reality. The reality becomes the entire territory in which we end up making decisions from, and it's only part of the story. If it's the wrong part of the story, we're screwed because we're dealing with something in not being completely informed of what we're doing. And generally at that point, a person's making decisions out of fear. So when you do this every day, what ends up happening is you literally change the way that you think. I automatically think this way. It doesn't matter what happens. I know there's another side to it. So even if I'm afraid or hurt or I'm going through something or whatever, it's not a place that I get stuck. I'm constantly looking for the other side. And when COVID happened, I immediately went to what is the other side? When they shut everything down, I knew we were prepared. We had a media team. We had done electronic seminars for years. All we had to do was incorporate the video. We handled that right quick. And then I also looked at how do we provide service for so many people that are really, really struggling right now, like struggling tremendously. And we were able to handle that also. And then we brought it all together, and then we learned quick. Like all of us, everybody on the team that was doing their part was learning their part as they went. And we're all finding out new pieces of information to bring together into meetings, to make decisions, to move forward. And that's how we were able to do it.
Yeah, there was a lot of late nights early on as we were brainstorming remotely and
Very.
how to do this, and it was so genius of you to just really reach out to the people that we know and the people who follow you and say, look, we're going to put together this big program for you. There's no cost. I'm just here to serve and to help you. And we had so many people coming into that, and it was all around navigating uncertainty, which was a big theme clearly of this particular episode. And it was just masterful how you were able to do that. But like you said, you'd been laying the foundation for the better part of 2 decades with this. When I first met you, you were doing instant teleseminar, telesummits. You were virtual then. You were also doing live components too, which is a
Yeah.
huge part of your business. But with that going away, you've pivoted into more virtual, meetings like this. And I think it's just really cool how the technology was here all along, and you, just like everybody else, has access to it. You just seem to be able to capitalize on it because you were so quick to adopt early on. I think it's
Well,
amazing.
T, the real thing about that is just that I've trained myself how to think this way for so long that it's just second nature to
Yeah,
think this.
it's like your default. It's like your default mode of thinking, where some people will go into, they'll curl up in a ball and they'll play the victim card and they'll blame, blame, blame. You look at it and you approach everything with a solution focus. Like, and I love how you use the law of polarity. Like, if this on one hand is so awful, just on the other side of that is so amazingly great. And I don't want to, I don't mean to sound disrespectful here at all, but 2020 is going to go down in the books with your company and Life Is Now as being one of the best, if not the best year ever, just because of all the work that was done and all the people that we were able to help. That's how I gauge that
Yeah,
line.
yeah. No, you're absolutely right about that. Like I think that we probably did. We helped more people this year than we ever have in any single year of being in business, which is a remarkable thing. And I also think that here's some hard truth about that. Here's some real hard truth about that. One of the reasons we were able to do it was because so many other people couldn't.
That's true.
Right. So there weren't as many options out there for people to, like, people were all looking for some kind of help. Well, if you didn't have the ability to pivot your business in the moment, you were left behind. We were the first one that I'm aware of that moved to this format. And then other companies started to follow. And it's true, other companies did it bigger. Robbins did it bigger, but he's got a bigger following. He's got a bigger budget than I do. But we did it first. We went to Zoom first. We went to, working with people for free first. We did all of that, instantaneously pivoted that. And then we built on it from there. So there is something to be said for timing. Timing it's a lot. It's a lot. I was watching other people that were very, very public just prior to this, and all of a sudden they disappeared, right? They disappeared. They were not public for a period of time. And I was thinking to myself, they're struggling. They're really trying to pivot their companies during this. That's why they're not public right now. And sure enough, that's exactly what it was. They're doing fine now. Those companies are all doing fine. But that pivot that we made instantaneously gave us a leg up and allowed us to help a lot more people than if we had waited 5 months. If we had waited 5 months, we would be just a speck on the wall.
Yeah. You can't wait in certain situations like that. And I love the fact that, subconsciously behind the scenes, you were putting together this media arm of your company and had it in place almost right around the time when this thing started to go really difficult for most other people. Like you said, they didn't have the ability to go into a full-blown studio with multi-camera shoots and be able to Zoom record for 500 people.
Right.
And you had the foresight ahead of time to launch this media company of yours, which has really been a godsend, to be able to do what we've been doing.
Oh, we could not do what we did today. We couldn't do it without
That's
them.
true.
Right. Yeah. We needed these people. And even though that was not the original plan was to build a solid media arm. And that's still the plan. However, that had to be put on hold because we had to pivot the parent company in order to be able to make sure that was stable and move forward. So we used those people that we hired for the media company to serve the parent company. We did do a little business building on that end, but not much to speak of. But that's still coming. That's coming in the future. And we're going to continue to move forward, see what we're doing. And that part is most likely will still continue. And even if it didn't, we have a whole new area of the company that is extremely productive and that it's extremely profitable. So it all worked out in the end anyway.
Yeah, it sure did. Well, in the episode, you talked about uncertainty and how we as people in business have an ability to deal with it. But you also provided us with some pretty shocking statistics. Like you had mentioned that in a non-pandemic year, by the end of the first year, if you're starting a business, 50% of those are gone.
Yeah.
So right out of the gate, it's a coin flip. By year 5, 80% of those are gone. And then by the 10-year, by the decade mark, only 4% remain, 96% out of business. What stands out to you the most when you hear and see those numbers in front of you?
Well, here's what it is. What it is that a person goes into business, great idea, great intention, may have a great product or service, but they have not cultivated the number one thing that's going to get them through that, and that's their mindset. If I took myself back 30 years and I would start a business 30 years ago, I probably would have failed the first business. No question about it. I didn't have the right mindset. I had not learned how to think through this many problems and challenges to be able to continue to move forward. And now we're in 21 years of business. We've never gone backward. We've always moved forward. We've had some level years, but basically we've always moved forward. We've always been profitable to some degree. And the idea is that it comes from, and I have watched companies, I have watched people, I have studied them on both sides, so to speak. The people that make it, they really know how to think. They know how to get resourceful. They know how to turn lemons into lemonade, so to speak. You got to turn a lot of fucking lemons into lemonade when you're in business. It's never going to go the way that you think that it goes. There's always going to be something that's happening, and you got to be able to flip it and not get stuck wallowing in your own self-pity around it. And the people that I have seen really go under, it's almost like there's a magical thinking going on. I think they want a business because they want to romanticize where they believe the business is going to provide for them in their life. So they look at their business like a destination instead of a journey. And if it's a destination, then they're really looking to get something out of it that they're not fulfilled with in their own life. And they're not looking at the journey of building the business as the destination, where they're being fulfilled by how they're serving, actually. So when you're doing that, I think you're taking much more of an artist's approach to a business. You're, instead of everything being so stringent, and I have to get this and I have to do that, you're more like water, like Bruce Lee said. You can flow, you can move, you can pivot. You don't get stuck behind a rock. If it happens, you take it with a grain of salt. You may not like it, but you don't get stuck there and you move. And it's being able to be limber like that you can move. This whole idea, T, around you have to be able. Let me get my head right here, because I wasn't going to say this. You have to be able to break through the threshold of control. That's the idea. And if you can't do that, you're going to get stuck and crash. It's going to happen. It's not a question of will it happen. It totally will happen, because everything is constantly changing.
Yeah, for sure. And I love that you segued right into constant control. And it's something that most business owners deal with. And oftentimes they're the bottleneck in their own business, and that's keeping them from the growth, because they have to have their hands in everything that they do. And you spoke about those who are able to break through it. Like you just mentioned, they take a deep look at their value system. They're dedicated to seeing the goal through, and they are willing to adapt to any changes, just like the water flows around the boulder in the middle of the stream.
Yep.
So how have those things become ingrained in you as your business has grown over these decades of work? How have those things I just mentioned become just as natural as breathing for you?
Well, but it wasn't always like that. So like you mentioned about the bottleneck's always the leader, right? It's always the leader in the business. The leader has to take responsibility. And when there was a couple of years there where this was really rough for me. And it started where probably for 7-8 years, no, probably 6 or 7 years, I was the primary salesperson in the business. And because of different challenges, I hadn't changed that part of the business yet. And I was still the primary salesperson. So I knew how much I could sell every year. And I could do a couple of million pretty much with my eyes closed. But then I realized I'm not moving forward. I can't move forward until I give this piece up. And I can't move forward until I start hiring people that know more than me in different areas of this business. So that's when I started to relinquish that control and get out of the fear of it, because my fear was, man, if I don't have somebody as good at sales as me, this whole thing's going to come crashing down as fast as I built it. And that's a fear that you have to look at intelligently, but you can't let it stop you. So I started hiring salespeople, and then eventually I got to the point where I was not doing any of the selling anymore at all, or I wasn't doing anything anymore other than the things that I'm supposed to be doing in the business. But it came from repetition. It came from repetition, practicing the mindset every single day, understanding when it gets away from me to get myself back on track, understanding when I make mistakes, not to beat myself up, but figure out how do I get myself back on track. If I'm struggling with something, keep going at it until I break through and figure out how do I actually break through this instead of just stopping like most people do. So it's consistent move forward. Sometimes I do it quick, sometimes I do it slower, but I think I get better at it every year.
Well, and I think you just said it too, is consistent. You got to do it consistently. I think this, and I'll speak to this industry that we're in particular, it's riddled with people who, let's say they left corporate to come in to become a coach. That seemed like the next logical thing they were going to help. But then when they get there, they realized people don't come to you. You've got to go to the people. So when you're in a corporate environment, it seems like your bosses are telling you what to do, or you're leading a team and telling them what to do. When you become a coach yourself, you have to go out and hit the pavement. You got to pick up the phone. You got to make sales every single day. And you've said it multiple times. If you're not making a sale every day, you're basically running yourself out of business.
Yeah.
But this industry is just riddled with people who think it's going to be easy. And then they get here, the bright, shiny object, and, takes them all these different directions, except in the place where they have to. And that's in sales, because if you don't make sales, you don't have a business.
Right.
So I think it's just really interesting to see, how this all works in the grand scheme of things, and how that's where that fear probably comes in a lot too. When, that money dries up relatively quickly and you're not making sales and you're afraid to pick up the phone to ask someone to join your program, you are basically in just a world of hurt. And, people might say out there, they're like, well, it's easy for David, David can do this because he's David Nagel. The truth is you weren't always, you were always David Nagel, but you weren't the person we see before us today.
Right.
So, it took a lot of years, and you could go back in the podcast and listen to, your 7 years of study about how, you laid the foundation early on to get to that place. And I just think it's amazing because people, they have to put in the work, but at the end of the day, they also have to have that right mindset to move themselves forward.
Yeah, you have to be dedicated to it. And not only, so, there's a level of dedication for my own business and my own team, but then every day I'm working with other people in their teams and I'm helping them break through different challenges in their business. So I'm learning it, I'm teaching it, I'm relearning it, I'm reteaching it, I'm immersed in it constantly. I study it relentlessly. Like when I'm not working, most of the time is study. It's making myself better as a person so I can be better at what I do. I will never get better at what I do in any area of my life if I don't study and find ways to help me break through to the next level of my best.
Yeah. And the water analogy, I'm going to go back to that again. You are not stagnant. Like you're constantly moving. You're constantly in flow. You've earned the right in the industry to this point to just be able to, just kind of go through the motions if you wanted to. That's just not in your being.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to see how that every single day you show up with a new idea or a new direction you want to take, and you still have the overall vision, the theme that you want to go, but you have these other avenues to get there. So it's not always just a straight line. And I think that's what's amazing about it. It's so cool to witness.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's constantly also looking like, because I'm constantly studying, how do I play a bigger game?
Yeah.
Otherwise I keep playing the same game, and the same game gets boring for me. I can coach with my eyes closed. I can do a seminar with my eyes closed. I can speak in front of thousands of people with my eyes closed. That's not a challenge anymore. But how do I take them to the next level? How do I take myself to the next level? Those are the things that I'm consistently working on for my own life and business.
Well, and it takes courage to do that too. It takes courage to deviate away from what's working. And it made me think of, speaking of good quarantine, television watching, The Last Dance, right? Michael Jordan had basketball figured out. So what did he do? He decided to go to the minor leagues and ride a bus for a summer to try and break into the major leagues as a baseball player, right? He wanted that constant challenge. Now there will be people that mock him for that, but the reality is he wanted to be the best at whatever he did in basketball. He got that. Now let's move on to phase 2. He didn't quite make it there with baseball, but he proved to himself that he could do it, and he tried it. And I think that's amazing. And you do that all the time, which is so super cool.
And if you listen to the people that were there, they'll tell you that there's no question in their mind. Had he stayed doing what he was doing, he would have made it to the major leagues.
That's true.
He would have made it because he made tremendous progress.
Yeah.
But he just and the other thing is the people that criticize him, what the fuck have they ever done in their life?
Exactly. It's so easy to cast those stones, right?
It's so easy to be an armchair quarterback when you don't get out of the fucking chair except eat a buck and a chicken and fucking criticize everybody else.
That's so true. It's so very
true. And we come from the Midwest, which is the capital of the the armchair quarterback.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Go Bears.
Yeah. Go Bears.
There you go. So can we backtrack just a little bit and talk briefly about that resourceful state of mind? I love in the podcast episode how you talked about the mind and body have limitations, and it's so important to be resourceful on the fly. How does a person get there?
Yeah. So this is really interesting. The idea here is that our beliefs and our values are really controlling everything that we do. Our beliefs and our values actually have a strategy to them. And we're either moving toward what we want and away from what we don't want, or we're moving toward what we don't want and away from what we do want. Our beliefs and values determine which one of those scenarios we're actually running in our mind. Now, if I want to move quickly, I have to be able to get through my limitations quickly, right? And here's where we see the big problem with people. And Brandon, you see this every day when we work with individuals. They get so stuck in, I just don't know how to pick up the phone. I know I have this goal. I know I'm supposed to be doing this, but then I get sidetracked over here. The longer they stay in that place, the greater their chances of death to their business is going to happen, because they cannot get themselves to follow through. So whenever we're going to do something, the first thing that we have to look at is, what is my limit? What limitation in myself am I up against? And how do I move through that quick? Because if I can't, I don't grow. And if I don't grow, I actually grow in the other direction. It's not that I stay stagnant. It's that the limitation grows. And if that limitation gets too big, it will become my reality. My reality will become the whole terrain of what I'm doing, and I will completely stop.
Yeah, so you actually grow back almost. It's because the limitation becomes so massive. I'm just full of analogies on this one. It's so funny, but I'm thinking about, standing on the edge of a cliff to dive into the water that's 20 feet below. The longer you stay on that ledge without taking that leap, the less likely you are to do it in the first place. Right. So you get up there and your rational mind is telling you, back away, I can't do this. But if you want to take a leap of faith, you take the jump. And then when you get down there, you realize what an adrenaline rush that was. So the limitation will grow. And it's so easy to say, I'll do it next time. But the next time it's going to be even more difficult because of the fact that you said no to yourself the first time.
Next time never comes. For most people, it never comes. I have worked on training my mind, and I'm continuing to do so, especially in areas where I'm weak, that if I say I'm going to do it, I immediately do it. I don't wait to get comfortable with the idea. I don't wait to make sure everything's perfect. It's go time. Here's the idea. I know if something came into my life for a reason, and I know if it's just like, oh, this is a neat idea. Let's see what this turns out to be. As soon as I'm certain, it's go. That's it. We're doing it. We're moving forward. Because if I don't, then every reason not to will show up.
Yeah, it's true.
Every reason not to will show up, right? That's what will happen. So when it comes, you have to be willing to take action on it immediately, and then learn, adjust, and pivot as you grow. You have to get through those limitations fast if you're going to grow. There's no other way.
Yeah, and it's just a decision. I mean, it really is easy. It's just a
It
decision to
is.
say, I'm going to move forward and I'm going to go through it no matter what happens. I'm still here. I'm going to make it. So,
Right.
well, in the episode, you also listed some items that help keep you personally in constant preparation and allows you to be flexible in any situation, just like you were when the pandemic hit back in March. You mentioned always be in gratitude, which is a huge one for you that you've passed along to the company as one of our core values. Understanding the law of polarity, which we talked about. The answer is already here. Accept that things can and will change. They don't always stay static and stationary. So you got to accept that. Look for the opportunity in whatever the situation is. Keep focus on where you're going and push through when you're afraid. So how do you hold on to those when the fear really grips you and you're almost paralyzed to the point where you can't even speak or think about your next move?
That's where your beliefs and values come in. So when you do that, you're valuing fear. You're valuing safety. You're valuing not changing. You have to literally change those values and write them down. And then you have to follow the new set of values that you change and integrate it into your behavior.
Yeah, perfect.
Immediate intelligent action, right? Whatever you want your life to become, it has to be written down in a set of beliefs and values, and you have to take action on it every day. If you just go off the beliefs and values that were given to us when we were kids, we would be exact replicas of our parents.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I
Yep.
think that would be a great activity as we wind down. It basically we're turning the page here in a few days. 2021's right around the corner. That might be a good time to get quiet in your mind and write down, what your core mission, I don't want to say mission statement, but what your core values are and what your mission is moving forward in the next year, the next 5, the next 10 years, and really get clear on what that is so that you can take your business and your personal life to the next level.
Yep. Absolutely. No
I
question
love it.
about it.
I love it. Well, as we wind down this year, it's been another amazing year with the Successful Mind podcast. We're going to invite people to join your Transformation 2021 Facebook group. There's already hundreds and hundreds of people in there. It's a solid community filled with many like-minded individuals like yourselves who are committing to making the next year an incredible one on so many fronts. I'll put a link in the show notes below so people can check that out. Transformation 2021. It's crazy that I'm saying 2021 out loud. I can't believe it's already here. But as we go off into the new year and we bid adieu to 2020, is there anything you want to leave us with as we get ready to turn the page on a brand new year?
Yeah, I think a person needs to really sit down and ask themselves, what are the limitations that I've discovered about myself this year? And how can I prepare myself to break through them quickly for 2021? I guarantee you it will make all the difference in your success over the next 12 months. And we are hoping that everybody had a wonderful transition from 2020 to 2021. And we're really hoping that 2021 is going to be a better place and a better world for a lot of people. And that brings me to the theme of the first podcast of the year. How can we contribute to something to make it a better world for our children? At the end of 2020, I mean, right at the end of 2020, I was doing some research on a bunch of topics. And I was deep in a few books that have nothing to do with the topic for today, by the way. But I have this. This is a sidetrack. Like, first of all, my brain may get a little sidetracked during this. This is kind of a heavy topic. As I was doing this research and I was working on a weekend, I got this information about something called Operation Underground Railroad from two separate sources in the same day, and I was told a couple of stories that really brought me to tears, and I immediately stopped what I was doing and I wanted to get some more information. So I went to the website, I checked it out a little bit. I talked to somebody that is affiliated with this. And I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea the problem existed to the scale of what I'm going to contribute with you tonight. And, the thing is that, yes, this is a heavy topic, but I also think that it's a way for us to contribute to the world in a way where people are not recognizing we need contribution. The topic of today's podcast is child sex trafficking and human trafficking. And there's an organization that was started by Tim Ballard, probably about 8 years ago, I think, something like that. Don't quote me on that. I might be off a little bit. I will fully admit that I am getting oriented on this topic myself, but I'm moving fast on it because I think it's so vitally important. So Tim worked for our government and was involved in some stings for child sex trafficking in the very early days when we were really just finding out the horrors of it and how bad it was, and was initially in the beginning of building out how do we rescue these children. Then kind of found out that our hands were tied as a government, our hands were tied in resources, and he felt it really called on his heart that he would step out on his own and start an organization that he titled Operation Underground Railroad, which he is the head of and the CEO of today, rescuing children from all over the world. So my mission on this specific podcast is not to give you a bunch of stories, but to give you more facts and figures of what I know right now. Their website is ourrescue.org, OURRESCUE.org. And I will tell you that here's a place that you can go. If you will check out Lewis Howe's podcast, and look for the one with Tim Ballard that was just done in June of 2020. It's about an hour long. It's phenomenal information. You can hear Tim's whole story and what they're actually doing. That podcast will actually provide more than I can provide you on this one. The reason for this one is to kind of wake you up, give you an option. If you want to get involved in saving some of these children, I'm going to tell you how to do it. And as the year goes on, I am going to touch base with everybody and let you know how we're doing with it, because we're in the process of partnering with Tim and his organization so that we can contribute and we can help save some of these children. It was to my horror to find out that there are literally 30 million slaves in our world today, and 10 million of them are children. According to Tim, there are more people in slavery today than any other one time in our history, in our world's history that we know of, which I had no idea. Like this information, as the more I find out about it, the more I am both horrified at this information, and the more I am compelled from my soul to be part of helping stop it in any way that I possibly can. Here's another statistic. Child trafficking is the fastest growing criminal enterprise in the world. Human trafficking itself is $150 billion a year industry, and the sex part of it is a $35 billion a year industry. Now, you need to think about that. 150 billion, and the sex part of the human trafficking is 35 billion. 2 million children a year are forced into the commercial sex trade. The rest of those, because remember I said there's 30 million slaves in the world today, 10 million of them are children, 2 million a year forced into the sex trade. Guess what the other 8 million are? The other 8 million turn into labor, slave labor, and organ harvesting. Okay. Now you couldn't make this up. Go check it out yourself. I know these numbers might sound outrageous. You probably thinking to yourself, it can't be that big. It can't be that bad. I assure you, I have checked this out. I've done my homework on it. It absolutely is. And I know I'm a little bit late to the game here, but I just really found out how bad it actually is. I mean, I knew that it existed. I think everybody knows it exists to some degree. It's also such a dark topic that people kind of walk away from it. Like I've had conversations with a few people since I found out about it, and I get a blank look in the mirror coming back at me from these individuals. And I think that people are utterly shocked by it. I think that it strikes a horror chord inside of them. Everybody that I've talked to about this basically has children, and they can't imagine how horrific this must be. And I think there's a tendency to pull away, and that's why I want to bring light to it, because we can't pull away. This is unbelievably atrocious what is happening in our world. Now get at this, another statistic. The U.S. is the number one consumer of child exploitation material in the world. And we're the top 3 destination countries for trafficking. We are in the top 3 of destination countries for trafficking. That means that people come here to get kids. That also means that we provide, according to Tim, across the board, except in some parts of Asia, most of the people that are going to other countries to either buy children or buy sex with children are from the United States. So this is something that's very, very fascinating. I mean, I really want to get into the research on this. Why are we turning out more pedophiles than virtually any other place in the world? How's this happening in the United States? Okay, here's a point to note. It's literally being sold on social media. Okay, Tim was talking about he has literally bought children off of every major social media site. Now, what I mean by bought children, please understand, that's how they rescue these children. They actually go in, they research, they hunt down, they find out who's doing it. They show up and engage with these people as if they're buying children. And of course, then it's a sting operation, and they rescue as many children as they possibly can. So this is happening not only on social media, but it's happening on the dark web. Tim also was he made a very stern warning. He said, do not go onto the internet and start typing in how to buy a sex slave or anything like that, because the government will flag you instantly, and you don't want that. You could go and learn more about it, but don't like type in how to do it or something like that. He said he warned Lewis Howe about it. I was listening to it, and I'm like, okay, don't go down that road to find out more information. That would not be a good deal. So now, the other part of this is that so let me see if I just want to make sure that I get this right. Because of COVID, and this is another one of the reasons why I wanted to get this information out to everybody, so that if you feel on your heart to help these kids, that you can do something now. We've created like an atomic bomb for the sex trade with COVID, and nobody really knows it, according to Tim Ballard. Here's the problem. The problem is that we've taken kids out of school. We've done 2 very, very dangerous things. We've taken kids out of school. The kids are at home. They're on their computers, and so are the pedophiles. Right now, as of the recording of this, okay, at the end of 2020, the deal is this. There have been 6 million more reports about kids being the victim of pedophiles than there were before COVID. So Tim is basically explaining that we're creating a very dangerous situation. There's a lot of other things to consider here about keeping kids out of school and keeping everybody at home. There's more to consider than everybody knows about. We know about the COVID crisis. We know about the information and the disagreements about how to handle it. We know all about that all too well, right? I mean, we've been hammered with it for months now. But what we don't know about is how about the after effects. I've spoken a little bit about the suicides, the drug abuse, the alcoholism, the depression, the abuse that's happening in families. I've spoken a little bit about that only from a matter of fact. But this is something that is different. Like we've literally created a feeding ground, and they're talking about it that way, according to Tim Ballard on the dark net. They're literally talking about it that way. That it is a happy hunting feeding ground for the pedophiles. The pedophiles are talking to each other, and they're literally being able to contact kids much easier because kids are spending a lot of time gaming. They're spending a lot of time in chat situations, And these pedophiles know how to infiltrate those places. A lot of parents are not educated about this. They have absolutely no idea that there's that many out there that are looking for their children. They don't know how bad this problem is. So as we move, we're really sitting in a lot of ignorance about what's going on. I have made it part of my life's mission to remove as much of this ignorance and be part of the movement to actually stop this worldwide. And I'm going to continue to do so the very best that I can. This horrifies me. This absolutely horrifies me. I cannot imagine what it must be like, one, for a family to lose a child, two, for a child to have to go through what they're going through. Tim was talking about how these kids literally, there's basically a couple situations that can happen here. One is that the kid could be rented for up to 50 to 75 times a day for sex, okay? Or the kid could be sold outright for around $15,000. You can buy a human fucking life for $15,000, if you can imagine that. A child. It's sickening. I mean, I don't even have all the words to describe how I feel, how horrified I feel about this situation, and how passionate I am to get this message out to as many people so that we can start doing something. My understanding is this, that it costs anywhere from $12,000 to $50,000 to rescue a child, depending on how extensive the operation actually is. It's not cheap. It is absolutely not cheap. It takes a tremendous amount of research. Tim's organization, by his own description, is not a vigilante organization. They partner with governments all around the world. The governments ask them to come in with all of their expertise. They're doing something that's never really been done before in this way. And one of the interesting things that I heard him talking to Lewis about was how he studied Harriet Tubman, and they're really studying the abolitionists of old and how they actually ran the railroads, where they had all these secret people that were hiding in plain sight that were helping rescue people. And they're taking a lot of information from that and how it actually worked, and they're applying it both physically and technologically in the rescue of these kids. So it's not it's no small feat. However, anything that a person contributes helps. It doesn't matter if you can contribute a lot or a little. I'm going to ask you to contribute. If you find that this is on your heart, that this story is as horrific to you as it is to me, if you have children, if you can relate in any way to how horrific that this would be for anybody, please go to ourrescue.org and find out how you can contribute to Tim's organization. They're making partnerships all over the world with donations and people that can donate either time or money or resources to be able to build it. Right now, according to what Tim was telling Lewis Howe, they literally have to tell some governments no, because they don't have the bandwidth or the finances to go everywhere at the same time. They have to pick the most strategic places that they can go, where their resources are going to serve the greatest need, and actually be able to, conduct these covert operations so that they can rescue these children. I mentioned it's between 12 and 50,000 to rescue a child. Now that was told to me third party, so I don't know that for 100% fact, but it was somebody that actually worked for the organization or does work for the organization that I got that information from. But I think that every little bit counts. Tim feels that he was definitely commissioned by God, if you will, to do this, that this was put on his heart. It was not his life's plan to do it. This popped up in the work that he was doing for our government, and he was horrified by it, and his wife was horrified by it, and they felt that they just could not turn away from it. They could not know what they know and find out what they found out and actually turn away from it. And like I said, the interview that he did with Lewis is pretty extensive. I really encourage you to go there and listen to it, listen to the entire story. There was a movie that they put out in 2016 called The Abolitionists. I believe you can watch that on YouTube. And there's another movie coming out. I don't think it's been released yet. I haven't seen it. It's called The Sound of Freedom, and it should be coming out this year. Tim said that it was completed. It was done. It was in the can, and they were just waiting for a release date. Things got kind of botched with COVID. But there's stories about this problem that we're facing, and let's understand something. This is a worldwide problem. There's a couple of other pretty nasty numbers here that go with this that I want to share with you. As far as the organ harvesting goes, I remember growing up with the old joke, like, don't get drunk here or there. You wake up in a bathtub missing a kidney or something like that. I mean, I think we've all heard that joke and always wondered maybe how real actually is that. Probably does happen somewhere. But let me put it to you this way. One of the most profitable things these really screwed up people get is about $250,000 for a child's heart. $250,000 for a child's heart. And they have no problem killing a child and taking the child's heart and selling it on the black market, amongst many other different things. It's horrific. Here's another thing. Apparently, when you start to get into other countries, especially developing world countries, one of the problems is that the uneducated people that get preyed upon, the parents, if you will, they really don't know that their kids are being sold into sex slavery most of the time. The different schemes and scams that these people run actually make these parents think that they're going to go to a better place than what they can provide from them. And he tells many different stories that I would rather you hear from him and not me, because he's the one that's living it on the front line every day and doing this. My mission is just to take his message and get it out and help him get it out so that we can get as many of these kids back into some kind of a home and some kind of a life and begin the healing process, because it takes years and years and years to reverse the scarring, in their mind. In fact, he actually talked about that. He said that a doctor showed him a brain scan of a child that was in a car accident and a brain scan of a child that was molested for 5 years. And they looked almost exactly the same from a trauma perspective. And he said, this is scarring on the brain. This is scarring. And that, while the scarring can't be removed, it takes years and years to rewire the brain so that the person can actually function normally. And part of Underground Railroad is to get these kids into places where they can begin to heal and they begin getting education and get their needs met in a healthy way so that they can move on to some kind of a normal life. Anyway, I hope everybody has an amazing new year. I think that while this is a dark topic to start the new year off with, in my mind, it's a light topic because I think that we all need something that we can contribute to. This really touched my heart. I hope it touches yours as well. This is David Nagel. It's a hell of a topic. I plan to do more. I'm going to ask if you feel it on your heart to spread this around. Like, let's get as many people aware of this problem as we can, because if we can all do a little bit, maybe we can really end this atrocity.
Talking about Tim Ballard and Operation Underground Railroad. Before we get into this conversation, I want to wish all of you a very happy new year. Hope your holidays were great. And David, you as well. It's good to be back on the pod.
Yeah, same to you, man. Glad to be here.
Yeah, totally. So, so for this particular episode, you definitely laid the groundwork for what your big vision is over the course of this next year from a contribution standpoint. And for those who did listen to this episode, obviously it's a very uncomfortable conversation to have, but that's the beauty of this, is that you're bringing the light to it, as so many other people are starting to do the same. What specifically spoke to you around Tim Ballard's Operation Underground Railroad, and what got you to bring that information to your amazing listeners today?
Well, it started off, I was listening to an audiobook. I was driving down the highway, listening to an audiobook, and all of a sudden I felt like I was in the land of Oz. The conversation in the book went from like sound financial strategy to this topic. And I'm like, what just happened here? And I'm listening to this person tell the story. And they're basically telling the story of this guy and what this guy does, and how this person came to be aligned with it. And then the stories of buying children for $100. And I'm listening to this story, and I felt like I started to get really emotional in the car. I was like, what is going on here? And so I kind of like, I shook it off, and I kept listening to the book, but it didn't quite go away. Got to my destination, had a meeting, whatever, came back home. I was like, at that point, it kind of pushed it in the back of my mind. It wasn't in the forefront, right? So it's in the back. I'm doing some other work. I'm doing some research, and here it is again. I'm like, what the hell is this? So it was captivating me in not a good way, right? I couldn't get it out of my head at this point. So I start researching, and I start watching the videos online. I start watching the videos on his website. I start watching interviews of him with other people. And I immediately was like, I need to be part of this. I absolutely need to do something about this. This is one of the most horrific things that I didn't know was actually happening. I mean, it's not that I didn't know there wasn't human trafficking, and it's not like I didn't know there wasn't human sex trafficking. I did not have any idea to the extent that this actually exists on our planet in this day and age. And I'm still in the midst of getting as educated about this as I possibly can, and working with their company to set something up so that we can be, a corporate sponsor with them. But I got to tell you, T, I mean, it is, I have 4 kids. You have 2 kids. I cannot imagine trying to go to bed at night and have one of my kids missing, and with the idea that this is what could be happening to them. I cannot imagine what it must be like for those families that are missing 2 million children. I can't imagine what it must be like for these children. I saw there was one thing that just killed me. There's a clip that I saw from the movie The Abolitionists, where they go in, set up this sting to bust all of these sex traffickers for these kids. And you can see them walk the kids in. Now the faces are all clouded out, but you can see them walk the kids in. And I'm listening to Tim Ballard talk about this. And he says that one of the kids comes up to him and says, "Are you going to give me some cocaine or something?" Normally he said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Well, normally they give me some cocaine or some drug because I'm really scared." The kid's like 9 years old, Brandon, like 9 years old. They're being raped like 50 times a day. And I heard this, and I just, like, everything in my body just winced. Like, it just winced that this is happening on our planet. And I know there's a lot of things that are happening on our planet. I didn't know this one was. I have a special passion in my heart for children. I think that to steal the innocence of children, to hurt them, to scar them, to torture them, to rape them, to enslave them, I just can't. It's unfathomable to me that this is actually happening. And so much so that it's like, I immediately made a decision. I'm going to be part of trying to help stop this in whatever way I possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely. And we need more people to really understand a little bit about what it is. And there's tons of information out there. You can go and look, but definitely start with Tim Ballard for sure, because he has a very, very compelling story. I mean, this man he's worked as a special agent for the Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah.
During that time, he worked on the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. So he's very well versed in what is going on in this world. And he left that career behind and founded in 2013 this amazing nonprofit called Operation Underground Railroad, also known as OUR. And you can go to www.ourrescue.org and learn a little bit more about his grand vision. And what I love about that website is it also shows you the amount of children that they saved to date. Because like you said in the episode, it's not inexpensive to free someone who is in a trafficking situation. So the more attention we can bring to it, the more good that can come out of it for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And, I've spent my whole career going into the places that people don't want to go. I go into the dark with people individually and help shine the light and pull them out of there. And I think that's one of the reasons why I didn't shy away from this. Like, I saw immediately something that Tim must have seen, like something needs to be done about this. And I listened to the interview that he did, a couple interviews that he did, and he talked about how in the beginning he was so torn. He didn't know if he was all the way in or all the way out. Like, he was like, this is so dark. Do I want this energy in my life? Like, and his wife was like, listen, how can you know this and walk away? How can you know that this is happening and with good conscience walk away? And here's what she said to him: you will not steal my salvation by your choice. And he's like, I'm in 100%. So I think he probably just needed a little confidence there to rest on.
Sure.
But I can imagine, because he's got to be in this every day. And I don't honestly know if I can be in it every day.
Yeah, he doesn't get a break from it.
He doesn't get a break from it. And they've adopted a couple of the kids they rescued. Tim and his wife, I heard that they adopted a couple of the kids.
Wow. Yeah, it's really quite amazing, and it's a huge mission. You did share some alarming facts about trafficking in our world, and probably the most outrageous to me, aside from the sheer number of people involved, was the number of children. You had mentioned something to the effect of 2 million children each year are forced into the sex trade specifically. Right. And I wanted to kind of approach this from a mindset perspective. How has this been able to go on for so long without people like you or I knowing about it? Is it an issue of us turning a blind eye because it's uncomfortable? Like you said, it's in the dark. Or is it more of it doesn't really affect me because I'm here and that's happening there, so it's really not a big deal? What do you think about that?
Well, so first of all, I want to just let all the listeners know I am not an authority on this in any way, shape, or form. I'm learning about it as you all are learning about it. I may be a month ahead of you, or you may be way ahead of me because I don't know who I'm talking to. So let me just say that. My understanding from listening to Tim, though, is it's not so much that we didn't know that this was happening, but we didn't know the extent of it, and we didn't know how to stop it. We didn't know how to change it. And apparently there has been a problem with the topic being so dark that people are literally cautioned to stay away from it. I don't know all the reasons behind that. I just heard Tim talk about that, and he was warned. And his first donor when he went on his own was Glenn Beck. And literally, apparently, they told Glenn Beck, "Don't do it. Don't touch it. Stay away from this. Something goes wrong. If somebody gets hurt, if one of those kids get killed, it could be the end of your career or whatever." And Glenn was like, "You got to be out of your freaking mind. You can't know about this and not do something about it." He's like, "I'll do whatever it takes." So there's a dark component to this. It's probably one of the darkest, if not the darkest, on our planet component. You're dealing with rape. You're dealing with sexual abuse. You're dealing with organ harvesting. You're dealing with murder and torture, and it's with our children. I don't know how much darker it gets than that, man.
Yeah, David, you mentioned that human trafficking in the episode is a $150 billion industry worldwide from the statistics that you were pulling, which is really alarming when you stop to consider such a huge number that is. That's billion with a B. And because this is such a very uncomfortable topic to cover, it's very different from what we're used to talking about on this particular podcast.
Sure.
So I guess what I'd like to know is, how do you hope that this episode is received by those who are listening to it? Since one of our mantras in the company is to get comfortable being uncomfortable, you can't grow unless you're shining light on some of that darkness. How do you hope people take this?
Well, obviously I want people to help. That's one of the reasons for me talking about it. I want to bring light to it. I want to bring awareness to it. I want to help Tim in his journey. I want to help those kids. And I'm really hoping, it is no, how do I want to put this? It's no surprise to me why people would run from this topic, by how dark it actually is. Because obviously what happens is when you start thinking about this, you start getting images in your mind, and they're horrific images. Tim talked about how he literally couldn't go home and have sex with his wife. Like, he couldn't get the images out of his mind after what he saw, and he just couldn't go home and cross over. Like, he had to go see a psychotherapist. It was really messing with him, which I completely understand. Like, you don't want those images in your head. I mean, it goes against everything that we're taught. So I understand how dark the topic is, but I also understand that anything of any kind of evil or horror that's been on our planet, the only way we've ever gotten rid of it or got it under some kind of control is by people standing up in awareness to what happens and saying, we will not tolerate this. And we need people that are willing to stand up and say, I'm going to do something about this. I invite you to listen and become educated and do something about this, so that we can eradicate this off the face of our damn planet.
Yeah. Well, and it seems like nowadays too, there's a lot of causes out there that are really starting to pick up more and more steam. And I think the time is ripe for something like this that is uncomfortable, because let's be honest, even the Me Too movement and the Black Lives Matter movement, those were uncomfortable conversations and are still uncomfortable conversations that people are having. But the more we talk about them, the less uncomfortable they become.
Right,
you become
exactly.
more comfortable with it, and things start to change. So it seems like the time is ripe for something like this to really catch on and make this a huge global initiative to completely eradicate, because there's no reason we can't eradicate this from our world.
No, there isn't. As a matter of fact, he actually talked about a sting that happened in South America somewhere, where they kept the pressure on for a little bit of an extended period of time, and it actually stopped in that area. Now, he talks about that there's really no head of the snake here, because it pops up here and there. There's, all kinds of things. But he even said something that was like fascinating to me. He said, like, if you compare this, because I guess Lewis Howe was asking him if, like, are drug cartels involved in this? One of the interviews, it may not have been Lewis. And he was like, you'd be surprised. You may have the worst drug cartel in the world, and they would drop what they're doing to go kill these fuckers. Right? They would literally stop what they were doing. If they ran across child sex trafficking, they would just wipe those people out. Sure. It's that hated. It's that underground. It's that dark. But he also said that here in the United States, they're recruiting. They're recruiting Johns. They're pulling people off the internet to sell kids to, through social media, through the dark web. In other countries, though, you can go right on the beach, especially if it's a resort town, and just sit on the beach. And they did this because nobody believed them. The governments were saying, listen, they would call him in, and he would say, well, how easy is it really? He said, I'll tell you how easy it is. Put hidden cameras on yourself, go sit down on the beach by the resort, and see how long it takes you to have somebody come up to you and offer you a child. So they did that. Him and a couple of the guys that he worked with, they went down, they acted like tourists. They sat there, they had undercover cameras and recorders, and it was like 10 minutes. Somebody came up and said, what are you here for? What do you want to buy? And he's like, well, I don't know, what's for sale. And he said, like, within a minute and a half, the guy's like, well, you want a 12-year-old girl, come to a party tonight. We got 12-year-old girls. Man. And he was like, get the fuck out of here. It
doesn't even compute in my mind that that's even a thing. That's what that's what you say. This whole thing, it doesn't even register. And when you do, it just makes me angry,
Extremely angry. And that people, and here's the thing. So think about this, because this is bad. I mean, he was talking about the United States as basically the number one producer of the people that go for this. And then they started talking about, we live in a porn world, and porn exacerbates this in the mind of, people that are ill, that have this tendency, whatever it is. I don't know enough about it to say what causes it. I have some ideas, but I don't know for sure. And it exacerbates it, and the people become hyper-focused on it. And, it gets mixed with all of the sex junk. People have too much time on their hands, and they start going down the wrong road.
Yeah, very true. Have you had a chance to take in the documentary Operation Toussaint yet?
Don't know if I saw that one.
Okay, so that one, it was a Nick Nanton directed film. I had a chance to meet Nick Nanton many years ago at an event. Amazing director, but it's on Amazon Prime. I started watching it right before I jumped on with you, just to kind of give myself a little bit of background about who, Tim was and what his cause was. And it really, what I like about it, because I haven't seen The Abolitionist, that's my next step, but I needed to put a face to the global issue. I went on the website, I looked at that, but seeing it in film and seeing the body cameras and the hidden cameras capture these moments where they're actually going in and raiding these houses where these children are being held, it really does put a face to it, and it makes it feel more real. Like I said, I live a very comfortable life here in the United States, and I didn't even know this wasn't even a thing outside of hearing about this or that, but not to the extent that you've brought to me. So for anybody like yourself, if you want to watch that, it's streaming, like I said, on Amazon Prime. It's just really interesting because it does put a face to what this global global episode is.
So does The Abolitionists.
Yeah.
Because you actually go in on the raids with them. Send me a link to the one that you saw.
Yeah, I totally will. And I'll also, I'll mention it in the show notes below. So if people want to go take a look at it and get a little bit familiar, with what Tim Ballard's mission is, they can check that out as well. We'll also link back to ourrescue.org so they can check it out for themselves. As we kind of wind this down, you talked about removing ignorance around this subject is a big part of your mission right now, the ignorance. What does that look like as we start this year and move forward for you personally? How do you plan on pushing this forward and helping to remove the ignorance? Maybe not just on this topic, but all topics.
Well, I immediately took action on it. So I committed our company to donate a certain amount of funds every month to help him. I immediately turned it into a podcast to get it out. I'm educating myself on it as fast as I possibly can. I've got a company to run, so I'm doing it in as much of my spare time as I possibly can. And I'm going to see. I'm going to have conversation with their company. I hope to meet Tim. I would love to have him on the show and talk to him and ask him personally how can I contribute more to this? I don't know how I can is the answer right now. I don't know. I'm not educated enough, but I do know that I immediately took action on the ways that I do know that I can. And that is to both get the word out and send them funds so that they can keep rescuing these children.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I know you've always been philanthropic and very generous in giving back. I remember early on when I was just coming to events of yours, you were really big in donating to Make-A-Wish and making children's dreams come true. And, you've done much donating to like Seattle Children's Hospital when we go out and see Mateo Messina's yearly concert out in Seattle. It's always been a part of you. Where does that philanthropic piece come from for you? Is it just you feel something in your heart and you immediately jump on it, or is it more in depth than that?
I think it's always been there to some degree. I remember giving money when I really had none to homeless people walking down the street. I remember taking my kids on Thanksgiving to homeless shelters and cooking for the homeless and, providing food for them. It's always been part of me to give back in some way. I can't stand because it's who I am. I can't stand suffering. I cannot stand to see people suffer. And it's unfortunate that we live in a world that turns a big blind eye to a lot of it. So when I feel passionate about something, I act on it and I do something. And I haven't felt this passionate about something in a really, really long time. We're also partnering with Feed America. We're providing about 5,000. We're feeding about 5,000 people a month right now, and which is a great thing. I absolutely love that. I'm really shocked at how many people go hungry in the United States alone and around the world. But right now we're working with, to provide meals for 5,000 people a month. And I want to continue to increase that. As my business grows, as I continue to enjoy success, I want to be able to share and help more people that can't, because I don't just help people that have money. I want to help people that don't have anything get somewhere. There was a time when I didn't have anything and people helped me. I mean, I had to rely on my government for about a month, for pretty close to a year, to provide for the WIC program. I don't know if it's still called that, but it was called that back then, where we would get some food for the government for our own family, and that was hard for me. That was really, really hard. It was hard to take. It was embarrassing for me. I had a great amount of shame around it for a long time. But once I got over my damn self, I was very grateful that it was there to help me get through a very rough time in my life. So this is one of the ways to also give back to that.
Well, it's amazing. And I think this is not the first conversation we're going to have about this
No.
clearly as we move forward in 2021. So we'll be definitely keeping an eye on this. And I know you'll continue to do your diligent research and learn more about it and find ways that we can help. And like I said, we'll do some linking in the notes below and let people know where they can also start making the world a better place through their donation. So before we end this particular session, is there anything else you'd like to add as we walk on out of here?
I just want to ask everybody to share this. Like, if you can look at this and not run away from it, share it with people. Find some way to share it. Find some way to give. If we all contribute, we can stop this. This can be stopped by awareness and dollars, because there are many people that want to stop it. So we can literally put a stop to this. It's one of the few things that we have the potential to completely eradicate, actually, in a short period of time, if we all pulled together and did something. At least that's what my understanding is right now. That's basically what Tim said. He said his mission was to stop it, not to necessarily free a certain number of people, but literally to put an end to it. We have the technology to do it. We have the manpower to do it. We have the intelligence to do it. We need the dollars and the resources to be able to fund the people, to send the countries, to be able to break down these stings to do this. And to think that it's the fastest growing criminal organization in the world right now is just astounding. Like, I had no clue, T. I had absolutely no clue. I mean, if you'd have told me cocaine or heroin or, a million other things, it would have been like, yeah, that makes sense. I get that. That totally makes sense. But when I heard it was this, I was floored. And it takes two, right? It takes the people that want to pimp these kids out, and it takes people that want to abuse these children on the other side of it also, right? We've got a sickness out there that we've got to figure out how to heal in this world, and what's causing it. We got to figure out what's causing it.
Well, and I think you're taking the right steps here by just educating your audience and taking time out of your podcast schedule to really bring your cause to the masses and hope that they can do the same. Because like you said, if we all come together united, we can eradicate things like human trafficking. We can work on and eradicate, poverty in our world. Like, there's all these things that you just mentioned that you're doing. Yeah. And I think it's absolutely incredible. And I appreciate you bringing this to our team as well and uniting us underneath that umbrella, because we all have a common cause. And now that we have a face to go with that, it's going to be all the easier to do what we can to make it go away.
Yeah. Let's go set some kids free, man.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for coming inside, David.
You bet.
Hey everyone, we hope you enjoyed that episode. A little bit of a departure from what we usually do, but it's so very important, and you can see the passion that David has for Tim Ballard and his Operation Underground Railroad. You too can help out. Go to ourrescue.org. That's OUR rescue.org. Learn more about it and find out how you too get involved to help eradicate this horrible, horrible thing that goes on in our world. We look forward to bringing you more information about this and much more in the year ahead. Happy New Year once again from the Successful Mind Podcast, and we will see you next time. Later.